A small town in the Wild West is located on the outskirts of the desert near the mountains and cliffs. At the entrance to the city it is very empty, there are no people on the street at all, and it may seem at first glance that this city is dead. At the entrance to one of the taverns in this city, orange lanterns hang and flutter in the wind. From the tavern located in the city center you can hear the voices of people inside the building. The life of the visitors is in full swing. The waiter is shouting to bring them food as quickly as possible. People are placing orders. There are a huge number of people inside the tavern. The entire city is now here and they are on their lunch break. One of the men asked his comrade if he had heard about the Mansock merchant detachment that was defeated. He saw that his interlocutor knew nothing about this, and said that this detachment had as many as 5 guards, even they could not do anything. Only one porter returned back. He accused the Fighting Alliance of not being able to protect the merchants. The man finished the alcohol in his glass and then put the glass on the table and made a very loud sound. The second man answered his interlocutor that people who deserve to die can simply walk around the world and not be afraid of being punished. He turned his head to the side and looked at the next table at which 4 men were sitting. And after that he said that there are now a lot of thieves in the villages and outside the villages. The first man asked his interlocutor to watch his tongue because these thieves can hear him, and if they don't like something then they can attack him, but the second man was not afraid that he would be heard and said that he would not close his mouth just because of fear. An unfamiliar man appeared in the city, approached the doors of the tavern. The first man at that moment told his friend that if he is not afraid to say such things out loud to the bandits, why won't he say it to them personally? The stranger walked up to the door and opened it, and in order to enter, a long sword hung behind his back, and on his head he had a large straw hat. The guy entered the building. He was faithful and immediately attracted the attention of the visitors of this establishment. Everyone turned their attention to this stranger. 2 men turned their heads to this guy and began to look at him carefully. At the next table, 2 comrades were drinking alcohol and they had to stop this process for a few seconds in order to look at the guy who had just entered the tavern. All the people who were in the establishment looked at the stranger who was standing near the door and began to examine him. Even the owner of the establishment was dissatisfied with the video of a stranger here. The guy in a calm voice asked the owner of the establishment where he could sit down. The owner would try to be friendly and tell this guy that he can sit where it is convenient for him, and the waiter will come up to him now. The stranger began to walk around the establishment looking for a table at which he would like to sit. The people in the establishment continued to look at him with an incredulous gaze. The stranger chose a table for himself in the farthest part of this tavern. This table was near the window. When the guy sat on the chair, he took off his straw hat and put it on the table. The owner of the establishment approached the guy and brought him a decanter of alcohol. After he put this decanter on the table, he told the stranger not to pay attention to the looks of the visitors. The stranger was surprised. I looked at the owner, and the owner told him that the people here are not used to strangers because rarely anyone walks in this area. Not to mention the fact that lately it has been restless here. He said that for some reason they were experiencing a flow of unfamiliar visitors. And after that he asked the guy if he wanted something to eat. The stranger replied that he wanted to order what they could cook here the fastest. The owner smiled when he heard such an order and said that this stranger was most likely dying of hunger. He promised him that he would quickly prepare a bowl of noodles, so he would only have to wait a few minutes. The stranger looked at the owner and asked who else came to this establishment besides him. At that moment, a man jumped up in the center of the tavern and began shouting very loudly that he was dissatisfied with the game of dominoes. This man began to accuse the people who were sitting at the table with him of cheating during the game. The owner of the establishment pointed his finger at the people who were playing at the far table and made it clear to the stranger that these were the very people who came to his establishment, and they were strangers. He looked carefully at these guys and drank alcohol from his glass. He was thinking about something. A man who made a scandal about being deceived during a game hit the table with his fist and the dominoes scattered in different directions. He said that there was a clear video of how his opponent cheated during the game. But his opponent behaved very calmly and said that he did not agree with the accusations and he played honestly. He answered the man who was standing in front of him and said that you should not accuse a person of cheating if you yourself do not know how to play. A man asked this guy a question and asked why he was winning all day, and the man himself only does what he loses, and his opponent answered because it's all because he just plays badly and the other players won at least something. but only he lost all games. The stranger carefully watched this conflict, and at some point even smiled when he realized that the situation was getting out of control. He stood up at the table and started walking towards these guys. As he walked, he said that he had finally found this idiot. The conflict between these two men escalated into another scam, but the guy in purple clothes said that his opponent had no evidence. He started insulting the angry man for going and accusing someone of anime evidence. These words greatly angered the already aggressive man, and he could not restrain himself, and pushed his opponent's shoulder with his hand. They were so angry that they were going to go outside to resolve this conflict and fight. A man in purple clothes is ready to fight with a disgruntled player and punch him in the face, but sudden people stop him. He turned his head back to see who decided to stop him, and saw a stranger standing behind him. The stranger knew that this purple-robed man's name was Yang Wen and said that he had finally managed to find this charlatan. Yang Wen saw the stranger's face and shouted his name Zhang Qian in a frightened voice. A disgruntled player intervened in their dialogue and said that they could talk later, but for now they needed to sort things out among themselves. Zhang Qian looked at this man with a contemptuous look and said that he has nothing to do with him. Therefore, it is better for him to just shut up. Yang Wen began to feel scared and awkward when he saw this guy in front of him and asked him what he was doing here. Zhang Qian said that 2 whole months had already passed since their last meeting and he was always looking for Yang Wen. Zhang Qian saw that Yang Wen and his gang were doing very well, which made the guy angry and he realized that he was not doing as well as these guys. Yang Wen asked in a frightened voice was he able to find his friends and kill them? Zhang Qian said that he found all his friends and they are no more. Now only Yang Wen remains and he is the last. Yang Wen began to step back and try to calm the guy down. He tried to justify himself and say that he never intended to deceive the martial artist and dominoes. Zhang Qian was dissatisfied with this guy's excuses and said that he didn't mean to do it but did it anyway. I deceived the martial artist. Yang Wen didn't know what to answer to this man and just started smiling and stepping back. The only thought that came to his mind was to try to run away from here as far as possible in order to stay alive. Zhang Qian was surprised by the impudence and stupidity of this man. He couldn't even believe that this guy was so stupid if he thought he would run away from a martial artist. He grabbed his hand by the hair, and thereby did not allow him to run far. Yang Wen began to scream very loudly in pain and tried to get out of this grip. Zhang Qian was very angry with this man's action and therefore hit his head on the table with all his strength, and the food that was on the table scattered in different directions. The man who was sitting at the next table was extremely surprised. And when I saw that a fight was starting to happen here, 2 men continued to drink alcohol. But they had to stop when they saw that the stranger was beating up the charlatan, who was pretty tired of everyone in this establishment. Yang Wen tried to justify himself, and shouted that he did not want to deceive the martial artist, and he did not do it, but it all sounded very unconvincing. Yang Wen said that Zhang Qian was the only player who stayed until the very end and lost. All his money was shaken out of him to the last coin. Zhang Qian did not want to listen to this little thief's stupid excuses and decided to bring him to the frequency to prove that he was actually cheating. He put his hand into his hand in Yang Wen's shirts to find a hidden domino dice. He managed to find this game bone and thereby prove that this person cheats during his games and deceives the players. The man who was cheated during the game a few minutes ago finally saw the evidence that this man was a charlatan and realized that he was right. Zhang Qian said that he only had one question for this worthless thief, and he asked where his money is now. Yang Wen said in a low, frightened voice that he used this money to pay off the martial alliance. Zhang Qian took this bastard by the head with his hand and hit him with his face on the table, after which he said that his money should not be spent to pay for his search. Yang Wen said that he simply had no other choice. After all, if he had not paid for his search, he would not have even been able to enter the tavern to eat. Zhang Qian grabbed his hair and lifted his head up. After that, he tried to take a deep breath and exhale in order to calm down and understand how this problem can be solved. He grabbed his shirt collar and wanted to punch him in the face with all his might, but before that he asked if he had any money. Yang Wen replied that he had some money that he was able to earn in this tavern lately, and if the martial artist wants money, he can take these coins. Zhang Qian looked at the gaming table and saw that there was a small handful of gold coins and a bag of money on it. He looked at the approximate amount of money that was lying on the table and realized that this amount was much less than he expected, but at least it was some money. Jiang Qian threw this idiot aside and went to the table to collect his money. The people who were in the tavern stood up from their tables and began to gather around Yang Wen. The man yelled at the stranger and asked him to stop and not take this money. He said that this money that this charlatan won by deception is this man's money, and he would like to return it back. Jiang Qian said that this is not his problem, and if he needs his money back, then let him personally ask for it from Yang Wen. He needed a few seconds to think about these words and decide what to do next. This man was pretty stupid. But when he finally realized that this stranger would now take his money, he again felt incredible rage and said that he was not happy with these options. He wanted to take his money back. He extended his hand forward in order to push the stranger aside and not allow him to take the money. Jiang Qian grabbed the man's hand and held on tightly. After that, he pulled this man by the arm and threw him aside. The man did not expect that the situation would lead to a fight and fell to the floor and hit his face on a wooden covering. The rest of the men who were in this establishment were shocked that the stranger came to their territory, took their money and also fought with the rest of the visitors. The man came out of the crowd and said that he would not tolerate such an attitude from a stranger, after which he shook his hand into a fist and wanted to strike the stranger. Jiang Qian dodged this blow without much effort and realized that a fight could no longer be avoided. After he dodged the blow, he decided that he needed to immediately launch a counterattack and punch the man in the chest with his fist. After this, he immediately decided to strike a man standing nearby who was watching the fight from the side. He grabbed the two men by the collars of their shirts and began to pull them towards each other. He made the two men crash their foreheads into each other and received very heavy damage. After the collision, they began to feel dizzy and could not find their way around in space. They were able to stand on their feet for a few seconds, but then lost consciousness and fell to the floor. The rest of the people who were in the establishment saw that real chaos was beginning here and decided that it was better for them not to interfere in this conflict. Yang Wen saw that Jiang Qian alone was able to knock out 3 strong men at once and realized that now he would most likely want to hit him and began to shake with fear. Jiang Qian heard this deceiver shaking and almost crying and decided to come closer to him. Yang Wen tried to crawl back and asked for forgiveness, and he begged not to be killed and left alive. Jiang Qian grabbed this weakling by the collar of his shirt and said that the money he took from the table was not enough for him to leave him alone. Suddenly, one of the men was able to recover after taking heavy damage and turning to the stranger again. He accused the stranger of breaking his nose and said that he would have to answer for it at the cost of his life. Jiang Qian apologized for having to hit this man, but he said that he lost a lot more money to this man with some small change that was lying on the table. The man began to behave very strangely. He did not continue the dialogue, but simply turned around and began to run towards the exit. Jiang Qian asked what was wrong with this idiot, and why did he run away? But Yang Wen replied that this man's name was Jin Yangsuk. Jiang Qian said that he was not interested in the name of this idiot, and continued to extort money from this charlatan. Jiang Qian said that he has little time left to return the money to him. After all, if he doesn't do this, he will have to break his dantian. It will be very painful. Yang Wen said that there is no need for this, that a very weak person, if his dantian is broken, he will be completely useless. But Jiang Qian was not going to joke or forgive this thief and wanted his money back. Otherwise, he would not mind killing or maiming this Yang Wen. He didn't understand what they were doing to him, how to correct this situation, but he felt that he needed to think as quickly as possible because his opponent's patience would now run out. Yang Wen said that he knows how to fix this situation, but first he needs to be released because he has one artifact in his pocket. Jiang Qian took him at his word and let him go. After that, Yang Wen sat down on the floor and reached into the inner pocket of his vest with his hand. He put his hand forward and in the center of his palm lay a jade ring. Jiang Qian carefully examined this ring, and Yang Wen said that he bought this ring in the city and said that it is real jade. If he can find a good buyer, he will receive a good amount for this ring. He asked Jiang Qian's brother, will this ring be enough to finally pay him off? He took this ring and squeezed it into his fist so that no one would see it. Jiang Qian smiled when he felt that he had a real jade ring and said that this artifact would be enough to end the conflict. He put the ring in the inside pocket of his jacket, and remembered that all this time they were watched by a crowd of people who were in the tavern. He looked at them with a dissatisfied look and tried to understand what he should do now. People were frightened by this behavior of a stranger and did not know what else to expect from him. Zhang Qian asked the owner of the establishment why his bowl of noodles is still not on his table because he ordered it quite a long time ago. The establishment became quiet and calm. The owner went to the kitchen and prepared noodles for the new guest, after which he brought it to him and put it on the table. Yang Guan carefully watched Zhang Qian eat his noodles and felt that a feeling of hunger was awakening in him. He told the guy that now is not the right time to eat noodles carefree. He tried to warn him that he had better quickly eat his food and get out of here. He said that Zhang Qian was acting too calmly and did not understand that he was in great danger because the person whose nose he broke was a very influential person. Zhang Qian put an empty plate of food on the table and thereby showed that he had finally finished the noodles. After that, he took a glass of alcohol and drank it in one gulp, thereby demonstrating that he was not afraid of anyone and Yang Guan's warning did not scare him. Zhang Qian said that he finally finished his food and is now ready to listen to everything Yang Guan tells him. The man said that Jin Yang Suk can and looks like he walks, but no one touches him here because his older brother is a martial artist. Zhang Qian said that he is not afraid to fight a martial artist because he is a master himself. Yang Guan replied that he knows this and all people have at least once heard about the master of fist fighting Zhang Qian from Amzu. But everyone insists that his sword is just an accessory until he pulls it out. Zhang Qian did not understand what the problem was and asked his interlocutor to get closer to the point and say directly what the problem was, and Yang Guan said that your idiot brother whose nose he broke is the problem. But the main problem is that the elder brother Jin Chang Suk is from the Cadaver clan of the Chaos sect. Zhang Qian reminded his interlocutor that he told him that there is a fighting alliance here and even despite this, the Chaos sect is still hanging around in the area. Yang Guan finally saw that his interlocutor was interested in this topic, and said that he could tell him the information for a few silver coins. The head and bleeding of his dead brother lay in front of him. He could not believe that this was actually true. He threatened him with his fist and the charlatan immediately calmed down. He said that he shouldn't use his fists, and he would tell everything just like that. Yang Guan cleared his throat to begin telling this story and said that his interlocutor's character was unique. Yang Guan spoke about his assumptions that the boss of this sect and the leader of the combat alliance are somehow connected with each other. Therefore, the combat alliance is not being restlessly carried out yet. Don't touch them, and Chang Suk is the most important among them. Zhang Qian asked Yang Guan how he had the brains to run into this man's younger brother, and the man replied that usually these people behave calmly, and what happened today happens all the time. Zhang Qian replied that before, the martial alliance introduced itself much better, closely followed the order. Yang Guan smiled and replied that now it is more cordial to live or they think the same, apparently due to the fact that they are often complained about. They open their mouths so easily on strangers' suspended lands. Zhang Qian suggested to his interlocutor to pack his things and get out of here as quickly as possible. But Yang Guan replied that there is one problem why he cannot do this. He looked carefully at his interlocutor, and decided to find out what kind of problem he had. Yang Guan drew attention to the people sitting at the next table, and said that apparently they have a bad reputation in this city. The men sparring at the next table looked with distrust at the strangers who calmly communicated in this establishment. The local residents treated strangers with distrust and hatred, especially those who staged a pogrom and a fight here today. Yang Guan said that it is best to avoid people from the alliance because they cannot cause much trouble, and Zhang Qian replied that he only avoids them because he is a weakling. But in fact, there is no point in being afraid of them. The owner of the establishment approached them and addressed specifically Zhang Qian. He put in several gold coins that the stranger had given him before. He said that he would not tolerate unrest in his establishment, and therefore decided to return him the money for the noodle soup and the room that this man rented. The owner very politely asked strangers to leave this establishment and not come here again. Yang Guan began to laugh and said that if everything has already reached the point that the owner himself is personally kicking you out and I want to, then it's better to leave, because if people from the clan come they will have big problems, and it will be difficult to get out of here alive. Zhang Qian did not intend to immediately leave the establishments, and decided to continue finishing his noodles. The owner and Yang Guan were shocked by this guy's behavior. They didn't understand why he was behaving so brazenly. They watched as he loudly began to slurp and chew his food. Zhang Qian decided to finish his portion of noodle soup. He put the empty plate of noodles on the table and calmly continued to sit in his place. His stomach started to growl very loudly after he finished eating these noodles, and he burped loudly. Zhang Qian began to pick his teeth with his finger in order to pick out pieces of meat from there, and said that everything would be fine and he was not afraid of the alliance and the sect. Yang Wen said that the Cadaver clan has about 20 people and asked what he was going to do if they didn't come here now. Zhang Qian decided to pour alcohol from the decanter into his cup and drink some more. He was not afraid that someone might come here. Yang Wen said he would leave on his own. Zhang Qian said that he should have left here earlier instead of talking to him. But now it's too late because these people came here. The man took a step forward and opened the doors to this establishment. He was a tall man with black hair and a very strong build. He was wearing a long red vest. His face was very angry and he wanted to deal with the man who broke his brother's nose. He began to warm up his fists before a fight and asked his younger brother which of these people offended him and broke his nose. Jin Yang-suk pointed his hand to the far table and said that these were the same guys who deceived him, robbed him and broke his nose. The older brother asked his younger brother how it happened that he was robbed, and Yensuk replied that it doesn't matter, and the most important thing is that these people are scammers. The older brother called him a nonentity, and said that he could not deal with his problems on his own. And after that he began to meet these guys halfway. He stood opposite them and said that they don't look like locals and asked if they should have broken up and started a fight in a foreign village. The owner approached the thug in a quiet, careful voice and said that they were earning little now and would not be able to buy new tables, so he asked them not to break the furniture. The big man looked at the owner of the establishment with a reproachful look and made him understand that he had better leave here. The owner of the establishment opened his eyes so wide for the first time in a long time because he was scared and realized that he really had better leave here. He began to walk towards the kitchen and grumbled under his breath that his establishment would soon go bankrupt because of these fights. Yang Wen started to panic and tried to run away from here, but Zhang Qian told him to sit still if he didn't want to die right now. Yang Wen didn't understand why this guy acted so confidently and calmly. Several more people entered the building. These were also members of this clan. They came here to punish these strangers. Some of them were armed with clubs. A serious fight was brewing in the tavern. The clan members were angry because the strangers were behaving very arrogantly. Yang Wen couldn't even imagine how they would resolve this conflict because there were a lot of enemies and there were only 2 of them. The big guy approached these guys and said that he was very pleased to meet them, and his name was Jin Chang-suk. He said that he was solving problems in this village. He informed the strangers that this place is very calm, so he is idle all the time since there is little work here. But today he finally has a job and he will gladly fulfill his duty. Zhang Qian sat calmly at the table and drank alcohol. He didn't even pay attention to this thug. Jean was very surprised by the calmness of this man. He didn't understand where he got so much courage from. Yang Wen held and jumped up from his seat. After that he began to correct the situation verbally and said that there was a misunderstanding between them. Ian said that a few days ago he came to this city and heard many stories about the greatness of this thug, so he really wanted to meet him. He tried to gain confidence in this thug so that he would not be knocked down, and said that their meeting was a real destiny. He introduced the man who was sitting opposite him at the table, and said that his name was Zhang Qian, and this guy also came to this city not long ago. Jean pointed his finger at this cowardly weakling and said that he was a fraud. Yang Wen understood that this conflict could not be corrected with words and tried to justify himself and say that he was not a fraudster, but he did not succeed. Jean pointed his hand at the sitting guy and said that this guy is a bully and both need to be punished for this. He accused them of suddenly showing up in this quiet city and deceiving the residents. And in response to the dissatisfaction of his younger brother, who could not stand such a spectacle, they responded with their fists and will be punished for this. Yang Wen was insanely frightened by this decision of this issue, and understood that today he would not leave here unpunished. Zhang Qian calmly continued to sit at the table and did not betray his emotions. He would be cold and insensitive at this moment. Jean said that he was forced to take them to the Fighting Alliance, and detain them as criminals and advised them not to resist, otherwise it would only get worse. When Zhang Qian heard this man's threats against him, all he did was laugh. He said that this whole situation looks very funny, and this is the first time he has heard such threats addressed to him, and is not used to the fact that they don't want to kill him right away. Jean told him that he was a righteous man from the world of martyrs and he would never kill a man in a hotel in broad daylight. But for what he did to his brother's nose, he won't allow this stranger to leave the village with his limbs intact. He leaned towards his face and said that for this act he would break his arms and legs, and if this guy resisted, she would tear off what was between his legs. Yang Guan was so scared that he could wet his pants from fear at any moment. The people who came to detain them started laughing with him. Their behavior as this weakling, and they understood that they could make fun of him thoroughly. Zhang Qian finally came out with this goon's idiotic speech and said that if a person acts so calmly in such a situation, shouldn't people be wary and think that this guy might have something? Zhang Qian said that he may be not just a strange person, but a real soldier of the Imperial Army. He asked Jean if this big guy was afraid to get involved with a soldier of the Imperial Army, and Jean was pretty scared at that moment. He stepped back and she was scared and kept asking him in a trembling voice whether he was actually a soldier of the Imperial Army. Jean bowed low to this man and said that he was wrong and did not recognize the man who is a soldier of the Imperial Army. He immediately apologized to him for the inconvenience. Zhang Qian started laughing at this moment because this big guy felt very weak and acted like he was walking. Then he said that he was not a soldier of the Imperial Army. Jean, at that moment I felt helpless and deceived. Rage began to awaken in him, and he began to lose control of himself. Jean said that such a joke would definitely not break his neck. But there was no point in talking because Zhang Qian was tired of joking and mocking these guys and finally decided to start a fight. He threw a powerful kick with his foot right at Jaw's Jean. After that, Zhang Qian tried to jump over the table in order to start a fight with the steel members of this sect, and their boss at that moment flew back. He carefully watched as the big man tried to stay on his feet, but he couldn't do anything. Jean walked back and fell onto one of the tables on which there was food. Plates began to fly in different directions. The table and chairs were broken. The boss himself fell to the ground and blood flowed out of his mouth. His assistants approached him to see what happened to him, but Jean was unconscious. His blood continued to flow from his mouth and stained the wooden polos. His teeth were broken and lay near his head. The clan members were shocked by this stranger's behavior. They did not expect him to be so strong. The younger brother understood that the older brother who was supposed to protect him had now received very severe damage and was left without teeth. Yang Guan carefully watched this fight from the side. He was shocked that this guy was not really that strong. He couldn't even believe that he had just been able to knock out Jean himself with one blow. Zhang Qian said that he was tired of meeting weak opponents and was waiting for someone to fight back besides the Imperial Army. The man was furious that this guy had just allowed himself to attack their boss and ordered the others to attack him and kill him. They began to carry out the order and ran towards this stranger in order to attack him. One of these guys swung his baton and wanted to hit Zhang Qian, but the martial artist just laughed when he saw this blow and said that his movements were absolutely clumsy, and if he fought like that, he would come out of here dead. He clenched his fist tightly and was preparing to strike his opponent, and before that he said that they were just a bunch of ordinary bandits. After this guy took damage to his jaw, he felt his teeth start to break. He couldn't even imagine that his opponent would be so strong and dexterous. Another enemy armed with a club began to run towards him, and wanted to strike him from behind. Zhang Qian did not notice his opponent in time, and swung his leg to strike him back. He kicked him right in the head. His heel hit the enemy directly in the forehead and changed its shape in the skull. Zhang Qian looked around him to understand how many more enemies were here. He needed to assess the situation. He immediately delivered another blow to the guy who was to his right. Zhang Qian dealt quick blows to his opponents, and they did not even have time to fight off these attacks. He punched one of his enemies in the jaw from the side. Then he jumped to the side and dodged this attack that the enemy wanted to inflict on him. Zhang Qian delivered an elbow strike directly to his opponent's chest and broke his ribs. This bandit felt very severe pain and found it difficult to breathe. Zhang Qian had just gotten the hang of it and was ready to fight further. He enjoyed beating up these guys because they were like training dummies for him. He delivered the next blow to his enemy right in the face. After the bandit was hit in the face, his jaw immediately became broken. Behind him stood two more bandits armed with clubs, but they were already afraid to go into battle because they understood that it was pointless. Zhang Qian looked at these two guys and stopped, but he saw that they were very scared and he decided to take advantage of this. He tried to bring their fear to its climax and looked them straight in the eyes. They saw him as a monster who could not be stopped. He was just another chaos for them. But suddenly a man came into the building and ordered everyone here to stop. Zhang Qian looked carefully at this man and tried to understand who he was and why he allowed himself to stop this fight. Yang Wen saw the badge on this man's jacket and realized that this was most likely the sheriff of this village. He was an adult man of about 50. He had long brown hair and a large mustache. He was dressed in black clothes and had a sheriff's badge on his jacket. This icon means that the person standing in front of them is a member of the fighting alliance. Yang Wen did not understand what would happen now because a member of the alliance would arrest them all, and then they would have even more problems. Zhang Qian looked attentively at this man and waited to see how further events would develop. The bandits who stood there the day before were frightened by the sheriff's visit. Near the sheriff stood 2 soldiers armed with swords, and the sheriff himself asked the stranger if he knew who they were. Zhang Qian was not worried or afraid of this man. He said that apparently this man is the head of the Martial Alliance Department. This could be understood from his badge that hung on his jacket. The sheriff smiled and closed his eyes. He was amused by the calm behavior of this stranger. He began to walk slowly towards this guy and said that after all, if he really is the head of the Combat Alliance Department. He reported that he had just received a complaint from local residents that this stranger had attacked local townspeople. Jin Yang-suk pointed his finger at this stranger and said that he didn't just attack, he crippled him and his brother. Zhang Qian and Yang Wen were unhappy that this upstart was constantly complaining to everyone about their behavior and telling everyone about what they had done here. Jin Yang-suk said that this guy knocked out his older brother, and now all his teeth are knocked out, and he won't be able to eat food properly. The sheriff asked this guy if it was true that he knocked out this thug. Zhang Qian replied that this was a necessary measure, and he needed to defend himself, and he would not have done this if he had not been attacked first. The sheriff was dissatisfied with this answer, and he asked again what self-defense meant in his understanding. Zhang Qian replied that everything was exactly as it was. 9 people attacked him at once, and 8 of them had batons in their hands. The sheriff said this guy looks safe and sound. That's very strange. Zhang Qian replied that it was just a coincidence that the people who attacked him turned out to be just a bunch of weaklings. But that's their problem. The sheriff smiled and lowered his head down. He was amused by the behavior of this stranger. Zhang said that he did not kill anyone and everyone remained alive after the fight, but in self-defense he injured them. Jin Yang-suk could not calm down and asked the chief why he did not apprehend this criminal because his older brothers are now unconscious. He pointed to his nose and said that this man attacked him and broke his nose. The sheriff was now in a difficult position, and he needed to make the right decision about what he would do with this guy. He ordered his 2 soldiers to apprehend this criminal. They answered in unison that they would immediately carry out the boss's order, and took a fighting stance in order to detain the criminal. Jin Yang-suk began to laugh and rejoice at his victory, and said that it was better not to mess with him because he is an influential person in this village. He said that even a martial artist would have a hard time dealing with a martial alliance. Suddenly he felt that everything was not going according to plan and the battle alliance approached him from behind. They held Jin Yang-suk and made a trap around his neck that prevented him from getting out or escaping. Zhang Qian was surprised by this decision of the sheriff. He didn't understand why they decided to detain this particular upstart, but he was satisfied with this decision. Jin Yang-suk tried to find out from the sheriff why he decided to detain him instead of the stranger who started these fights here. The sheriff was very angry at this idiot's behavior, and said that the 9th person along with Jin Chang-suk were now lying on the floor unconscious. He said that it was not profitable for him to tolerate a person because of whom so many people suffered just because he lost his money. Jin Yen-suk did not expect that the sheriff would make exactly such a decision, and now he had nowhere to go. He set himself up and would be punished for it. The sheriff said that of all the fighters present here, only Jin Chang-suk and Moon Ju showed that they use martial arts, and at least somehow master them. And if this opponent is alone, then the sheriff himself can deal with him. After that, he said that his assistants would deal with everyone else. Jin Yen-suk began to threaten the sheriff that when his brother wakes up, he will definitely punish the sheriff for such an act. But the sheriff said that it was a bad idea to intimidate him. Then he snapped his fingers and thereby gave the order to his soldiers to kill this guy. The new alliance soldiers entered this correctly, and Jean was taken away as a prisoner. The sheriff stood in the center of the room and the rest of the members of the combat alliance began to enter the room. And the sheriff himself said that the elder brother would wake up and he would already be behind bars. Jiang Qian observed all the situations from the side and understood that because of him half the village was now arrested. All gang members were tied up with ropes and began to be taken out of the tavern one by one and taken to prison. The warriors of the Combat Alliance took those who were lying on the floor unconscious by the arms and legs and began to carry out their bodies. Jiang Qian took his straw hat from the table and wanted to put it on his head. When he put it on, he immediately headed to the exit to leave this place. The sheriff asked this guy to stop. He said that Jin Chang-suk is not a martial artist, but he is very good at fighting and was very surprised that the stranger could easily deal with him. He asked where this guy learned such martial arts. Jiang Qian heard the sheriff's question, but didn't want to answer it right away, thought about his question for a bit. He decided not to answer this question and instead continued to head towards the exit in order to get out of here. Jiang Qian put his hand into the inner pocket of his long jacket and pulled out a bag of money, after which he saw the owner of the establishment and said that this was money for the inconvenience caused. He put the bag of coins on the table and thanked the owner for feeding him delicious noodles. Jiang Qian continued to walk towards the exit of the establishment, and the sheriff watched this guy leave. There was nothing I could do and there was no way I could stop him, all he could do was watch him go. The sheriff noticed that this stranger is a very taciturn guy, and he clearly does not like to talk. When he left, the doors moved from side to side for some time. It was very hot in the desert, and the wind scattered the sand. I picked it up from the earth. Evening was already approaching, and at such a time it was very dangerous to be in the desert yourself. Jiang Qian saddled his horse and set off on a journey. He needed to find a new place where he could safely spend the night and relax. Yang Wen followed him and asked this guy to wait for him. After all, he wanted to go with him. He said that Jiang Qian alone was able to deal with all the problems in this city, but still continues to pretend that he was driven out of here. He asked why the boss made this particular decision. Jiang Qian replied that this was because one of the employees of the Fighting Alliance came for the criminal, and if he had already made noise, then it was better to leave the city. Yang Wen asked him if he was worried about people gossiping behind his back in this city. Yang Wen spoke about what he knows about the group of the Combat Alliance that patrols the local territories, and they may meet on their way. Yang Wen was surprised that the boss did not have time to do anything as the patrol group was already ready. However, this groom appeared Jiang Qian and single-handedly defeated all the criminals. He was surprised that the boss adapts to the circumstances so quickly and changes his shoes only because it's more profitable. Jiang Qian did not know what to answer to his interlocutor, and therefore simply continued to silently ride his horse. Yang Wen could not calm down and constantly called the members of the Combat Alliance idiots, or mentally retarded people, because smart people would not serve the Combat Alliance. He admitted that it was all very unexpected and asked if he wanted to work with him. A road sign appeared in front of them, pointing in two different directions, and they stopped their horses near this road sign. Yang Wen asked Jiang Qian where he was going because he wanted to go on a further journey with him. But Jiang Qian was not happy with this proposal and said that he wanted to get away from him and never see that vile face again. Yang Wen began to laugh and feel awkward. He tried to find out why he dislikes him so much. Jiang Qian replied that he hopes to never meet this swindler again. If this happens, then after all, he has enough brains to follow him, then he will break his leg. Yang Wen I tried to stop this guy and asked him to just listen to him. He wanted to somehow persuade him to take him with me, but Jiang Qian didn't even want to listen to the words of this charlatan and simply continued to ride forward alone. Yang Wen sat astride his horse and watched as his only friend is now driving away into the distance, and he can't do anything about it. He was left alone and all he cared about was that this guy was behaving very arrogantly, and where he even came from after all. This person does not look like people from the Anju Valley. He thought that it would be very good if he could find out some information about this person, because it could be very useful for him, and he could then sell this information. Yang Wen understood that he needed to move to the next city because the sun was already setting and it would be very dangerous to travel at night, and he would not be able to return back to this city. Night fell and the moon hung in the center of the sky. It illuminated the desert, and was the only source of light for lost travelers. He lit a fire and decided to stop and take a break to wait for the morning. He poured water from a jug into his glass. After this, Jiang Qian decided to drink water to remove his thirst. But he absolutely didn't like the taste of this water. He spat it out and couldn't even swallow it. It tasted disgusting and was impossible to drink, so the best choice for him was to cure the terrible water, and next time he saw that his horse was standing next to him and wanted something from him, she looked at him carefully. Suddenly the horse began to make strange noises and wave its head in different directions. She was very tired and fell to the ground to sleep. The horse did this very suddenly, and the owner did not understand her behavior. He was angry that the horse was acting so strangely and said that someday he would sell it at the market, or exchange it for a pair of new boots. After that, he placed the empty cup on the ground near him. He sat and watched the fire burn and tried to remember today and replay all the events that happened to him in his head. He remembered the sheriff who asked him where he learned these martial arts. He was very bored and decided to conduct a dialogue in his head and talk with his sheriff. He said that he learned this story about martial arts. After that, he let his head down and began to remember his past life, and he felt very sad about it. He remembered the time when he was still an ordinary guy in the real world, and even not to believe that he would actually fight using martial arts. He stood at the pedestrian crossing and waited for the light to turn green so that he could cross the road. At that moment he was reading stories about martial arts on his phone, and had a guitar hanging behind him. The traffic light was still red, which meant crossing the road was prohibited. But after a couple of seconds the traffic light turned green and pedestrians could finally cross the road. Zhang Qian hid his phone in his jacket pocket and began to cross the road. From around the corner you saw their car. It was a big bus that was rushing towards him and was not going to stop. He turned his head and saw this bus. The headlights blinded his eyes. A little girl walked ahead of him and also saw that a bus was coming towards her. She was confused and did not understand what to do. Zhang Qian felt that this was the moment when he had to save the life of this little girl, and he threw away his guitar and immediately jumped towards her to save her. The car was already very close and only one could survive. Zhang Qian was able to save a little girl and she survived. For his life he donated, and was hit by a car. Now he would be a corpse that bleeds on a crosswalk. People who found near the accident site looked with horror at the situation that happened here. The car hit an innocent guy and people immediately began to run to him in order to somehow help. On this day it was a very beautiful night, and there were a huge number of stars in the sky. It was impossible to count them, but they were beautiful to look at. Zhang Qian sent it all to hell and said that he no longer wants to remember it because it brings bad emotions to him. He took his hat, which was lying not far from him. He put this hat on his head and realized that it would be best for him to get some sleep now. Zhang Qian sat near the fire and tried to sleep in order to gain as much strength as possible before setting off. He still could not believe that in such a strange way he got into this world. Zhang Qian went on the road in the morning and said that if he touched domino at least once in his life, he would cease to consider himself a man, and was shocked that he had to go to the nearest city for so long. The horse was already very tired and it was hard for her to go further in the desert. It was very hot, and she was thirsty. They were driving through the desert, and did not understand how long they would have to be on the road. Zhang Qian saw something very strange and decided to stop here to take a closer look at what was happening there. The horse stopped listening to him, and he had to scold it so that it would stop and not move. He smelled the smell of blood that was carried on the wind, and the smell was very strong, as if a lot of people had died nearby. Near the broken caravan there were many corpses. Most of these people were killed with swords that were sticking out of their bodies. Everything in the area was stained with blood. There were dead merchants lying on the ground. They were also killed. Most likely they were attacked by bandits. Scattered around were the goods that the merchants were transporting. They were broken or scattered on the earth. Many people died for these goods. You can hear the voice of a man. He asked for help. Have mercy, save me. He said that he would give everything up only if they spared him. He asked not to kill him because if they kill him, he will not be able to give them anything. Opposite the person who asked for help stood a scary man. He was missing one eye and had a terrible scar on his right eye. He had very large teeth, strong build. He held his hands with a sword and told the merchant that he should have thought earlier. He asked the master for mercy, and said that he had a family and children. The merchant was ready to give him everything he had left to stay alive. But this did not stop the bloodthirsty bandit. The words of the merchant seemed unconvincing. He took his sword and cut off his head. The robber laughed when he saw the severed head flying in the air. After the bandit cut off the merchant's head, a whole pool of blood splashed out and stained everything it touched. The robber looked at the headless corpse, smiled and said that next time he advises him to say it right away. He's already an impatient man and it's better not to joke with him. He told his bandits that they had already done everything that they had to do, now they had finished. There was not a single person left alive from those who led this caravan. He ordered to take everything here and get out of here because they need to leave as soon as possible. He doesn't want anyone to find out that this was their doing. One bandit turned to the boss and said that these idiots had a lot of gold and jewelry, and now they won't have to worry about a lack of supplies and they can relax because these idiots will pay them a well-deserved vacation. One of the robbers pointed his finger at the top of the sandy mountain and told the boss that it looks like they haven't cleared everything here yet, and they have another problem. He was surprised that they had guests. He couldn't believe that someone really decided to come so close to them, and perhaps this rat had been watching them all this time. The bandit asked, "Is this guy standing there in the distance really so crazy that he decided to watch us and decided to show himself to them?" Zhang Qian said that it looks like these guys noticed him, and he needed to hide a little better. Now he will probably have another problem on his way. He said that he simply would not pay attention to them. Let them go their own way and for now he will mind his own business. The robbers began to shout very loudly and celebrate their triumph. After all, they had just robbed an entire caravan, but they were still not given peace of mind by the presence of this guy. They decided that they needed to saddle their horses and go to meet this stranger. They needed to stop him before he told the authorities about what the bandits had done. He thought that they didn't want to let me go just like that. Apparently he would have to try a little to get these guys to unhook from me. These fools still decided to attack him. This is their choice and he has no right to object to them. Zhang Qian took his hat with 2 fingers and adjusted it. He pulled his horse by the reins and told it to run forward. They needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. Although this horse was not the most intelligent creature on this planet, at the right moment she always obeys him. Zhang Qian forced the horse to gallop across these sandy plains. It ran so fast that it seemed to him that only lightning could catch up with them. The bandit shouted that this idiot was running straight at them. Is he really not afraid of them at all? Probably this guy just decided to come to them and die. He understands that he can't cope with them because there are more of them and they are stronger. They ran straight at him with their entire flock. But Zhang Qian was not afraid of them. He was ready to break through their defenses and show them what the real art of battle is. The leader of the pack shouted to the guy that he was an idiot and had gone completely crazy. He said that he would make him beg for his death. He would torture him until the guy admitted his insignificance. I ran to meet them in my hand. I already held the sword and was ready to enter into battle with them. In his past life, he read a lot about various battles and strategies. He read hundreds of stories about how one warrior is able to defeat a whole gang of robbers. This was his chance to prove that all the stories he read were true, and now is the time to find out about it. When he ran up to them as close as possible, he immediately began to swing his sword and chop their heads from their shoulders. He did it very quickly and delicately. They didn't even have time to understand anything. The bandit shouted that this crazy guy just killed Sang Young and Gyo Moon. He mercilessly cut off their heads. He said that he would cut off his head and take revenge on the stranger for the guys he just killed. This robber was very self-confident in his voice. Zhang Qian heard the anger and intent to avenge his brothers. But unfortunately he was too slow. He didn't even have time to defend himself from his sword. Zhang Qian very quickly cut him into 2 halves with a blow. When he ran past this guy, he saw a trail of his blood trailing behind him. With each murder he became angrier and angrier. He wanted to kill them all and he could no longer be stopped, because he again felt the taste of blood. Zhang Qian, with precise blows of his sword, cut off the heads of every robber who met him on the way. He tried to cut off the head or cut the enemy into 2 halves. He wanted to take revenge on them for the merchant they had recently killed. Such vile creatures as these robbers do not deserve the right to life. They consider themselves gods who can decide other people's destinies, and he is the one who can resist such creatures. After him, all that will remain from these robbers are mutilated bodies and a small group of corpses lying with severed limbs. The bandit was very scared because he understood that in front of them was a real martial artist. They didn't understand where this crazy man came from, how he found them, and decided to run away from the battlefield. The boss wanted to spit in the face of his bandits because they are pathetic weaklings who are unable to defeat one guy. The bandit said that the boss himself saw with his own eyes how he fights and they can't cope with him. This guy is a real sword master, and they won't be able to resist him. They were afraid of him because he single-handedly killed almost the entire gang. The boss approached one of his robbers and pierced him with his sword. He killed him so that this weakling would stop screaming and crying like a girl. The bandit asked what was going on, and why did he just kill this guy. He didn't do anything wrong, he was just trying to escape from this crazy warrior. He saw that the boss was coming towards him and began to ask for mercy and did not want to be killed. But the leader of the robbers was already very upset that these two guys ran away from the battlefield and did not fight with the stranger, so he took his machete and threw it right at his head. The big man died immediately after the machete blade pierced his head. His body could not stay on the horse and immediately fell to the ground. The boss looked at the body of the killed robber and walked past him, but in the end he still stepped on his face with his foot and pulled his sword out of his head. Zhang Qian drove closer to this man. It was their leader. It was immediately clear from him that he was a cruel man, but he was not afraid of him. They met his eyes. He looked at the stranger with his eye and Zhang did not see fear in him. He was not afraid of him at all even after I cut off the head of all his robbers. This man frightened him and at the same time fascinated him with his composure because human life meant absolutely nothing to him. He could afford to kill people and then sleep peacefully. Boss asked who this stranger is. He doesn't seem like a member of a fighting alliance, but he fights very efficiently. He said the leader of the robbers and Zhang answered him that he was just a respectable person passing by. The boss said, then you are a respectable person who was just passing by and killed all my professional thugs. Why didn't you go further? Just like that. Why did you decide to get involved in these problems? Zhang Qian said that he sees that the boss is not very smart because how could he allow himself to just pass by after seeing what they did here, and besides, how could he pass by them when they attacked him? The boss said that this is their job and nothing can be done about it. These are the rules of the game. They attack everyone who they don't like or who they consider suspicious. Zhang Qian said that killing people and robbing them is their job, and as far as he understands, Base is a professional in this matter. Base said that there is nothing else to do on the continent since 100 years have passed since its founding and nothing has changed. The boss was angry with upstarts who dress nicely and profit from poor people. The Fighting Alliance, which received the support of the Empire, of course feel very good here, and he admitted that he even envies them to some extent. The ancient clan of the previous dynasty also feels good on these lands. They quickly mastered it here. Or merchant unions that use and earn money, and many others who constantly receive incredible incomes are engaged in cleaning nonsense. But he was indignant that these creatures lined their pockets by torturing those who tried to settle on this continent for 100 years. They mocked them all this time while they were just trying to survive here. He was just trying to do the same as they did. After all, they themselves call it work, so why don't they call his business work? Because he puts a lot of effort into his work and is trying to be like them. Zhang Qian just listened to him and wanted to understand the motives of this monster. He needed to find out why he was killing innocent people, and it turned out he was just an offended child who was not allowed to work at a normal job. Zhang Qian could no longer stand this stupid chatter, and therefore decided to get off his horse. When he jumped to the ground, he said that he had just heard the stupidest nonsense he had ever heard. Zhang said that in fact the boss is the simplest crazy killer, obsessed with blood and easy prey, and he can't even imagine how much work these people have to do to have that kind of money. Zhang Qian wiped the blood from his sword so that he would have it clean. He likes it when his sword is stained with dirty blood. He sheathed his sword, raised his head to this bandit, and asked him. When the boss saw him, he asked if he was a member of the Combat Alliance, right? He opened his only eye wide in surprise and looked at the stranger with his stupid expression. Zhang Qian suggested that, therefore, there is a bounty on his head that could be very useful to him. When he heard his words, he turned away and began to laugh. At first it was a slight arrogant laugh, but then he began to laugh like a real psychopath. He turned to him, looked straight at him with his only eye and continued laughing. He couldn't stop at some point. He finally answered that there was a reward for his head. He got into a fighting stance and took out his sword to prepare for battle. He held his sword with both hands. Veins began to appear on his arms. He said that the reward will increase after people find out what he did. The boss said he won't let anyone take this award. He wondered how much this stranger's head would be worth after he killed him. Zhang Qian said that his friends were also as self-confident as he was and suggested that all thieves have this problem. Zhang Qian said that if the boss is so interested in how much his head is worth, then he will let him check it in battle. He said that he was already angry enough with this thug and there would be no mercy. The boss was at that moment accumulating red chakra in his hands. They stood opposite each other. Zhang Qian, as always, was in a cold mind and did not give in to emotions, but his opponent was completely different. He poured out all his rage and wanted to destroy him, intimidating him with his strength, but he was not afraid of him. The boss becomes uncontrollable, and this was his weakness. He could not control his aggression. You always need to wait for the right moments to attack, because it is better to deliver one precise blow to defeat than hundreds of blows that will lead to nothing. Jen said that those who guard this place must be very strong warriors. Suddenly the crow heard strange sounds. These were the sounds they made while preparing for battle. The bird realized that it was not alone here, and therefore it got scared and flew away. A crow flew over their heads and called the other birds to watch how two people would kill each other. The crows waited until one of us became another corpse. The robber ran straight towards Zhang Qian. He wanted to strike the first blow. The boss was like an indomitable flame that wants to burn everything in its path, but Zhang Qian preferred the wind technique, using a calm, sharp blow. 5 seconds. This is the time it takes to kill a person. This is the time that separates him between life and death. The guy began to convince his friend that there is no need to be afraid of this enemy because no one will recognize him anyway if he has a hood. The boss's face was red after he first met Zhang Qian's sword. This is the first time he sees such a face. At these moments, they take their last breath with the hope that they are safe and sound. But the reality is that when they take their first breath, blood begins to flow from their body. He fell to the ground exhausted. I managed to cut him into several pieces during the time he blinked. With his eyes, he didn't even understand what happened to him. Zhang Qian once again wiped the blood from his sword and sheathed it. He killed him so quickly that even he felt embarrassed by it, and he didn't even think that he could be so fast. Probably this guy really made him very angry with his stupidity. He decided to look at it after all and was wondering what was left after he collided with the sword. His body was cut into several pieces. One leg was cut off and I cut his arms in half. It was a terrible picture. But this is exactly the death this man deserved. Zhang Qian was about to leave here, but at some point he heard a man's voice. He shouted, "Hey warrior, come here." The guy turned around to see that it was a voice. Is anyone really still alive here after all this bloodbath? Someone can still talk. It was a merchant in blue clothes, and with a bloody face. He was exhausted, his fingers were broken, gathered all his strength to ask for help. Zhang Qian raised his hat and carefully decided to look at the person who asked him for help. He was surprised that this merchant was able to survive the attack by bandits. Zhang Qian came closer to him and helped him sit down. After that he examined his wounds and said that, fortunately, the important organs were not affected, but the merchant lost a lot of blood. He told the traders that in this state he would not last long. The merchant heard this information and was upset. He lowered his head down and thanked the guy for being straightforward. Now at least he understood that he had little chance of survival. He apologized to the guy and said that not only did he meet, but he had one request for this guy. The merchant pointed with his hand to the neighboring cart and said that his son was hiding there in the cart. He managed to hide his child under a cart at a time when the bandits were busy with other merchants.
Elder Gu Chongmyung dealt with the entire squad of flying demons in a few seconds. Not one of them could avoid death. Blood scattered in different directions.
He said that his child is now only 8 years old and is easily scared, but he is not a stupid guy and will not bother a stranger if he takes him with him. Zhang Qian asked where his mother was now, and the merchant replied that she died during childbirth and her relatives. The crowning glory of his son was that she died, so he left everything and moved to a new continent to start over with his son. He put his hand on his stomach and saw that he had lost a lot of blood. After that he said that he could not even imagine that everything would turn out exactly like this. The merchant told the guy that 3 days' drive from here to the east there is a village called Chan Sangik, and the boy's aunt lives in this village. She is the only wife in the family who loves him. He said that this woman knows martial arts and is well educated. She can generously reward a stranger for such help. Zhang Qian said that he doesn't know how to handle children, so he doesn't want to take on this and suggested that the merchant do this business himself. He accumulated chi energy in his fingers. The merchant was outraged by this guy's answer, but he still did not understand what would happen next. Because Zhang Qian began to lightly touch his stomach with his fingers. This merchant's wound was healed after the stranger touched his stomach with his fingers. His skin began to heal and the blood disappeared. The merchant felt the pain in his stomach disappear and he felt much better. He was very surprised when he saw that this stranger could use acupuncture with his bare hands. Zhang Qian replied that it was the merchant who understood such things and he did everything very quickly, so the merchants still need to see a doctor. He asked the merchant if he had any medicine or bandages. But the guy himself at that moment was thinking that in this world it is possible to conduct acupuncture sessions with bare hands. In this world, an acupuncture session is performed by an experienced doctor. He carefully finds the blood vessels and inserts thick needles into them. In addition, to master this skill you need to study a lot. Only experienced specialists do acupuncture. Of course, the residents of Murim know what acupuncture is. The doctor answered the guy that no martial artist had ever asked him to teach him acupuncture before. But Zhang Qian understood that if he learned this skill with his bare hands, he would be able to heal wounded soldiers or even himself. People in this world believe that the lightning-fast crushing attacks of the Imperial Army are the most powerful form of martial arts. But they are wrong. The merchant asked the stranger how he could thank him for what he did for him. Zhang Qian said that as a sign of gratitude he would take some coins from this merchant. It would be a better reward. The merchant replied that he would no problem reward this traveler with money for saving him from bandits and healing his wounds. He said that he needed to get to his son and asked the guy to help him get up and walk to the next cart. They moved slowly because the merchant was still seriously wounded and had difficulty moving. When they approached the cart, the merchant immediately began to call for his son. He shouted his name Huang.
The elder looked at him and said that a guy who is capable of wielding the notorious demonic energy cannot just cry like.
Huang got out from under the cart, and was very happy when he saw his dad. He started crying. They hugged each other and didn't want to let go, because after everything they had experienced here, they didn't think that they would be able to see each other alive again. The merchant said that he was not feeling very well and asked the boy to be a little more careful when he hugs him. Huan just now saw that his father was covered in blood and asked his dad what happened to him. His father said he was fine, except that he had been stabbed with a sword and had a small wound in his stomach.
There was only one thing needed, they just gave him one more chance, so after a while the same scoreboard that he had already seen several times popped up in front of his eyes.
He started screaming very loudly and asking his father not to close his eyes. He saw that he felt very bad. Zhang Qian heard the boy's screams and calmed him down. He said that the father simply lost consciousness because he felt relief, and soon he would come to his senses again. Huan looked in surprise at the man who was not far from him. He had not noticed him before. This man said that his father lost a lot of blood. That's why he feels so bad now. Huang asked this stranger who he was and what his name was. He told this boy his name, and said that his name was Zhang Qian. Huang didn't know what to say to strangers in such situations, and just remembered his name. He said that he doesn't know what blood loss is and they don't understand why it affects his father so badly. Zhang Qian did not intend to sit here and communicate with this child for a long time, so he simply tried to collect all the resources he needed from the box and leave here. He closed the wooden box when he realized that there was nothing more to look for there. He found a bottle of medicinal drugs in the drawer that could help his father, and threw this bottle to the boy. Zhang Qian told the boy to treat his father's wound and then bandage it. Then he would feel better. Huan asked the stranger where he was going to go now. Zhang Qian replied that he wanted to bring a horse for them so that they could get out of here. Then he said that they would not be able to take the cart because it was broken. So he asked the boy to collect everything they needed and wait for him here. Zhang Qian began to go to the battlefield where he fought against the bandits because their horses should be there. Huan didn't understand anything at all. He was confused. After all, this man didn't explain anything to him. The boy assumed that this man would take them to the village. Zhang Qian went out to the battlefield and began to look out for the horses. He understood that they could not run far and were somewhere nearby. Suddenly he saw one horse that was standing near its dead owner, and did not leave him. He thought that this was an ideal horse to give to a merchant with a child.
Different thoughts came into his head and he couldn't decide where to stop. He had to make a choice as always.
The animals didn't mind leaving here, but it was very smart, and therefore continued to look at its dead owner. On the reins of this horse it was written that it belongs to the captain of the 3rd Division, whose name is Kim Su-duk. Zhang Qian read this inscription and said that this is too simple a name for such a thug and they could come up with something more interesting. Zhang Qian sat down on one knee next to his body and carefully began to examine the corpse. He thought that if this is the captain of the 3rd squad, then there are also the 1st and 2nd squads.
Coy caught himself thinking that the inscription above Jik-san had disappeared. It could only be because the young man had already...
He sat next to his body for a few more seconds and suddenly saw this man's sword and thought that he needed to solve this matter for sure. Zhang Qian asked the father and child if they were ready to hit the road, but they didn't answer anything and just sat silently and looked at him with frightened eyes. He didn't understand why they were looking at him like that. It seemed very strange to him. But at that moment he tied the severed head of the leader of this gang to his horse. The merchant replied that everything was fine and I couldn't go here. But in fact, he was very scared when he saw the severed head. It was very quiet and calm in the desert. At some point the wind began to lift sand from the earth. They hit the road and drove past scattered things that were left after the bandit attack. Huan looked around carefully and tried to see everything that was happening here. He was very interested, but all he saw was just a bunch of corpses that lay on the ground and flowed with blood. Some of them had weapons sticking out of their chests, these were axes or swords, and some were deprived of their limbs. The father understood that his child should not have seen this, but at the same moment, he could not forbid him to look at it because this is real life and the boy should get used to this from childhood.
Coy looked in the mirror at himself and at this inscription and still didn't know what to do now while he was here because the enemy was waiting for him at every...
The father hugged his son with his arms so that he would not worry and could sleep peacefully while I was not riding a horse. Zhang Qian thought that evening rain and wild animals were destroying everything that was left after the battle. After a short period of time, all these corpses will no longer be there. He wondered whether they would become gloomy ghosts of the underworld or be reborn like this man. No one knew the answer to this question. But he hoped that they would go to a place where they could forget about the pain and difficulties of life. This fleeting thought is the only thing he could allow himself in this wilderness. They walked all day towards the nearest town, and at some point night fell. They decided to make a halt and lit a fire. The fire burned very brightly and warmed their bodies in the darkness of the night.
Mantis looked at him very carefully today. Strangely enough, he did not shout and he even really liked the way this young man addressed.
He thought that this merchant looked very bad and at this rate he wouldn't last 2 days. You couldn't demand more from him because he already sat on a horse, being on the verge of death, and if he rode faster, they would start bleeding sooner.
Everything was the same as last time. Mantis said what he thought about this young man in front of him Coy, and he had already mentioned him more than once.
He asked the merchant if there were other villages on the way to John Sangik, and the man told him that there was one village, and he was going to spend the night there.
The young man thought to himself that this situation is different from last time. They behave much more politely towards him than...
Zhang Qian asked the man if there was a doctor there, and how long it would take to go there. The merchant said that it wouldn't take long to get to this village on horseback, and they would already be there by lunchtime tomorrow. But if you take into account the speed that I moved today, you'll have problems with that. Zhang Qian said that most likely, at the speed at which they were traveling, they would only arrive in this village tomorrow evening and suggested that they go to bed so that the merchant could gain strength before the trip.
He remained on his knees for some time and lowered his head down to the floor. He now needed to give an answer.
Zhang Qian saw the severed head lying not far from him and said that his difficulties were not only due to the merchant from one more person. The head lay near the wall and a shadow from the fire formed around it. The fire continued to burn brightly even though it was already morning. The sun appeared in the sky and illuminated the surface of the earth with its rays. A detachment of fighters found corpses lying on the ground and saw one of the dead bandits. One man said that he died yesterday afternoon. The same person said that they were all killed at about the same time, and most likely it could have been done by one person. The head of this detachment said that it is most likely you who are the bandits they are looking for, and it looks like they were killed after they robbed the cart. The soldier said that they overestimated these bandits, and who could even think that they would all be killed in this way. The commander said that everything is not so simple and during robberies they are divided into 3 detachments, and then get together and divide the stolen money. but now there is only one detachment here. He was tired and happily informed his partner that now there was one less bandit group. He immediately thought that it was unreasonable for the two of them to try to deal with everyone at once.
Mantis didn't quite understand the young man's reaction, and for him it was very sudden. He didn't understand why Sol Y wanted to cut off his hand.
The guy scratched his head and replied that most likely he would not be able to pay for the medicine. The commander said that he noticed something interesting. He reported that the people in the cart did not particularly resist, but did not understand what happened on the battlefield. He suggested that most likely another person appeared and he was not traveling separately in the cart. This person then killed all these people. My partner asked how one person could do all this. The commander of this small detachment turned out to be a girl, and she said that one person did it in each corpse. You can see the handwriting of his blows, but she doesn't understand how he did it. They were driving through the desert, and were already beginning to approach the nearest village in the desert. A strong wind began to appear. The merchant said that this stranger's horse looked very bad, and it seemed to him that he was dying. Zhang Qian looked at this merchant in surprise and tried to understand why he was saying this. The merchant said that for the first time he saw a horse sleeping with its tongue hanging out. The boy replied that his grandfather had the same bull. His name was Kun Kun. Zhang Qian was unhappy that this boy was behaving this way. He didn't like that Huang considered him his friend. The boy said that the bull that his grandfather had behaved exactly the same as a man and his grandfather treated him badly. The merchant replied that 5 years had passed since his grandfather passed away, and the boy still remembers. Huang said that he remembers this bull very well because he loved to watch it. Zhang Qian could not calm down because every time he looked at the merchant, he saw that he was getting worse and worse. He was holding on with all his strength. But if they find a doctor today, then this can be fixed. Otherwise he may die. He heard the sounds of hooves and realized that someone was approaching them. When he turned his head he saw a herd of horses and a rider, and realized that they were already here. Zhang Qian was very surprised that they caught up with them so quickly. This is all due to the fact that they could not go faster, and therefore new problems will arise now. The merchant did not understand why they stopped because it would still take a long time to get to the village. The guy replied that they were being chased by a crowd of annoying idiots who wanted to kill them. The merchant got scared and said that they have big problems. After all, if now they have to fight with these people, then they definitely won't get to the village today. Perhaps they won't get out of here alive at all. The riders continued to approach faster and faster towards the travelers. The merchant asked the guy who these people were and whether they were enemies or friends for them, and the guy replied that judging by where their spears were pointed, they were clearly not running here with friendly intentions. He ordered the merchant and the child to go to the village without him, and in the meantime he would distract attention and then catch up with them. The merchant was afraid for his companion, and said that it was very dangerous to confront all these people alone. But Zhang said that it was not the time for him to take care of others, he needed to save his life. So he went to the village. He said that these people want revenge and they will persecute him, so it's better to fight them. Zhang Qian reminded the merchant that he had to pay him, and therefore he needed him alive. So it would be best if he immediately went to the village. He stood and waited for his enemies to approach and his daughter to deal with him. The merchant said that he would go to the village and take care of housing and food, so when the guy arrives in the village he can rest. Zhang Qian asked the merchants to take care of his son and be careful when he arrives in the village. He should immediately find a doctor.
2 gentlemen sat and talked among themselves. Everything that they had just seen seemed very funny to them and caused laughter.
Zhang Qian understood that he was now facing a serious battle. His eyes lit up yellow. An eagle flew in the sky and looked out for its prey, indicating to its tribe where to move. The bandits approached their enemy and stopped. The eagle flew over the battlefield, and the guy himself stood still and waited for them to start their conversation. The leader of the bandits stepped forward a little to start a conversation with this guy. He said that all this time they were following the trail of the monster that killed his brother, and there was only one trail, and it led them here. This time there were much more bandits than in the 3rd detachment that he killed yesterday.
Among any options that fate did not provide for elections, there is always one option that will lead to survival or death. Now he could calmly go and mind his own business, which is what he went to do. Now he was not afraid. The only thing he realized for himself is that he will never forget, and it will stay with him forever because it is very important to him.
He threw that head to the ground and asked, was this man's brother really named Kim Sudiak? His head fell to the ground and began to roll towards these bandits. The guy deliberately threw it like that so that they could get a better look at it.
When the young man went inside this department, he was immediately asked his name. He replied that his name was Sol Y.
These people were bloodthirsty murderers and immoral bandits. But even they had never seen such cruelty.
The man who asked further questions continued to ask the young man in a calm tone what place he occupied in the basic educational institution.
His eyes began to turn red and his pupils resembled the color of blood, and the veins and capillaries in his eyes began to burst when he saw this. The head and bleeding of his dead brother lay in front of him. He could not believe that this was actually true. The third brother went up to the leader and said that this was really their younger brother, and he was now lying headless in front of them. They looked at each other to decide what they would do next and how they would deal with this monster. The second brother said that if this man alone dealt with the third detachment and killed his younger brother, this means that he is not as simple as he seems. The older brother asked his bandits to bring this guy to him alive because he wants to torture him and make him beg for death. They raised their weapons and said that they would carry out this order, and a hellish fate would await this person. They began to offend towards this stranger and wanted to avenge the third captain and their brother. All the bandits were inspired by the desire for revenge. They started shouting and waving their weapons in different directions. In this way they were trying to intimidate this stranger.
The man led the young man through the department building for a very long time. First they went up and then they went down in some
But Zhang Qian was not afraid of threats and shouting at these people. He calmly continued to stand in place and wait for the moment when they attack him. His face was hidden under his hat, and it was hard to understand what emotions he was experiencing right now. He raised his head up and activated his unique ability, thanks to which fury awakens in him. They ran along the valley and the partner decided to ask his captain Juk say where they were running and who they were pursuing. Juk said that before them, someone had already looked at the crime scene and these were most likely bandits from other units of that gang. So they are now running on the trail of the guy who killed all these bandits. The partner asked the captain if it was really someone who was headless and that was the captain of the third squad, and Ju answered that it was the leader. Ju said that the killer acted professionally. He killed everyone at once and left no one alive. They didn't even have time to come to their senses before they were already dead. The partner said that the girl is a very good investigator and even better than their commander. He suggested that the girl look at the patrol officers and try herself for a new position. Otherwise the old man only knows how to suck up the bosses. They ran along the tracks left by the bandits running here. The girl tried not to miss this trail and get to her destination as quickly as possible. She got angry because my partner was constantly talking. I asked him to shut up and drive in silence because he didn't let her concentrate. Then she saw that the tracks had changed direction and changed the trajectory. The partner continued to follow her and said that he would no longer talk in vain. Ju wanted to personally see a man who could single-handedly take down an entire squad of armed bandits. She couldn't afford to let him go. She didn't understand how he managed to get rid of the bandits who used demonic power so easily. Is this a man who himself wants to take possession of demonic power? Zhang Qian did not want to wait any longer, and he began the battle by running on his horse past the enemies and cutting their bodies with his sword. The opponents tried to strike him with their weapons and somehow hurt him or injure him, but it was all pointless because he very deftly dodged all the attacks and remained unharmed.
Of course, this one will shout that the young man dirty reared up, who was just appointed to a responsible service, and he behaves like that.
He continued to ride forward and left behind only a trail of corpses and blood. He called these bandits stupid idiots because they attack all together at once. This is the most senseless decision on their part. He continued to strike them with his sword and kill the bandit at a very fast speed. He did not leave them alive and struck them with blows, after which they died a painful death. The second brother understood that he needed to intervene in the fight because a lot of fighters died in battle and decided to start fighting this guy. But as soon as he entered the duel, he immediately received a wound in his chest. Zhang Qian decided that this opponent should be fought in a slightly different way, and he mounted his horse in order to make a jump. The guy kicked off the horse with his feet and did a somersault in the air in order to deliver a powerful blow. He spun in the air around his axis and created a sharp wheel with the blade of his sword. The commander of the second detachment was shocked by the abilities of this guy. He did not believe his eyes. He had never seen anything like this in his life. Faster sword strikes cut through space and caused great damage to everyone who came under this sword. After jumping, Zhang Qian did another somersault and landed on the ground. The bandit did not have time to notice the guy's quick movements, but suddenly felt incredibly strong pain.
This scene alone, when the secretary could grab the young man and throw him to the ground, horrified him.
He lost control of his horse and fell to the ground, blood flowing from his chest. On this day on the battlefield there was blood everywhere, the blood of bandits who wanted revenge but in the end did not die on the battlefield. Zhang Qian stopped for a moment, and said that he was surprised at how these bandits used their demonic energy. He didn't expect that they knew how to use it. The elder brother was horrified by the fact that he only saw that the stranger had died of the second detachment, as well as the cruelty of both the captain and the third detachment. He did not understand what the captain should do now. Zhang Qian said that now he will take revenge on them for all the bad deeds that he did not do.
He could not guarantee anything to himself, so when the secretary turned and asked what he needed, and since he called him, then let him speak.
The corpses of the bandit were scattered on earth, bloody and missing their limbs. Zhang Qian brutally killed his opponents and turned the battlefield into a bloody land. The commander of the first detachment took out his sword and said that all his brothers and comrades died at the hands of pity and rats. He pointed his sword at the enemy and said that he would cut his throat with his own hands. Zhang Qian was not afraid of this man's threats and calmly continued to stand in front of him. Holding his sword in his hand, he was ready to fight. He noticed that this man had a different aura from all the other bandits. This man was much stronger than the others. Strong winds began to appear on the battlefield and raise sand into the air. The man began to accumulate demonic energy in his ball and said that he had not seen such a good warrior for a long time who knows martial arts, and it would be fun for him to fight against such an enemy.
The young man thought about the words of this secretary and he decided that he needed to stay here for a while until he could regain his strength.
Zhang Qian understood that this man was not bluffing and he actually had great strength. He clearly saw his fighting strength, and it was cloudy and hard to see right away. But even his sword radiated energy.
He thought about what he should do to defeat his offenders now. He needed to become stronger and gain new knowledge.
He took his hat with his hand and took it off. Zhang Qian said that he was not going to spare his opponent, and showed him his crazy eyes that burned yellow like fire. He threw his hat aside and said that it was time to end this gang once and for all and kill the last member of this ball of rats. Demonic forces, with their help you can collect combat energy up to 10 times faster than in the usual way.
He became interested in everything that was written in this book, so he sat down and read it carefully. Still, no one was watching him or controlling his work.
Ever since the Supreme Demon Chu, King Hantu, gained power, people began to use demonic powers to quickly accumulate energy. They began their battle and struck each other very fast and strong blows, but both were experienced and therefore they did not succeed in killing each other right away.
It was something new. Out of the blue, this table appeared before his eyes, and not at all in order to make some kind of choice, but with the question of what the young man wanted. Of course, such a question on the board took the young man by surprise. He was not ready to answer this question right away. He needed to think a little.
Most of those who use demonic powers go insane due to their violent and mysterious nature, which turns them into demons.
The young man had just read a book and there were 3 main skills that were mastered and they were described in this book. Several more inscriptions appeared on the board, of which they said that martial arts had a white glow. This window was open and the young man could use it.
Zhang Qian finally decided to launch his counterattack. He was tired of constantly dodging and blocking blows, so he decided that it was time to strike himself. He mercilessly struck at his opponent. He understood that his enemy had already turned into a monster thirsty for blood and unable to recognize his own mother and his own child. He struck hard and cut his enemy's hand. The captain felt very strong pain in his hand. His rage became even greater. He was no longer able to control his emotions, and he just wanted to kill his enemy.
Everything that was happening to him now was most likely because of the very book that was in his hands. He finally found it.
Zhang Qian understood that his enemy was delivering very fast and strong blows and now he could only defend himself and dodge them. He noticed that his anger fueled his strength, and he was only becoming stronger. Zhang Qian blocked another attack with his sword and saw that his sword was beginning to crack and break. It could not withstand such a load. In addition, the energy of his sword, which at first was cloudy and incomprehensibly has now completely cleared and became crystal clear. He has ideal demonic energy. Zhang Qian didn't understand how strong this guy was and what he was even capable of. The battle of these two experienced warriors gained new momentum, and their swords danced a bloody dance. They fought to the last drop of blood, and the captain shouted that he was not like his pathetic bandits. Zhang Qian tried to dodge these blows, but each time the sword came closer and closer to his face, he stopped noticing him. Zhang Qian said that neither in the Central Valley nor on this new continent did he encounter a sword with energy. It's more difficult than he thought. But he had to cope with his opponent. He simply had no other choice.
It was very strange to watch how a huge shadow appeared in the middle of this library. It had a sword in its hands, but it was quite alive. This suddenly appeared figure, that same shadow, moved very purposefully, showing some movements reminiscent of an exercise with a ball. The young man looked at this very figure as if spellbound and followed every movement that she performed in front of him.
Zhang Qian's sword fell to the ground and remained there. Its blade was broken. The guy understood that he couldn't give up even without having a weapon with him. He had to fight to the end, and he knew that he had succeeded because this battle was difficult to win with the help of swords. He needed to change tactics. He ran around the captain and came behind him, after which the guy used martial arts techniques and turned his fingers into hard stone, and before he struck this blow, he said that it would be very painful. He clenched his hand into a fist and was preparing to inflict a very strong gift. He had accumulated a huge amount of energy in his fist in order to inflict as much damage as possible. He landed his punch right in the back and went into him, and tried to break some of his bones. The captain felt incredible pain. He did not expect this guy to hit him from behind. Zhang Qian delivered a quick blow with his fists from different sides and constantly changed his place so that the enemy did not have time to understand where he was. Zhang struck his enemy in the chest and broke several ribs at once. He hit him with an uppercut right in the jaw and broke several of his teeth. He used a huge number of blows and spent most of his energy to kill his enemy, and now all that remains is to watch whether he stands or falls. The captain began to scream in pain and lost his balance. He dropped his sword from his hands. His sword fell to the ground and he began to spit blood. After all, he had very severe internal damage after these attacks. Zhang Qian dealt him a crushing thunderclap, which is used in the Imperial Army. The captain fell and began to bleed. He was no longer able to fight. If people saw this battle or watched it from the side, they would probably approach the hero and ask him if he was a warrior of the Imperial Army. But Zhang Qian would answer that he had nothing to do with this. This technique is called internal destruction. He invented it himself. Every time he uses it, he is surprised at its power. Internal destruction is a technique that can kill any opponent no matter how much power he wields.
Today was the same ordinary day as the previous ones. Nothing happened in the department, everything flowed.
He looked into the open eyes of the dead captain and realized that alone he was able to destroy an entire bandit group that the soldiers had been unable to do for so long. Zhu and his partner were still able to find the battlefield and followed the tracks to this exact place. But even here, only a huge number of corpses and dead bandits awaited them. The partner said that these corpses were killed in the same way as those who had not seen them before. Here everything is repeated in the same way as in the last place. She hit him on the cheek so that he would shut up and stop interfering with her concentration. Zhu immediately realized that the murder of all these people was done by the same guy. He was able to kill them all alone for the second time, and he was now standing right in front of her. Zhang Qian decided to take a short rest after such a difficult battle and drink water. But suddenly he heard the sound of hooves and realized that strangers were approaching here again. He continued to calmly drink water and wondered when they would finally put him in peace. He heard a female voice asking him who killed all these people. The guy at that moment wiped his mouth with his hand and looked at the girl. He replied that he single-handedly killed all these bandits. The girl at that moment got off her horse and approached him. She hid her eyes under her hat, just like him, in order to make it hard to understand her emotions. Juk Sayin was fearless at times like this, and decided to get as close as possible to this guy and look at him. She took off her hat so he could see her face, which helped her gain a little confidence in him. Then she put her hand into her inner pocket, and started looking for something in it. She pulled out a badge with her name written on it. The girl introduced herself and said that her name was Juk Sayin, and she was from the 71st Patrol Squad of the Murim Union. Zhang Qian carefully read everything that was written on this badge and made sure that the girl was not lying to him. After that she asked who he was. He looked at her trustingly and was silent for a couple of seconds, but in the end he still decided to tell her his name, and said that his name was Zhang Qian. Her partner approached the body of the killed commander and began to examine him. She tore his shirt to look at the wounds that were on his body, and when she saw his wounds she was shocked. Zhang Qian carefully watched this girl in order to understand what he was doing, but in the end he still decided to ask her personally and find out what she was doing. Her partner approached him and told him that this girl was looking for the source of demonic powers. This is actually their squad. The girl carefully tried to find the source of his demonic power. At some point she felt that it was in the chest area. She pulled out a bloody book from his body and threw it to her partner, after which she told him to burn it. He caught the book with his own hands and said that he thought that these bandits had a book.
Carrying books from bottom to top was sheer tedium and did not bring pleasure to the young man, but he had no other choice while he was here.
At that moment the guy seemed to wake up. He said that he was so carried away by this matter that he forgot to introduce himself. He bowed to the master and said that his name was San Ho and thanked the stranger for removing this demon.
The young man heard someone's footsteps approaching while he was here. Almost no one came to him here in the library from the very first day.
Juk asked the guy if he really single-handedly killed the captain of the first detachment west of here, and he answered that it was true. They threw the book on the floor and doused it with kerosene and then set it on fire so that it would burn once and for all. Zhang Qian said that he was not only the captain of the first squad, he killed all 3 captains who were here. He even showed the dead captain, and San Ho immediately decided to check if the other captains had the same books in order to burn them. They found another book and burned it because these books have incredibly demonic energy. Zhang Qian approached the girl and asked if she was actually from the Murim Union Patrol Squad. If so, he wanted to ask one question: can she pay him a reward for killing these 3 captains? He wanted to find out from this girl whether there was actually a reward for the heads of these bandits, because he did not know where the local branch of the Murim Union was located. John said that because he killed these thugs right and left, someone is constantly chasing him and hunting him as if he were a criminal. Juk finally understood his motives and she felt better. She realized that he just wanted to make money. She said that fortunately she has such powers and she will give the guy a reward for the heads of these demons and for doing their work. But she said that she only has bonds with her. So to exchange bonds for money you need to find a trade association, or the imperial city. He scratched his beard and thought that bonds were not such a bad option, and, in principle, if he could then exchange them for money, he could take advantage of it. He thought that sooner or later he would be able to exchange them for money. Therefore, he agreed to take the bonds from the girl.
This gentleman asked my oak man what he was doing here. What did he need? Solvay video that he was tasked with tidying up the shelves and he was here as a librarian. This gentleman said if he is moving here then that's great and asked permission to ask the young man something. Solvay said that he was ready to listen to him and give him any answer.
She said that his fighting skills are much stronger than any demonic powers. Why would he need demonic powers that he can easily handle with his bare hands is stupid. She said that they had better start looking for secret alliances now. Juk saddled her horse, looked at her partner, and told him to look at Sang Yung's body because it seemed to her that his internal organs were damaged. Sang Ho saw his body and was shocked that he was killed by a crushing thunderclap, and this means that the guy who killed him is a soldier of the Imperial Army. The girl said that they need to find out. San Ho asked why they always have so much to do and when they finally have a rest, but the girl said that she found a bandit in the map of the bandit lair from the first captain. They need to go there. She said that they need to go to this lair as quickly as possible because the bandits usually kill adult captives and kidnap children in order to sell them. They must save these children. When San Ho heard that the children are now in danger, I can't save him like that, he immediately didn't want to rest. San Ho was very interested. Did this warrior know that these bandits were torturing them? Perhaps this was one of the reasons why he killed the bandits. One thing they knew for sure was that soon they would have to meet this warrior again.
Solvay sat looking at the board and couldn't make a choice. He was afraid to click on one of the 2 options. Each of these options could be wrong.
When Zhang Qian arrived in the village, he was already met on Central Street near the entrance by a merchant along with his child. Huan was very happy when he saw his warrior uncle. He would be delighted that this uncle returned here alive.
He tried to analyze the situation, but time flew by so quickly that he did not have enough time to choose one of the options.
Zhang Qian was happy that he saved these two people and they can now feel happy. He decided to stop and rest a bit before setting off on his journey again.
The gentleman looked suspiciously at the young man and asked him whether he really hadn't seen this book and it hadn't caught his eye the whole time.
He decided to take a short break and deal with his affairs that he had accumulated, and just relax in a pleasant company. Zhang Qian could not sleep that night. He lay and looked at the moon that was visible through the window in his room. He thought about how this business would end tomorrow and hoped that he would be able to get some rest. The next day there were a lot of people in the village of Chansangik. All the merchants went to work and customers were constantly choosing new goods from them. Trade carts and carriages with important people were constantly lying around the square. There were also many different warriors in the city. They chose new weapons and armor for themselves.
Mister, the same gate that came here to the library came out of this library and walked along the long corridor. The young man remained standing in the middle of the library holding that very book in his hands. The young man relaxed and thought that this was all over and this gentleman would not bother him anymore. He managed to outwit him very successfully. But for some reason the gentleman stopped and folded his hands in front of him. He didn't say anything. He stood there for a while.
The merchant said that they had already come to the woman he was talking about, and warned the guy that she was not like other women. She went out onto the balcony, and saw that below it was worth taking her, and her nephew Huang was riding on a horse. She was surprised that they didn't arrive so soon, but then she immediately smiled and called the guests to her place on the second floor. But she was surprised that there was another person with them. The merchant helped his son get off his horse and then told the guy that he could come in with them. Zhang looked carefully at this building and realized that the owner makes very good money if she owns such an establishment.
The young man did not know how to behave correctly. After all, it was in his hands that that very book was located and this gentleman.
She brought him a bag of money and said that it was a small gift for his kindness. He took the red bag of coins in his hand and felt that the girl decided to thank him with all her heart because the bag was heavy. He thanked the girl for such a generous reward and could not believe that he actually got so much money. The merchant said that they should thank him because only thanks to him they got there safely and were able to stay alive. He invited the guy to stay with them for a couple of days. Zhang asked the owner of this house where the nearest blacksmith and trade association are located in this city. She said that she would definitely tell him and lead him to these places.
Therefore, the Lord of the Supreme Court did not want to listen to the young man anymore and decided to finish him off to the end. He dealt him several fatal blows. The young man could not resist such power from the Lord of the Supreme Court and therefore he took the blows. Blood scattered in all directions.
He asked the guy where he learned martial arts because he also wants to be as strong. He said that in Zhongwen there are a couple of martial arts masters who teach for money. The skills themselves shine for me, but they teach well. In general, he studied this in different places. Huang looked at the warrior in surprise and said that he heard that martial arts are taught only in special schools, so it was with the old traditional schools and ancient families on the new continent. This is something like a preparatory course for those who want to join the Imperial Army, and as soon as you get into this army you will begin to study real martial arts and earn money from them. Huang finally understands why the Imperial Army soldiers are considered true martial artists. The lady said that they have already arrived at the place. She said that this forge is the best of the 3 forges in all of Chansangik. Zhang looked at the badge that hung near the blacksmiths. They usually hang it so that people can notice the forge from afar. But for some reason the guy was surprised every time he saw this badge. He decided to choose a new sword for himself because his was broken after the last battle.
Although he remembered everything perfectly and all the training was in his head and he knew all the white glow martial art techniques.
He exchanged the pieces of paper that the girl in the desert gave him for real money and earned a good amount.
Next, tools appeared on the table. These were medicinal herbs and nutritional bars, a map. The young man had not seen this and thought it was something new.
He approached a merchant who sold straw hats and decided to buy himself the most expensive new hat. Now he looked great and his image was complete. He felt happy and he liked this village much more than the previous one. The lady asked this warrior if he liked to drink because she had very good wine. The guy answered her with gratitude for this offer. She said that it was time for him to leave. Huang said that his aunt cooks very tasty and asked the warriors to stay at least one more day, and he wanted to learn how to fight. John said that he could not teach the boy martial arts because he did not stick to one direction, said that his aunt would teach him better. She is also a martial arts master. He remembered that moment when she gave him the bag of money and felt the energy in her hand. He immediately knew that she was a martial arts master. The mistress felt embarrassed because this guy immediately noticed her martial abilities, and the boy was delighted that her aunt was also a martial artist. John said that he would leave the city before sunset and thanked the girl for showing him the way. He looked at the boy and said goodbye to him. And he wished him good luck in his future life and said that if the boy wanted, he would definitely learn to fight.
He took this bar into his hands and decided that he needed to try his table. It was written that this bar increases health by The young man began to eat it. He immediately liked the aroma that came from this bar and he was very pleased to bite it.
The lady also saw something special in this guy. She wouldn't mind if he stayed overnight at her house, but all they couldn't do was just stand and watch him go there or leave the city territory. She saw how the boy was not taking his eyes off him and immediately realized that the boy liked the image of this guy. She told him that men don't cry and he immediately wiped his tears.
As he walked, he decided that the more he thought, the more he realized that he needed luck and only thanks to it could he survive.
The boy asked her to teach him martial arts, and she understood that it was yours. He gave this boy a dream for his whole life. Zhang Qian rode through the desert, as always, completely alone towards new adventures. Zhang Qian went to the next city, which was much larger in size than the cities before. He visited the nearest tavern and started gambling again. The man sitting at the table with him said that the guy was very bad at playing dominoes.
This color was very unnatural and very strange, but it blinded the young man's eyes so much that he couldn't see anything.
The man I was sitting to his right at the table said that the guy is terrible at playing dominoes and he has absolutely no playing skills. John was angry because he couldn't win at these guys and he felt angry. They won a good amount of money from this guy, and so one of the men ordered the owner of the establishment another bottle of alcohol. John was very upset because he used his fighting energy to see if the players sitting at the table with him were cheating, but they did not cheat, and he lost to them in a private game. This meant that the guy was actually very bad at this game.
He regretted absolutely nothing and did not understand whether he would have such an opportunity again or whether this was his last opportunity.
They said he shouldn't carry a sword if he couldn't even win at gambling because someday he might get stabbed for it. But he said that he is capable of taking care of himself, and he does not need the advice of these men. John said that he lost all his money to these guys and now he can't continue playing, so he has to leave. Continuing this entire conversation, the captain said that the future king needs to be bolder and show knowledge of the laws of his country. He was upset because he realized that he had never been a good player, and this upset him. Suddenly he heard music at the next table and wondered what those beautiful sounds were. At the middle table sat a man in a straw hat and red clothes playing a musical instrument. This man's face was not visible, but his music captivated her. It was impossible to tear her away from her. She wanted to listen to it more and more. The future king said that everyone knows that His Majesty does not complain about physical activity. John was delighted with this music. Listening to it brought great pleasure. He received incredible pleasant emotions when this melody fell into his ears. The musician continued to play the mandolin and did not pay attention to the visitors of this establishment. He played for himself. Visitors heard this music and put aside their business. They wanted to enjoy this wonderful moment and take a break from ordinary affairs. The tavern immediately came to life when the music appeared here. People began to smile and laugh. They looked happy when they heard these beautiful melodies. The captain, with a look of surprise on his face, decided to ask again that he really plans to use all this equipment for training. He suggested that she simply wanders around the world, scattering in the wind without a specific place of residence. If this was the case, could she be as cheerful as the cheerful farmers and merchants? He closed his eyes and tried to completely surrender to this music. He felt like a dreaming man all alone after losing his money, but he was still happy. And yes, strangers came in. They were armed and very serious. These were 3 men armed with swords and gray-brown clothes. They were clearly trying to find someone in this establishment because they looked serious and dangerous. It's unlikely they came here just to relax. They went to the center of the hall, and the main one among these 3 men said that he had found the girl he needed. John took a closer look at these guys and tried to understand who they are and what they want here. Their leader approached the girl who was playing the mandolin and asked if she was Zhu Yiran. The prince chose a comfortable position and began to prepare to begin the exercise. This man introduced himself to her and told her his name. He said that his name is Galina Yong and he is from the great family of Shandong. Even if she doesn't know his name, she should know his last name. She continued to play her mandala and did not answer the man immediately. She said that she could guess why they were looking for her, and said that I knew that their young master was making a fuss out of nowhere. One of these guys couldn't stand it, shouted at her, and called the woman a slave. He asked how she dared speak about their young master like that. When he removed it from the mount, he was very surprised by the weight it had, because he was not even strong enough to hold it. The people of the establishment carefully watched these events unfold and listened as these three strangers accused the woman of bewitching their master. John began to get angry at these guys for interrupting such wonderful music and wanted to somehow help the girl so that these idiots would get rid of her. They continued to accuse the girl of starting to pester their young master and seducing him, thereby spoiling Zhang Qian's mood. They also accused her of stealing treasures from the young master's family home. But when he looked at him, he fell in horror because his situation was much better than that of his partner. She suggested that these guys just come up and ask this young gentleman everything properly, because what they are not now calling their accusations looks like real slander. The soldier who held the barbell in front of him told the prince that he was just pretending to be strong, and now he is shedding tears. The elder brother's surprise knew no bounds because what he saw really shocked him, and he realized that the money had not been spent in vain. She asked them if they were actually members of this young master's family. All the soldiers who stood and tried to somehow encourage their partner could not give him more strength because the prince turned. When the soldier froze for a second, he heard the numbers that the prince was saying. It was a count of how many repetitions he did, which could not help but upset him. The main man said that he and his two brothers were enough to deal with a girl like her. People were shocked that there was now a fight. Jen was able to dodge the blow without taking damage. They raised their swords up and decided to strike the first blow in order to kill the girl immediately. But it was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. The girl immediately jumped up from the chair and pushed off the table with her feet. The man struck with his sword, but the girl was no longer there and he missed. She flew into the air and hovered above them. The man missed with his sword and cut the back of the chair. They didn't expect her to move so fast and be able to jump so high. The men were shocked that this girl was so dexterous. She made knives from her dress and threw them at the enemy. 2 knives hit her enemy's body, the third one flew past. One knife hit this guy right in the back of the head, and he felt severe pain and spat blood out of his mouth. She landed on the nearest table after a high jump, and the plates that were on this table began to fly in different directions. People were shocked by what was happening here. She said that they were the first to draw their swords and attack her, that she killed this man. It was only the most ordinary self-defense. The other 2 brothers were very scared of how this girl was fighting and asked the owner of the establishment to contact the sheriff because she was crazy. People got scared and began to run away from this establishment as quickly as possible so that they too would not be dragged into this fight. Zhu Yi carefully watched the progress of the battle, and she could not believe her eyes. People were shocked. His nephew came up to him and told his uncle that this month they would have no money left again, and his uncle told him that first they just need to get out of here. The purple whip was already flying in the air and approaching the enemy. And the most important thing that interested him in this girl was that she was incredibly beautiful. He drank his alcohol and watched her. He could not take his eyes off her. She continued to fight these 3 thugs and gave them a good fight. He cut the whip with his sword and began to run towards the enemy. In response to their attacks, they received massive counterattacks after which they were unable to do anything. She jumped up and dodged 2 A's at once that were inflicted by these brothers. She moved very quickly and deftly and was very light on her feet. It felt like she was using a martial art technique of the air. For the first time in his life, Zhang saw people who used the martial arts of flight in this new world. Usually these techniques are inaccessible to many warriors. But this is a woman. She can become the pioneer of flying martial arts on this new continent. After all, no one else knows how to master these techniques so well. She was tired of fighting them in hand-to-hand combat, and decided that it was time to take up arms and fight these guys on equal terms. They tired her out pretty much during this fight, and she already wanted to finish them off quickly. Jen knew that his right hand in which he was holding the sword was now blocked, and therefore decided to use his left hand to it. She struck very quickly with her sword and the enemy did not have time to notice anything, he just felt incredible pain. She cut up and mutilated their bodies so that everyone would understand that it was better not to mess with her, and not to cross her path. The blow was so strong that it could tear this guy's clothes on both sides. After he made his attack, he pulled his hand back. She created real chaos in this establishment. Everything was scattered and broken after she fought with these two thugs. But she couldn't be blamed for this because she was only defending her life. It was all the fault of the young master who fell in love with her, and caused such a pogrom here. She hid her sword after the battle ended. Jan turned his head back and realized that he would no longer have time to dodge this blow, and would be forced to take damage. She raised her head up and took a deep breath in and out in order to calm down after this fight. The enemy pierced the body of this guy with his spear and it was no longer possible to dodge this blow. After all, he had to take damage. He looked at the girl and smiled. He couldn't believe that someone could master such a unique martial arts technique, and he also wanted to please her. When Jan knocked the spear out of his opponent's hands, he turned around to attack. After the fight, she was looking for her straw hat, and when she found it, she decided to pick it up from the floor in order to put it on. The girl cleaned her hat from dirt and dust and after this put it on her head. Her musical instrument lay on the floor under a broken table. The tavern owner saw that the fight was over and came out from behind the bar to see what was going on here. He was horrified that his establishment was now a complete mess. The boy tried to calm his uncle down, and said that despite this mess they were still alive, and Dahlia said that this was already good news. A girl in red clothes approached the owner of the establishment, and his nephew, and said that she was very sorry for what happened here. She said that there was a complete mess here from these scoundrels. The owner said it correctly that everything is in order, and the owners of such establishments constantly have to deal with such incidents. He said that the girl should not worry about this. She felt very awkward about the situation, and wanted to atone for her guilt. She said that if it weren't for her, this wouldn't have happened. She took out a bag of money and handed it to this gentleman so that he could spend the money on renovating his establishment. Jan looked in surprise at this girl's action, and was amazed that she had a conscience, and was a very kind person.
Sol Y didn't know how to respond to each of these gentlemen's words. On the one hand, he was very unpleasant that he had just been made a fool of, and on the other hand, his deception was not revealed.
He thought that if she doesn't want to get into an even more confusing situation, it's better to quickly get out of here and disappear just like him. Birds flew in the sky and sang their songs. The forest was quiet and calm. There were a huge number of varieties of birds in this forest, and they all existed peacefully in this place. The crows constantly flew over his head, as if they were accompanying him on the road or were waiting for him to finally die, and they could feast on him. Jan raised his head up and closed his eyes. He said that since he lost most of his money in gambling, he now needs to go and earn even more money. But in order to earn more money, he must go and look for problems, and the pitiful life of an ordinary warrior began to upset him. The horse walked slowly forward and dragged its owner on its back. Suddenly the horse raised its ears and stopped. It heard something strange and decided not to go further. Jen asked his horse what happened and why it decided to stop, but the horse did nothing and just looked forward. The same girl who was in the tavern was now standing on the street opposite her was a man in black clothes. This man asked her why she didn't want to cooperate. She said that this whole situation was already starting to irritate her, and she explained that she did not want to be responsible for such nonsense.
The gentleman listened to the young man and told him that he treated him so well that even he made his right hand immovable, and it is extremely important in
This man said that the gentleman only left a message for a simple dancer who once came to him for a holiday. This man had an expensive sword. He looked very serious, and his face was one. He said that fortunately the heir was found in time, and he was still breathing, but he still couldn't seem to come to his senses, and said that the elders of the family needed a proper explanation. The girl asked this man why should she be responsible for this stupid child if he hanged himself of his own free will.
The gentleman also said that he was not going to punish him for anything. After all, in the real world it is better to wallow in manure than to go to an. Also this gentleman said that the young man should give up and not try to master any new arts at the academy. Coy thought to herself that this gentleman he was really starting to get on his nerves. And the young man wanted to know more and more who the hell he was. For him to call Mantis an old senile, then he must definitely be very powerful. This gentleman continued to say that the young man did not understand how he could call the ruler. It seemed to the old mathematicians that he was reading his thoughts, and it was very.
He said that she would come out of there alive if she was sure of her innocence. She touched her ball with her hand, which hung behind her back, and said that this man was talking complete nonsense. She accused this man of killing her horse when he came to meet her. Jan lay on the edge of the cliff and carefully watched their dialogue. For him it was a fun performance. Jan looked closely at this man, and thought that he was a very skilled craftsman. The guy thought that this man was different from those little French fries he saw during the day. This is a real warrior of traditional martial arts of ancient times. Then he looked at the girl and thought that she had good martial arts. But she couldn't cope with this warrior. As always, he needed to make the right decisions and take action. He got up from the ground and said that if this girl is confident in her innocence, nothing will happen to her, and there is nothing to even think about this situation. But suddenly he turned his head back and saw that his horse seemed to have gone crazy. For some reason it began to run very quickly towards him. Jan asked his horse Joji what happened to her. He understood that the horse was pushing him to help this girl, but the guy said that this is your real master. Joji was a very smart horse, and she still tried to convince her owner to make the right decision and help this girl. Jan took a deep breath and realized that the horse would not go anywhere until he helped that girl. He, as always, put his hat on his head and jumped off the top of the cliff to intervene in this conflict. He flew down and thought that he needed to appear very impressively so that these people would immediately show interest and respect in him. He was approaching the ground and had to carefully get to his feet. Jan landed and the ground under his feet began to fly away in different directions and a whirlwind began to appear around him. He lowered his hat as low as possible so that these people could not see his face, and stood calmly in his place. The warrior and the girl immediately drew attention to this stranger. They wondered who he was and why he was bothering them. Warrior asked the girl, "Who is this guy and where did he come from here?" It seemed to him that the girl should know him. He raised his hat up and showed his face to these people. He said that this guy's name is Kinchian. The girl was very surprised when she again saw this guy who was in the tavern yesterday. She asked him how he ended up here. The man was very surprised that the stranger could jump from such a great height and remain intact. This meant that he had incredible dexterity.
This man was ranked 30th in the Demon Academy, and this was at the pinnacle of martial arts, all that the young man knew, and the 4th student of the Heavenly Demon. When the young man looked up, this man stood opposite him. He didn't know how to react and what to do at such a moment.
The man said that a prisoner is being arrested here at the moment, and it is better for strangers not to interfere in this matter.
He continued to think about what choice he should make, because everything that was offered here was not entirely clear to him, and he continued to doubt.
Jan said that this girl has been insisting on her innocence for quite a long time, but the warrior still wants to take her away as prisoners, and the men answered him that it is better for strangers not to get involved in this matter. The black warrior began to draw his sword from his back and said that if the stranger continues to interfere in this matter, then his name may be added to his personal list of killing Chang'an. She saw that this stranger also took his sword with his hand, and most likely he was ready to fight. But the guy understood that he had gotten himself into a useless situation that could only be resolved in battle.
A renewal of the scenario appeared on the table. The gentleman said that this was not a bad decision at all and turned back toward.
He activated his internal chi energy, and his eyes began to glow yellow, which meant that he was ready for a fight. Chang'an was very dissatisfied with the choice of this stranger, and he understood that now he would have to fight. Chan told me that he did not expect to meet a scoundrel who recklessly throws away his life and is ready to defend criminals.
The young man could not understand that if the fact was that it was impossible to reveal the identity of the Earth Demon, then for him it could not end very.
The warrior looked carefully at his opponent, and once again tried to make sure that this was the right decision to start a fight against him. She was shocked by the situation that was now happening here because she did not understand where this stranger came from and why he decided to protect her. All she understood was that these guys of yours have a strong thirst for blood, and she cannot stop this fight.
He only saw out of the corner of his eye how this gentleman's legs were beginning to move away from him. He was already waiting for him to be left alone in this room. While the gentleman was leaving, he thought to himself, how often will this gentleman come to the library and control him?
His eyes began to glow even earlier than before, which meant that his internal energy had become much stronger. The black warrior was very calm and resembled a snake that could suddenly attack and inflict a very strong attack. The warrior suddenly saw a red light and lost sight of his opponent. He saw only a black silhouette and a straw hat on his head. He didn't understand what was happening to his eyes because he couldn't see anything at all except red. Jan moved so fast that it was impossible to notice him, moved behind his opponent, and struck him in the stomach with his sword and cut him. The black warrior didn't understand what was happening, he just saw a future that he didn't like at all.
Then all this meant only one thing for the young man, that he told the master a lie the first time and he guessed about it. The gentleman asked the young man if he really had collected this for him, so he was ready to enter into battle with him. The young man didn't know what this gentleman would do next, but he was determined because Coy dared to lie to him.
The black warrior became interested in whether his opponent could read the outcome of the battle and how it would all end. Jan knew that his opponent had the keen sense of foresight that comes with long, disciplined martial arts training. Areas began to fly over the battlefield, watching the people who will now fight. The black warrior decided to switch to a more friendly form of communication and said that he wanted to talk to Zan. He removed his hand from the hilt of the sword and with this gesture showed that he did not want to fight. The black warrior's name was Jae-in Song, and he asked his opponent what clan he was from because he noticed this guy's good skills in martial arts. The girl was very surprised when she saw that Jae-in Song had let go of his sword and decided to retreat and not start a battle. Jan said that online from the Chan clan. After this, he asked his opponent if he had ever heard his name. Jae-in Song said that this clan does not seem to be famous and the stranger is most likely a warrior of the Imperial Army. But Zhang replied that this is not at all true and that there are good masters who are not members of the Imperial Army. The black warrior felt in a difficult situation because he did not understand who was standing in front of him now. If this person was not from the Imperial Army, then who was he? The horse carefully watched what these people would do here now. The black warrior suddenly said that he would leave the battlefield but would do it only today. He said that his action meant that his clan was abandoning this girl. He told me my name to the stranger Jae-in Song and said that the washers of his clan would pursue this stranger. Jan looked thoughtfully at his opponent leaving and said that they have the right to do what they want. She was very surprised by the outcome of this fight because she couldn't believe that everything happened exactly like that, and asked this man not to leave and to stop. She didn't understand why this man just got on his horse and rode away and didn't even try to prove his strength. Jan looked carefully at the warrior who had just surrendered without a fight and rode away on his horse. The guy knew that the martial arts of this man and his clan were very bad and he was surprised. What is this? This man gave up without a fight. Jan understood that his opponent had the ability to recognize a critical situation when he just pulled out his sword, and if he took it out and started the battle there would be no turning back. Besides, their clan has a tradition of leaving without thinking about pride. Jan immediately realized that people from this clan were definitely different from other people from Urim. The girl started running towards this stranger, and she wanted to know who he was. Jan thought that she would now thank him for saving her, and told her that he just did what was necessary, and he didn't need any words of gratitude. But this girl acted very strange. She started screaming at the stranger for not killing this man. Jan was surprised and didn't understand why this girl was acting so strange, because he helped her, and thought that she would be grateful to him for it. The girl explained to the stranger that their clan would not just leave it like that, and now they would hunt for the two of them. She said that if I had not killed this warrior then we would have bought myself some time to escape. Jan was delighted that this girl was talking about killing a person as if it didn't mean anything, but he understood that this was normal logic for a person from Urim. He went up to his horse, which had already gone down, and told the girls that if they killed this guy, then their clan would definitely start hunting for him.
And this person, as it seemed to Sol Y, was in the Demon Academy. It was Mantis who sent her twice on a mission, as a result of which he was killed. The answer was obvious.
She felt embarrassed because she forgot to thank this man and immediately bowed to him. She said that her name was Ju Yeo Ran. She said that thanks to this stranger, she was able to avoid being unfairly captured.
Time passed and the answer became more and more obvious. For a young man, he must make his choice without a choice.
Ju Yi said that this city flourished thanks to the emperor and the imperial family, but she still hates it because of this person, she had to wander around the world, and she does not like the imperial family. Jan saddled his horse and began to ride away. He said that the girl's thinking was very correct, but the girl was outraged that this guy would just get on a horse and leave from here. He said that it would be nice for her to leave here as soon as possible because it is dangerous to be here. She started screaming and saying that their clan would hunt the two of them. Jan replied that if they don't split up, the clan will hunt for her first, and he can safely leave and stay alive. At that moment, she didn't understand what was happening and asked why did he save her if he was now going to leave her here alone.
The young man looked at this gentleman and was pleased that the last option he had actually chosen worked, and so why repeated that the gentleman who is the
She was very surprised when she heard these words, because for many years she had not met a person in Urim who said such things. Jan saddled his horse and ordered it to ride forward, and the girl remained standing in place and watched him ride away. She thought that this man was experienced enough to force the black warrior to retreat before crossing his swords, and she couldn't just let him go. She began to run after him and asked him to stop and help. She shouted that their meeting was real fate, and said that I had not known each other since the days of Hamsan. Ju Yi continued to run after the horse and said that she could pay this man a good amount of money if he helped her. Jan became interested in this offer and asked her how much she was willing to pay. She realized that she had found common ground with this person, and now you can calmly talk to him.
The next moment, the gentleman was already standing with a completely different expression on his face and looked at the young man. Something in his eyes changed and he lowered.
Ju Yi said that she sees, therefore not an acquaintance, that he alone does not belong to any family, and in addition to the monetary reward, she can teach him special martial art techniques. He started laughing when he heard this sentence. The girl asked why he was laughing. The guy replied that if she knew special martial arts techniques, then it would be nice for her to learn them herself.
And the capture of the Supreme Court will turn out to be a great benefit for the gentleman, and then he will be able to occupy the chamber of the Red Demon. The young man said what this gentleman wanted to hear.
She continued to tell him about these special martial arts techniques, but the guy was not particularly interested in this. It all seemed very strange and uninteresting to him. He asked her if it would be a state crime if she showed him forbidden martial arts techniques, and the girl replied that she could teach him fourth-class martial arts, and she would not get anything for it. He thought there that if this is a fourth-class martial arts, then this is a basic skill that is officially allowed to be passed on to a freelance student. However, this is a collection of martial arts passed down from generation to generation by emperors who stood at the top of the empire for 1,000 years. Even if he did not study himself, he can learn. Just watch the secret paths. She noticed that the guy began to be interested in this proposal, and she managed to tempt him. He sat thoughtfully and thought about this proposal. He needed to make the right decision. Jen said that he had no loyalty to the emperor, and asked the girl how he could become a student. She replied that he is just a nominal student and everything is fine in general. The person who will teach him owes her, and it is a huge debt, so she can force him to teach the guys the martial arts of the Perm army to repay his debt. Jan said that this all sounds very doubtful, and he doesn't know if he can trust this girl. But she tried to convince him and explained that she was now risking her life, and there was no point in lying to her. He raised his head up and thought differently about what he had heard, that retired Imperial Army soldiers or their students were passing on martial arts to the children of high-ranking officials at a high price. In this case, if they accept him as a nominal student, then there will be no questioning about the origin of his martial art later, and since he helped her, he can help her a little more and at the same time study the martial art of the Imperial Army. Jan asked her where are these people who help her. Ju Yi said that these people are about 2 days away from here, and there are rivers and long ones along the way, so they can erase their traces. The guy answered her that they need to move out as quickly as possible. After all, they lost a lot of time here. Ju Yi was very glad that he agreed to help her and began to thank him. But he asked her to keep her promise because otherwise he would have to use force. She could not stop her joy and said that she would never change her mind, and she also said that her horse had died and asked to ride with him until she found a new horse. The man took out a scroll in which a message was written. He said that they must find these 2 criminals and raid them tonight. The eagle sat on the black warrior's shoulder and carefully watched everything that was happening here.
Then this gentleman said that he was right in many respects, but still he thought Soul Y was very funny. Now it became clear to the gentleman why the old mantis did not like the young man.
After they received their order from the master, they immediately began to jump from branch to branch and disappear from here. After a few seconds there was no longer a single ninja here, they all disappeared somewhere. He stood and silently looked forward on his shoulder. All this time an eagle sat. He asked himself a rhetorical question and asked, will this guy be just an ordinary mortal, just a person, or is he a purposeful, motionless figure? Jan and Zhu Yi arranged a halt and lit a fire. Jan asked if this was normal, so she said that there was no point in worrying about it, because since they crossed the river, many of their traces should have been erased. She threw a small branch into the fire, and said that she was sure that this clan was currently pursuing them. Jan noticed that this girl looked very calm and she didn't seem to be worried. Zhu Yi said that she is not to blame and they will also have problems if she decides to inform their alliances by sea or empire. She watched the fire burn and Jan asked if this girl was lying to him. 3 men who were in the tavern said that they have a witness who can prove that Zhu Yi is guilty. He said that this witness was a girl named Sam Ji-young, and she was the young master's fiancée. Sam Ji-young was constantly jealous of Zhu Yi because the young master liked her much more. Zhu Yi traveled to many cities and earned good money, but because of this girl she is stuck here. She broke a wooden branch with her hand and said that she was sure that this girl turned her into a cannibal with the help of all kinds of slander. Otherwise this would not have happened.
The only thing he didn't really like was that this young man was bargaining with him for his life.
Zhu Yi asked the guy if he regrets the action he committed today. She said that because he stood up for her today, he would have to fight with the military of the Zhe clan. Jen said that if he was going to regret it, he wouldn't interfere. She called him unique and said that such people do not live long. Jan got angry at her, and said that she had no right to talk about him like that. But the girl explained that it was just a joke. He suddenly felt a strange presence of new people in this place, and realized that these people were moving very quickly. These were the same ninjas who had been hunting them all day long. They moved very quickly through the forest, jumping from branch to branch, and tried to find the criminals. Jen said that her friend Jin Sung is much faster and more aggressive than she thought because his people are already very close. She got up from the log and looked into the darkness of the forest. She saw many red eyes and realized that they were already here. The ninjas moved very quickly and quietly, they were like the wind. Zhu Yi saw that there were armed ninjas standing in front of her, and said that she was going to report them to the Murim Union, or the Empire, and in that case they would be punished.
The young man thought to himself that he was doing everything right, and this is quite possible about what he is talking about now.
Zhu Yi took out her blade and began to prepare for battle. She said that they would not get away with their act. Jan closely watched these ninjas. He felt that they came here not just to kill and they had another goal. The ninjas continued to stand motionless and prepare for the fight. They didn't say anything and just stood. These ninjas took positions from different sides so that it was convenient for them to attack opponents. Jan took his sword and began to prepare for battle. He counted all these ninjas and thought that they didn't see Jay and Sun among them. He became interested in what they were up to and what they wanted from them. Jan thought that it was very stupid to send people here. I know that they will die, and why did he do it? The ninjas waited for the right moment to launch their attack.
Then the gentleman said that this was Juk Men. It was important for him that the young man deal with this gentleman first.
Zhu Yi said that these idiots actually want to die. If Takova kills them, we will be happy to finish them off. She understood that these monsters didn't even plan to bring her back safe and sound. The ninjas began to move closer and closer to their opponents. Jan looked at the girl and said that the fighting spirit she showed in the tavern was great, and he was looking forward to seeing him again. She was surprised to hear such a compliment about her ally. The ninja struck his first blow and tried to damage the girl, but Zhu Yi was able to quickly dodge his attack and immediately began to block the rest of the attacks that these ninjas inflicted on her.
And the young man was determined that he was ready to kill him and prove his devotion to this gentleman. This was his personal interest. It was the most ordinary day, but only for the young man. it was the day when he made some important decision.
Jan used the fire that was in front of him to distract the enemy's attention. He kicked this fire with his foot. The fire began to spread to the body of the ninja who was trying to get closer to the guy. The ninja thought that he could not see anything because of this fire, and did not understand how to get rid of this fire. But after a few seconds his problem was solved because he felt very severe pain. Jan took out his sword and immediately dealt strong blows to this ninja, and after that he headed to the next enemy to kill him too. His blade was coated with flame and blood, which helped him strike more powerfully. He dodged all the blows that the ninja tried to throw at him and immediately counterattacked them. Jan moved very quickly and the enemies did not have time to follow him. Suddenly he noticed that this girl was in danger, and she needed help as quickly as possible. He saw that one ninja decided to attack her from behind and deliver a hidden blow. This ninja was already very close to the girl and was preparing to strike. Jan realized that he would have to spend a lot of energy on a quick jump, but this was the only way he could save her. Like a comet, he began to move in space or bodies towards the ninja who want to strike from the back of this girl. At the last second, Jan managed to move towards the enemy and tried to stop him. He struck his enemy and cut his body into two halves.
To the toilet. Oddly enough, at this moment a person is the most unprotected and relaxed, he doesn't think about anything.
She asked him how he managed to move so quickly, but the guy was too busy with Draco and didn't want to answer her.
The young man constantly thought about this juke man beat him when he was bored or when everything around him became routine, and even when he felt bad.
The fight froze for a moment. All participants in the fight froze in place. Juyi thanked the guy for saving her life and looked at him as a real hero. The ninja were in a difficult situation and did not understand that fighting further with these guys would be very dangerous, and their strength would not be enough to defeat them.
Although this plan was very terrible and disgusting, but it had to be done only once, the young man could not think of anything else. Therefore, he decided for himself that he would endure and survive no matter what. He wanted to live and he needed to rise up.
They did not intend to kill them from the very beginning. They pursued completely different goals.
The young man thought to himself that this idiot juke man is on time, as always, and now he has to fulfill his plans.
John hid his sword and ordered these ninja to get out of here immediately, and return to their master. Juyi didn't understand why this guy was letting his enemies go again. She thought he was crazy because these ninjas came to kill them.
The young man was very lucky. It was clean, most likely the toilet had recently been cleaned, all that was left was to carry out the second part of his plan.
They looked at each other and nodded their heads, which meant that they had not made a decision and agreed to listen to this guy. The surviving ninja ran to their wounded comrades and began to pick them up. Juyi watched the killers now leaving the battlefield and could not do anything about it because it was Jan's decision.
Below sat a young man who was waiting for his opponent to be above him. He only needed to strike once and that nightmare could have ended.
The ninjas began to disappear in the darkness of the forest, and gradually disappeared. They disappeared with the wind, which walked through the forest all night. Jan said that his night's sleep had ended with these idiots, and now they needed to get themselves in order to move on. But the girl did not understand why this guy was acting so strange. He called his horse Joji and waited for her to come to him, and the girl was furious that he was ignoring her.
Therefore, the young man decided to wait, and during the break he needed to bring his plan to its logical execution. Firstly, it would be very unexpected and his opponent did not have time to react. The next moment the young man ran up to the very place where he could strike the appropriate blow to his opponent, and he had to do this in a few seconds.
They stopped near the entrance to the city, and the guy asked how far they need to go through this city. Juyi said that in this city she has a post office, and she has been here several times, and said that it would be better for her to warn the people who help her that a well-known plan is being hunted for her. She told the guy that because he missed those ninjas and they now know where they are and can follow in their tracks, and wherever they are, these coming again can attack them.
On the table that immediately appeared in front of the young man, I saw that he was equipped and must act in the art of the...
They were driving down. Going down the mountain to get to the city. The horse slowly shifted from foot to foot, and calmly walked forward following its owner. They walked forward calmly and hid their faces under large straw hats. Juyi asked the children how best to get to the post office, and the children kindly showed me the way. He gave the boy a gold coin and thanked him for his help. She said that now the boy will be able to buy himself something tasty and share with his friends. Jan said that she loved children very much and allowed him to give them a gold coin, and the girl replied that she had younger brothers and sisters and she understands how important this is. She said that my brothers and sisters were very smart and sweet children, but the situation changed when I did not grow up, and unfortunately because of this situation they did not become good adults. He looked at her gaze and saw that she had very sad eyes. But he became interested in why she began to feel sad so suddenly. Zhu Yi saw her brothers and sisters in these children. For a moment she gave into feelings of nostalgia and sadness. Zhu Yi asked the guy if he had ever been to this city before. She said that this was her first city. Jan didn't quite understand what she was talking about but was ready to listen to her carefully. At that moment, she was ready to open up to him a little and tell a story from her life, and he was not averse to listening to her. But Jan realized that this girl was lying to him. Because when they were going to this city, she said that she had already been here before and knew where the post office was, but for some reason she asked the children to tell her the way. He just realized that she lied to him. She silently continued to stand and look at him, and did not answer anything. Suddenly she began to walk forward and said that they did not have time to stand still, and if they did not send carrier pigeons right now, they could meet her friend tomorrow morning. Jan watched her move forward and couldn't understand why she lied to him about this city. Zhu Yi told the bed that she wanted to send a dove with a letter to the musician's hut in the mountains. He replied that 3 coins would be enough and asked what she wanted to write in the letter. She asked him to write that she would come to visit him because she needed help and therefore asked to meet with her. The man wrote down the name of the sender on the letter and tied the letters to the leg of a dove. The girl gave the man 3 gold coins for his service. After that, they went outside and the man released a dove into the sky and sent a letter. Bed pigeons began to fly in the right direction to convey people's letters.
Even if he chooses that he wants to run away like last time, it will also not be safe and he may get injured again.
Jan constantly looked around and tried to figure out if they had someone on their tail, but no one was watching them nearby. Zhu Yi didn't understand why the people who are hunting for them behave so quietly and don't show themselves. After all, they want to stop them. It's better for them to use this city to attack. Zhang said that their opponent Jay and Sun is much smarter than they thought, and he was clearly up to something. She got angry and said that he was a terrible person because he wanted to take an innocent girl and arrest. Jen also became interested in the actions of this man, and he wanted to understand this better. They set off again and Jan said that he knew a shelter nearby where they could spend the night. Night fell in the forest, and near the mountains it was quiet and calm. You could only hear the wind rustling on the street. This wind blew into a cave that was located in the mountain. In the cave a fire was visible and the voices of 2 people, a man and a woman, were heard. Zhu Yi assumed that their opponents had given up and they realized that Kan's skills were much better than theirs. Most likely they were waiting for the moment when she was disconnected from him in order to attack. Zhu Yi looked at the guy with a sly look and said that by tomorrow morning her friends would come to meet them, and that would be the end of their problems. Jan took a piece of fried meat and said that it would be very good if it all ended tomorrow. She asked him why he wasn't happy because then he could witness the martial arts of the Imperial Army. Kan smiled and said that this is definitely a good opportunity to see the Emperor's legacy indirectly. She drank tea from her cup and thought that he still didn't look too excited and asked him why he didn't join the Murima Alliance. Zhu Yi said that with his martial arts skills, he could easily get a job there regardless of whether it was the Truth or the Murima Alliance, or any martial arts faction. In this case, he wouldn't have to worry about getting into any problems. Jen said that he does not like to be attached to anyone and the girl replied that he is a real tramp. Jan smiled when he heard that she called him a tramp, but he didn't know how to answer her. He was very fixated on something and his thoughtful gaze gave away his thoughts. She looked at his calm, thoughtful eyes and thought that they were like a quiet lake.
The Lord of the Supreme Court grabbed him by the hair and held his head tightly in his hands. The young man did not understand what exactly Mantis wanted from him.
She assumed that he was helping her because she was beautiful, and he liked her. Kan began to feel awkward at this moment, and could not sit still. But in the end he said that this is one of the reasons why he is helping her. Zhu Yi started laughing when she heard this answer, and said that she thought so. But then she realized that this was just one of the reasons. She wondered what the second reason was and asked, is this the reason for the Imperial Army's martial arts?
The bishop was even more intrigued by the young man's words and asked him again what he said, what he meant by this look.
He decided to share secret information with her, and something he had never told anyone before.
The young man asked the Lord of the Supreme Court to tell him the truth too. He was only interested in one question: did the Lord wish him death?
Jen said that these inner eyes allow him to see the world in a completely different way, like no one has ever seen it before. He talked about how these eyes can't do anything, all they do is just look into the void compared to other forces that overwhelm the world. These eyes have a very helpless and fleeting glance. He admitted that when someone helpless comes across his path, these eyes seem to come to life.
The Lord of the Supreme Court understands perfectly well why he killed Juk Men and a lot of things the young man is talking about now. The Lord of the Supreme Court said that it was very good that he sent him, but he did not understand what the Earth Demon wanted to know.
She looked at him carefully, and could not take her eyes off him because he seemed to have fascinated her with this story.
Soul Y was very interested in how the Lord of the Supreme Court would react to what the young man just said in front of a member of the Demon Academy.
He always understood that these eyes could not do anything to him if he simply ignored them. Jen said that sometimes he has to ignore these inner eyes in order to move on. He said that if he continues to ignore them, he knows that those eyes will lose strength and become dull. He understands that if these eyes are ignored for a very long time, then they will simply disappear. How does puberty go? The fire continued to burn all this time, and warm them in the cave. These lights were very beautiful, and the guy constantly looked at them. Jen said that he couldn't just stand by and watch those eyes disappear completely because they were still his eyes and he had to protect them. He said that if they disappeared it would mean the end of his past self, which he could never get back. Juyi looked at him carefully and thought about everything he had just told her. It was as if I could see a phantom man behind him and realize that it was his inner eyes. The guy said that it was for this reason that he was helping her. He said that these inner eyes are asking him to help this girl and he cannot refuse them. Jen said that these inner eyes are looking at the data at the moment. I'm looking straight at her, and I can't tear myself away. She's never heard anything more beautiful before. This guy just managed to melt her heart. Jan looked at her and felt strange emotions inside himself. He had not experienced anything like this for a long time. They watched each other and their faces began to reach out to each other, as if they wanted to kiss. Jen said that he is a very strange guy and she has never met such strange people before.
The young man was lost in thought. He needed to give only the correct answers in order not to be caught in a...
She sat closer to him and took his face with her hands and began to reach for his lips with her lips. She said that his strangeness excites her, and she can't stop herself. She started kissing him with her lips. They intertwined in a passionate kiss and froze in that moment. At that moment the world around stopped, and only the two of them existed. The fire continued to warm and warm them just as brightly. The flame of the fire seemed to feel their passion, and began to stop more and more. Joji was eating grass near the entrance to the cave, but suddenly she heard strange sounds. The sounds that the horse heard came from the cave, and she became interested in what was happening there. The horse heard that the sounds were getting louder and louder and began to slowly approach the cave. Joji was very interested in what her owner was doing with this female in the cave. The morning came and the birds sang very beautifully as if they wanted to crown the triumph of the previous night. It was very quiet and calm in the cave. It seemed like there was no one there at all.
Why should he stand behind the backs of those who are stronger than him? This is most likely why he angered the ruler of the Supreme Court and then...
Near his clothes he saw a note that the girl left him, but she was not in the cave. He wanted to know what was written in this note, and immediately took it in his hands.
This was a complete failure on the part of the young man and he no longer knew exactly the answer to this question. He could not even imagine such a thing.
He realized that this girl had run away from him and was simply using him as a toy.
The Lord of the Supreme Court thought that this young man was an idiot. Most likely he was up to something, he didn't even understand what.
But suddenly he stopped when he did not immediately find his horse Jojo. The guy decided to raise his head and carefully look ahead. He saw something very strange because his horse was not there. He realized that this girl lured the horse to her side and Joji betrayed him. Jen opened his mouth and began to think what to do. He shouted loudly throughout the valley that Jojo was a petty traitor. Jan was very angry about the situation and started running as fast as he could to catch up with her. He quickly jumped from one place to another in order to speed up his movement. Jan jumped from wall to shorten the distance.
The only thing the young man doubted and it was unclear to him was whether he could kill him simply by attacking this time.
This was the perfect moment to remember this martial art again and experience it in practice. Jan reflected on the fact that the martial arts of flight undoubtedly have a negative impact on one or the wearer. Perhaps this is why the martial arts of long-distance flight are poorly developed. He climbed to the top of the rock and noticed that the weather was very good today, and he thought that he had to transform into a cloud and not into a person in order to move quickly. Suddenly he noticed traces of a horse's horseshoe on the ground and realized that this was the same trace. Now he just needed to follow this trail and catch up with the girl as quickly as possible. He assumed that she had been riding all night and didn't know how far she had gotten. He thought that he couldn't believe that she had let go of her horse and taken Joji.
Today the young man tried this technique for the first time, fire hands in action, and realized that he was a good student. He succeeded.
He said that Joji is his horse and he is still very young and smart, and he doesn't want to just give him away because he can ride him for many years. But suddenly a purple flame appeared near his face. This purple color began to heal towards his face and was getting closer and faster. When this purple flame collided with an object, it exploded. Jan was able to dodge this purple whip and wondered what it was. Where did it come from? This whip continued to attack him. The guy managed to dodge them. He thought that this could be very dangerous. When he finished his evasion, he sat down on the ground and began to look around to understand what was happening here. Jan East watched the place. Where do you come from, this purple whip?
The young man completed all the tasks that the instructor gave him. He collected all 6 pieces of bamboo on which the desired word.
This man stopped throwing his attacks and pulled the whip back. He gathered this whip into a bun and began to hold it in his hand. This man praised the guy for moving very quickly and was surprised that he managed to avoid this whip. Jan understood that he had little time to deal with this guy and immediately took up his sword. He asked, "But this is not an acquaintance. Who is he anyway, and why did he decide to attack him?" Can notice that this man was very well dressed, and judging by his clothes, he was clearly not a simple gangster who attacks everyone in the forest. Jan realized that this man was from the clan that was hunting for them and thought that they had already been able to catch up with the girl. Suddenly a girl in red clothes came out of the forest and asked her friend not to worry, because this guy was not the one they were looking for. Jan was very surprised when he saw her here. He couldn't even imagine that she was collaborating with this man. Ju Yi was surprised to see him here. She asked how he managed to find her because she also took the horse so that he would not leave that cave. She didn't understand how he could run such a distance so quickly. The stranger asked her, "Who is this man?" "This is what I wrote about him in a letter 2 days ago." This man helped her deal with the killers who were hunting her.
Half the battle was done and one of the opponents was already immobilized and lying on the floor. He dealt a fatal blow.
She lowered her eyes down and felt very embarrassed because she remembered all the good deeds that he had done. Ju Yeo said that Jae Sung was more restrained in his tracking than she thought, and after the first day when he tested their skills, there were no more attacks. She suggested that if he wanted to wait until they separated, and she decided to use this guy as bait. But her friend still didn't understand why she didn't kill him and just ran away from the cave.
He realized for himself that what he envisioned was feasible. He was absolutely sure of this and therefore he decided to act further.
This man said that her action would not be tolerated and called the girl stupid because she does not understand the importance of their plan. He said that if she didn't have the heart to kill him, then she could bring him to the rest of the guys and they would help kill this guy. He told me that her judgment was compromised and when they returned to the clan she would be punished. She lowered her head down and said that she accepted the punishment. Jan was surprised when he heard that this girl was in some clan. He understood that most likely she had been deceiving him all this time. The man began to walk towards him and the girl said that this guy is very strong. He was even able to drive away Jae in Sunday. He said that he had heard a lot about this guy and he was interested in seeing him in person. Jan began to laugh and said that in some way he was a genius. This man answered him that he was glad to see such an interesting person, and if they had not met in such circumstances, he would have invited him to his clan as a guest. He decided to meet this stranger, and said that his name was Yongyang Jak and said that he was a warrior from the Yong clan. Jan, at that moment I realized that something very strange was happening here, and he began to understand that he was in a very difficult situation. Jan knew that the Yong clan was one of the greatest clans, just like the Jae clan. Unlike the Zhe clan which was almost expelled to the new continent, this clan is ancient and firmly entrenched in Zhongyuan. He just now realized that Ju Yeo ran as one of the members of the Yun clan. The guy has only now begun to understand that he is really involved in a dispute over the interests of two famous people who are fighting for territories on the continent. At that moment he began to understand that it would be better for him not to interfere in this conflict, and to be on the sidelines. Jan was very upset when he realized that everything this girl said about martial arts was the reward she would pay him and everything she told about herself was a lie. Zhu Yi replied that she had no other choice, she needed to escape from that place and for this she had to lie. But she didn't think that a random person who met her on the road would be able to defeat the clan and stay alive. He said that she was probably surprised by everything that had happened over these few days, and that's why she ran away so quickly. Jan asked the girl about the young master who hanged himself because of her in the Zhe clan. Did he want to know if this was also a lie? She said that was her plan. She had to complete her mission. She said that she had to seduce that boy to steal the clan's secret book, then she convinced him to try to commit suicide by making him realize what he had done. Jen lowered his head down and realized that he had been deceived all this time, and he was protecting the wrong people and Sam Ji Young's fiancée was not lying. Yong-yang looked at how upset this guy was and said that he just happened to be at the right time and in the right place. But he can consider that he was just unlucky. He said that he only allowed this girl to tell this whole story to the guy because he would have to kill him. Jan put his hat on his head and hid his face. He said that if someone wants to kill him, let him try to do it. Jen said that he needed an excuse to kill me and that's why he told me all this because the guy now knew too much information. Yong-yang said that he was very pleased to deal with such a smart person, but it would not change his fate. Suddenly another man appeared who had a spear in his hands and said that he used to think that this was a stupid tramp, but now he understands that he is not empty-headed. Jan realized that all this time there was another person here and all this time he felt his back itching, but he couldn't understand why. Now it became clear to him. This man was armed with a long spear with a sharp blade at the end. He said that this guy has no chance and resistance is useless because the wild rogue cannot compete with the military of the Young clan. Jen thought that this guy wields a spear. It was a very dangerous situation because he was now between two warriors of an ancient clan, and it was very difficult to fight them. It was a critical situation from which there was minimal chance for him to get out of it alive. Jen asked them, are the Young clan wars so great that they have to fight together? And they replied that it would not be an equal fight. It would be the most ordinary execution. They said that he was a very useful find for them and he brought the girl to them, and will also bring Jae In Song himself. They thanked him on behalf of the whole family for doing a good job but were not forced to kill him because the severed head would cause Jae In's son to fall into a trap. Jen felt that he was at the epicenter of events, and this fight would be very difficult for him, and the whole situation was getting out of control. Zhu Yi lowered her head down and said that she was very sorry that this happened. That's why she stole his horse so that he wouldn't chase her. He said that he understands why she did this, but he doesn't sympathize with her and doesn't feel any pity. She didn't want it to happen like this, but it was already too late and something very terrible was about to happen. Yong-yang asked the girl to step aside and not interfere in this fight. She felt guilty about what was going to happen here now and wanted to somehow rectify the situation but didn't know how. Jan raised his head up and looked at the sky. This time everything happened as he thought, and he knew that he should not trust his inner voice. The sky was covered with clouds, but sometimes these clouds made it possible to see the sun. Opponents began to attack him one by one. The guy took it in order to defend himself, and he had no other options. Jan closed his eyes and slowly touched her hand with his finger. Jan was able to dodge the blow without taking damage, but the blow of the whip still managed to hit his straw hat and break it. The purple whip moved very quickly in space and launched attacks. Jan understood that it would be very difficult for him to evade these attacks. He slowly began to open his eyes to return to reality. He adjusted his hat and saw the second opponent. This warrior did not understand what this tramp was going to do now. Jan used his hat as a weapon and threw it at his enemy to distract him. He raised his hand and held a spear in it. He decided to cut his hat in half so that it would not bother him. With a quick and clear blow, he cut his opponent's hat in half. He understood that he managed to cut the hat and block this attack. But even this martial artist was surprised by how incredibly skilled this vagabond was in fighting. Zhu Yi carefully watched the progress of the battle, and she could not believe her eyes. Two great warriors couldn't corner one tramp, and that fascinated her. The purple whip was already flying in the air and approaching the enemy. Jan tried to move as quickly as possible in order not to take damage. Suddenly his eyes began to glow yellow, which meant that now he would splash out his internal energy. He cut the whip with his sword and began to run towards the enemy. The enemy could believe that this guy was actually able to cut his whip and is now running towards him. He admired how deftly and quickly this guy moved. He was even able to cut the whip. Jen then needs to fight them as quickly as possible because these opponents are very strong. He began to run towards Yongyang. Yong knew that he couldn't let this guy get close to him because then the fight would be over for him. He used his whip to block the hand in which the stranger was holding his sword. Jan felt that he was now in a weak position, but he still had to fight to the end. Jan knew that his right hand in which he was holding the sword was now blocked, and therefore decided to use his left hand to attack. Yongyang saw how this guy was accumulating energy in his left hand and knew that if he struck, he would receive a lot of damage. Kan stabbed his opponent in the chest, and blood began to appear from his mouth. The blow was so strong that it could tear this guy's clothes on both sides. After he made his attack, he pulled his hand back. Yongyang could not withstand such damage and flew to the side. He dropped his whip and could no longer resist. The second enemy at that moment decided to take advantage of the tramp's weak position and tried to stab him with a spear from behind. Jan turned his head back and realized that he would no longer have time to dodge this blow, and would be forced to take damage. The spear was heading very quickly towards the tramp. The enemy pierced the body of this guy with his spear and it was no longer possible to dodge this blow. After all, he had to take damage. Jen felt very strong pain but realized that he needed to fight further, and he took advantage of the enemy's weakness and his triumph to counterattack. When Jan knocked the spear out of his opponent's hands, he turned around to attack. The man couldn't believe that this guy was capable of such an act, and it was the first time he had seen something like that. Kan began to beat his opponent, and strike him as many blows as possible in order to kill him. This warrior received a huge amount of damage, and could no longer resist. Kan dealt a huge number of blows to the guy and then completed the whole combination with a kick. He hit with such force that he flew back and flew in the air for some time. The main character asked why this guy was looking for him and what he needed. The warrior fell to the ground and realized that he could not fight anymore because he received a critical amount of damage. Zhu Yu was shocked when she saw that this vagabond had single-handedly destroyed two of the strongest warriors of her clan. Yongyang was sitting on the ground and his clothes were covered in blood, and he himself felt that if he received another blow, he would definitely die. Jan stood still and tried to come to his senses, spent a lot of energy, received very heavy damage. Jan said that this guy already has a team of 4 people and asked why they need him. Yongyang said that the tramp used the Heavenly Thunder Fist technique. But this technique was different. It was rougher and its damage was stronger. It was a perfect martial art. Yong said that this guy's martial art was not demonic. It was much better and of the highest level. At that moment the guy was trying to get a spear from his chest. Jan understood that this adventurer was planning something, but did not understand what exactly. Jan asked that guy to explain what the essence of this work is. Jan pulled the spear from his chest and threw it to the ground. He took off the purple whip from his hand and said that he actually has martial arts talent and has a martial family. Jen said that many of his peers who can invent martial arts simply use their imagination to do so. Yong said that this guy is a member of a unique family, but it all didn't matter anymore because at that moment, he could no longer resist the pain and simply fell to the ground. Jan was able to defeat 2 very strong warriors and he had to spend a huge amount of energy and strength to do this, and most importantly, he was wounded. She sat silently for a few seconds and thought about his words. Family. The guy replied that everything is so, and in fact the manager of the ranch, and mine, is a guy named Su Wei. He said that there are dozens of civilian farmers who lost their ranches and homes because. He asked her, is she really that confident in herself? Duika said that this is not true at all, but she simply has no other choice. The enemy clan was standing on top of the cliff at that moment, and their leader replied that they had arrived on time. Jan went to the palace territory and approached his opponents. The black warrior said that he would not go down after the situation was resolved. He said that if he doesn't complete this task and they manage to take this money, then their bad streak in life will end. Jen said that this is a very interesting plan, but he felt drops of her blood on his face, and felt sad that he had to kill her. Zhu Yi felt very strong pain, and she realized that she was to blame for what was happening here now. Her blood stained her long, beautiful hair. She fell to the ground and stuck her sword into the ground, after which she began to make moans and cries of pain. Jan came closer to her and decided to examine her face before she died for the last time. Jan said that this all sounds very cool, but there are some problems, and this problem is that he cannot just trust this guy. This guy said that his brother and the 3 people he recruited into the team also cannot trust each other. Juyi said that she noticed that this guy avoided blows to her life on important organs, and with this thought in her head she fought. She began to look at the sky and remember moments associated with it. Juyi said that you were in the forest at night when they stopped to spend the night in a cave. He told her one story. She asked him about the development of the eyes that he told her about those inner eyes that are inside him. Do they really exist? Guy, if his partner misses this opportunity now, he will regret it in the future. Jan stood thoughtfully for several seconds and did not answer anything. This guy, but he thought well and made a decision and told Hong Gil-dong that his plan sounded tempting. She said that at that moment the same eyes were looking at her, inner eyes that did not allow her to live in peace. These eyes were bright and clear, not at all like her, as if they were the best lights. She said those were the eyes of the children she loved most in life. He raised his head up, looked forward and said that he saw the other They looked at her as if they wanted to say something. They were very upset by the act that she committed then. Jan asked his partner to tell him about the other 3 members of their team. Yang Gil said that 2 of these guys are the Gon brothers and the 3rd guy is GM Jun Chan. Ju Yi said that she really regrets that she didn't protect her eyes like Jan did. GM Jun Chan is an archer, and he is very good at archery. So she said that at the moment when these eyes disappeared, her body had already died and was still breathing, but she had already been dead for a long time. Jan looked at her from top to bottom and realized that now she was sharing frank stories from her life, and he felt sorry for her. The elder brother asked Yang Gil who is the person who came with him. Yang that this is then. She asked him to finish what he started and kill her so that she could return to her brothers and sisters. The brothers are angry because another swordsman was brought to them, and they said that there are already too many people on the team. The archer was against this idea and he didn't like the fact that there was another person on their team. He couldn't believe that he would have to kill a person he really liked, but if this was her last request, and he had to fulfill it, he decided to close his eyes and help fulfill his dream and return to his brothers. He understood that her life no longer had meaning. He said that he had been waiting for this idiot to arrive. Jan pulled the sword out of her body and drops of blood flowed from his sword and fell to the ground. His clothes were stained with blood and were torn in some places. He turned his head to the side and said that he did not expect it to end this way, but he had no other choice. He saw that a gentleman was standing behind him, accompanied by his ninjas and looking at him. All this time they were watching the battle in the mountains. Only now they decided to go down when he was already as weakened as possible. The gentleman said that he was amazed by Jan's skill with the sword. He said that this guy dealt with the opponents so quickly that they didn't even have time to intervene in the battle. Jan said that he did not expect help from the Jie clan because this clan was following him all the way and trying to kill him. The gentleman replied that their young master Jie Sangcheon, who hanged himself from this girl, recently woke up. The gentleman looked at the bloody corpses of this girl and said that thanks to Jan, he was able to confirm the plans of this woman and was convinced of the attempt by the Yong clan on the young master and the fact that Jan was drawn into this scam unintentionally. Jan turned his head to the side and looked down. He thought that there was truth in the words of this gentleman, but it still did not ease the heavy burden that appeared in his soul after all these events. The gentleman saw that it was very difficult for this guy now and understood that it was better to agree with him about everything right now and explain to him the situation between the clans. The gentleman said that he intended to get rid of everyone who was associated with this woman, and at that moment he looked at the dead warrior who was lying on the ground. He looked at the second killed warrior and said that it was for this reason that he had to hunt down this girl. The gentleman said that he planned to help the guy if the situation became very dangerous in order to repay him for this information. The gentleman said that he had medicine that would help heal the wound from the spear. But suddenly the ninja heard some strange sounds and turned their heads towards the forest. A very happy horse ran out of the forest and ran straight to its owner. Jan saw his horse and shouted that he was very offended by Joji because this horse betrayed him and ran away with the girl. so he would sell this scoundrel at the first meeting. Joji slowly approached his master and snorted air through his nostrils several times. Jan went up to this horse and began to scold him. He said that Joji did very badly when he ran away with this girl and he betrayed his master, and now, very strangely, in his place he hopes that he will be forgiven so quickly.
The master continued to say that the young man needs to prepare well these 6 days before the start of his military service. Sol Wai said that he understood everything and obeys his master.
Jan still stretched out his hand forward to take the horse across the water, but suddenly he felt a very strong pain in his chest and realized that it was difficult for him to move and raise his arm. Jan covered the open wound on his chest with his hand and realized that this pain was not like ordinary wounds and most likely that idiot's spear was poisoned. The gentleman said that the secret organization behind the Yun clan has no problem using poison and similar dirty tricks to kill their enemies and offered his help to Jan. Jan ignored this gentleman's offer of help and slowly began to climb onto his horse. He told the gentleman, along with his men, to carefully examine this girl's mandolin. Jen said that the documents that this girl stole are in her mandolin, and she hid them there. The master ordered his subjects to immediately inspect this mandarin and find the documents that should be hidden there.
The last time he was in this department, he managed to study the martial art of white glow and then try it in practice.
Jan stopped for a moment and looked at the corpse of this girl again, trying to understand the logic of her actions. She was already dead and most likely she went to her loved ones in heaven. The ninja told the gentleman that this guy should not be released in this form because he is under the influence of poison and can be eliminated very quickly. The master told his soldiers to leave this guy alone, and he is not the kind of person they don't want to see as an enemy, and besides, he left them the secret documents of the Zhe clan without any problems. The gentleman watched as this guy slowly moved away and drove into the depths of the forest, and said that he should be allowed to go his own way. Jan slowly drove into the distance, and the gentleman looked at him and thought about whether this guy would completely break down or overcome all the difficulties on his way. It is unknown, but he wished him good luck. Everyone who met him on their way was always wondering what the story of this great warrior would be. Night had fallen in the city, but the streets of the city were very light due to the fact that the lanterns were burning in the houses. At such a late time there are practically no people on the street, and everyone is already sitting at home and trying not to go out again. The lady took a piece of paper on which it was written that this guy's name is Jang Gon and he is about 20 years old. His level of martial arts can be compared to at least the level of a master patrol chief in the Murima Union. She put this piece of paper with a description of Jan on the table and asked the interlocutor if there was any other information about this guy.
The martial art of fire hands is a very strange and destructive force, but it makes a huge impression and he would like to master it. The next one is the martial art of combining severe peaks.
The secret agent asked the girl what information did she expect to receive. He said that this guy is not a famous person or a warrior from a famous clan.
He looked at the demonstration of this technique and was ready to repeat it from start to finish. The young man was very persistent and that's why everything worked out for him.
The guy said that if Jang Gon came from Zhongyuan, it means that he is a local from some village or city, and therefore there must be something more important about what family or clan he is from. The agent took a cup that was on his table and drank a drink from this cup in order to wet his throat. He put this cup on the table and said that if they wanted to know about his whereabouts before he crossed here by boat, they could look for the intelligence organization in Zhongyuan. But he doesn't understand what they want to achieve from him. Because this guy just looks like an ordinary martial artist. The guy looked at this secret agent and said that the agent was partly right in his words, but still he didn't understand why the agent couldn't find out if Jang Gon had some kind of secret relationship with a clan or family. The agent said that he provided them with everything he could and told them all the information he could find. The agent reported that the only information he could tell them was that this warrior did not use the Heavenly Thunder Fist. The guy told the secret agent that the man's body was killed in an unusual way and his flesh looked intact on the outside, but the inside was completely destroyed. The agent replied that he still had it, but his internal organs had turned into mincemeat. The agent tried to explain to them that compared to this blow, the Imperial Army's Heavenly Thunder Fist is a completely different technique, and this technique is not an elegant martial arts skill. The agent said that these two military techniques are very similar to each other in the way they destroy the insides. He said that the Heavenly Thunder Fist is a more barbaric technique, If they receive one hit, their chi energy and blood will completely flow out of their body and their body will be covered with terrible bruises. These are the true characteristics of the Heavenly Thunder Fist. They looked at the secret agent in horror. But the agent continued to tell them that the amount of internal energy transferred into one fist is so huge that only old-timer monsters in the Imperial Army can use this technique. She had a question and decided to ask it right away. She asked what would happen if this was a new martial art developed based on the Heavenly Thunder Fist.
The young man heard someone's steps approaching the place where he was. He said that he had already finished training and was ready to join.
The agent once again repeated to them what he had already said, that the Heavenly Thunder Fist consumes a lot of internal energy, that even in the Imperial Army this skill exists only in books, and the reason is that with that amount of internal energy you can swing a sword 10 times.
It was a huge man. He said that his name was Ko-1 and Diamond of the Earth said to accompany the young man, but he did not say where.
He said that he absolutely understood their concern and why they suspected that he was a martial artist from the Imperial Army.
It was an elixir and one pill was enough to increase your level of strength and endurance, and it was as if you had been saving it for the last 10 years.
The agent said that this guy might just be a gifted warrior who has talent in martial arts. The agent said that this guy would be very difficult to find because, judging by his description, he hides very well. He tried to explain to these people that this guy is engaged in bounty hunting and uses his abilities in this hunt, and thereby helps the Murim Alliance, and therefore should not cause problems. She put the cup on the table and said that she absolutely agreed with the agent's thoughts, and in this case she wanted to move on to the next case, and find out from the agent what information he was able to obtain about the Red Division. The secret agent took out 3 scrolls from his bag and placed them on the table. He moved these scrolls to the lady and said that in this case everything was much simpler, and he managed to find everything related to the 6 kidnapped children and the place where the criminal who kidnapped them returned. She laughed when she took these scrolls in her hands. She said that compared to the last case, this time the secret agent found a large amount of data. The guy sitting next to her said that he is sure that this information does not need to be explained. I won't be able to figure it out on my own.
Maybe it's precisely because his stamina has increased that the young man thought, taking into account his new position, he got very good skills. The young man thought that thanks to mind reading, he would now be able to view windows. He decided to try his new skills in practice.
The agent watched the departing guests, and waited for them to leave his house. They went out into the street, and slowly began to leave here so that no one would see them. The secret agent slowly began to take off his hat from his head and said that it was very stuffy in this hat.
This escort Dima to the land his hostility was 77%. And he was very dangerous. He was a subordinate of the first disciple of the heavenly demon, and he was also a double agent, which means he was a spy. Despite the fact that the young man knew absolutely everything about Ko-1, he did not show it like that and decided to follow him.
He opened this piece of paper and began to read it, after which he thought that in fact he did not have anything important to tell her.
If everything is exactly as he thinks, then he guarantees an advantage over the demon of the earth. After all, what he saw now on the scoreboard could not be a lie.
His father was an ordinary merchant who wanted his son to become a soldier in the Imperial Army, and some time ago he had an unknown feud with his family. After the infighting, he wandered around Zhongyuan and came to the new continent when he was young. He had many martial arts teachers, but none of them were experienced warriors superior to ordinary military personnel.
This gentleman said that he saw the young man off and now it's time for him to go, and then he must reach this building.
Yang Gain said that the informant who gave him this note actually called a monster who single-handedly defeated more than 30 enemies and even used a skill similar to the Heavenly Thunder Fist as an ordinary guy. He said that the Imperial family and Murim are very large in size but they have no contents. Ian put the letter on the table and said that at this point he should stop. He began to scratch his beard and think that this is all very strange. After all, the Imperial family and the Murim Union still know nothing about Jiangan. He raised his head up and began to look at the ceiling. At that moment he thought that this guy is not as simple as he might seem at first glance. Jan Gain said that most likely they found a very large fish that is not so easy to catch. The water slowly floated along the river and it was very sunny and warm that day. The girl approached the shore and took water in her hands to wash herself. She said that on such a hot day nothing is more refreshing than cool water from the river. Suddenly she saw red traces of blood in the water that floated past her, and immediately turned her attention to them. Blood appeared in the river water more and from top to bottom. She jumped back and thought that this couldn't be and didn't understand where the blood came from in the river. She began to look around to see if there was any wounded person next to her or an animal lying in the water bleeding. She turned her head to the left, and saw that a wounded man was lying not far from her, and blood was flowing from his body into the river. She was very scared and realized that he needed help. Jan lost consciousness and at that moment returned to the real world from which he came. Every time he blinked with his eyes he saw people who passed by him. He tried to carefully examine all these people to understand what was happening here. Jan saw a girl who was passing near him and this girl was smiling, and next to her there was a little boy who was showing something with his hand. The boy smiled and was very happy because his parents took him to a place that he had never seen before. People watched large balloons take off into the air and it caused them a lot of positive emotions. There were people in the balloons waving their hands to the people who were below at that moment. Jan realized that now he is looking at this whole performance through the eyes of a little boy whose mother is holding his hand. All other people are black and white. He looked at his mother and realized that she was incredibly beautiful, and for some reason only she was colored in his memories. He saw that his mother noticed his gaze and turned her head towards him. She looked at him with her eyes and tried to understand what he wanted. She sat down opposite him and extended her arms to him to hug him. Mom hugged him and smiled. At that moment he felt very pleasant emotions that he had not felt for a very long time.
While he was passing through the gate, he tried not to think about anything because nothing.
These voices said that the guy is now smiling and most likely he is seeing some kind of pleasant dream. They said he was finally opening his eyes and they couldn't believe it.
Therefore, the young man resorted to the same trick and decided to keep this sword as he saved the nutrition bar.
He tried to look at the room around him and saw different boxes that surrounded him. He tried to focus his vision and take a better look at everything that was around him. There was a woman next to him who said that looking at him with her eyes open, he looked more handsome than she thought, and he was even more handsome than the people from Zhongyuan living in the lower village.
When he went inside, it was a huge room, and in the middle of it there was an equally huge table behind which stood a very... This man didn't say anything when he saw Coy, so the young man was a little confused and didn't know what...
He heard the voices of these people not far from him and understood that they were speaking a different language, but this language was familiar to him. Jan asked these people if they could bring him some water for him to drink.
When the young man came very close to the table, this instructor asked him for his real name Coy. The young man answered yes.
The Indian smiled and said that it was very nice to hear from this guy that he knew their language.
On the table in front of the instructor there were 3 packages with inscriptions on them. This instructor told the young man to make a choice between Shin on Seo and Pan.
She was delighted that this guy could speak the language and said that she had never seen people from Zhongyuan speak her language so fluently. She felt awkward and asked if he had heard everything she said before. He smiled and realized that she was embarrassed now, but he decided not to lie to her. I said that he understood everything she was talking about. She remembered the words she had just spoken about how with open eyes he looked even more handsome than she thought, and she felt very ashamed of her words. She didn't want him to hear this because now he would think that she was some kind of naive fool who fell in love with him. The Indian saw that a girl named Blue Wolf was now running away from the tent, and he asked where she was going. She didn't answer and just ran away. Blue Wolf and her nickname translates into our language as Sad Lost Wolf. Blue Wolf that she has urgent matters and needs to go get water as quickly as possible. The Indian began to laugh and said that she was just with a man because this guy heard her call him handsome, and for a girl who is usually determined, she is acting very shy today. Jan touched his wound with his hand to understand how big the wound was and told this Indian that they speak Mandarin. The Indian said that there are many people on both sides who know each other's languages, and since these 2 lands have known each other for more than 100 years, they have learned to understand each other. Jan began to examine his wounds on his body and saw something very strange.
And he told him to go now, not to waste time. The young man did just that, opened the door and decided to go into complete uncertainty.
He thought that it was a dangerous injury that could have left him crippled for the rest of his life. If it had not been treated properly, he would have died. He said that his name was Jan Gon, and thanked the Indians for saving his life. The Indian smiled and said that his name was Red Wind.
Coy did not waste a single minute and decided to run. He now needed to determine how he would act next, but he could not stop.
Red Wind said that he was very surprised when the Blue Wolf found him. After all, he was in terrible condition. He said that his body was covered in blood and he was unconscious. It seemed to them that Jan was already dead. Red Wind began to heal his body using healing mud, which usually helps them heal severe injuries.
The young man stood, and in front of him there was not one but several buildings, and he did not know what to do correctly and what to do.
The Red Wind said that this guy has an excellent ability to restore his body, and this ability is not granted to every person. He said that this is the first time he has seen a person who has such a good predisposition to be a martial artist. He asked him if he was being chased and why was he in that place. And Jan said that no one is chasing him and the Red Evening shouldn't worry about it. Indian asked the guy why he was lying in that valley near the river and why he had such a serious injury. Red Wind apologized for his intrusiveness, but he explained that he needed to know that the person they saved was not a danger to his tribe.
It seemed to him not very plausible, so the young man decided to think about it and look around. Time passed and he needed to solve this problem.
He decided not to answer anything right away in order to think about how best to build a dialogue between them so that the leader would not feel threatened by him.
He considered that he needed to do this quickly just so that no one would catch him or see him from his opponent.
He went outside and saw the settlement in which these Indians lived. He knew their history and understood that in the books these people were described completely differently. Jan walked around the territory of their settlement and looked at these amazing people. He understood that their customs were different from the other people he saw.
Now he needed to quietly get to the entrance to this house in the same way. This was another one of the tasks that to begin with, he decided to look around, but everything around was as quiet as before, no one was visible anywhere and no one was walking. Therefore, looking around, the young man thought that he was very lucky and could now move on to the entrance to the.
She smiled when she looked at this cute horse and was glad that she was allowed to treat this kind animal.
But the next moment a table appeared before his eyes and on it was written, "Attention, an unknown enemy has discovered your place," and he needed to write what he was going to do. This worried the young man a little. He didn't understand which side this unknown enemy was from, and it was also unclear to him what his weak point. Of course it is very strange that someone found his weak point, the young man thought, but he only had 10 seconds to make a decision. He needed to face the enemy or drive him away or run away from him.
Jan said that this horse is more cunning than smart, and his name is Joji. She replied that the names that people from Zhongyuan give always sound very funny, but she likes the sound of this word. Jan said that he named this horse that way because he likes how funny it sounds.
And then he was no longer visible, the enemy could no longer find him and track him where he had just been.
Jan said that the problem with this horse's name is not the meaning, but the original owner of the name. She asked what was wrong with the first original owner of this name. He remembered a person who had exactly the same name, and thought that it would be difficult for her to explain this whole situation. At that moment, the leader of the Red Wind tribe approached them and said that the guy already looked very good, and could even walk.
All this was very strange. This happened for the second time when, after making a choice, he cannot control his body and it is practically on its own.
The leader said that the guy got to his feet just in time because their elder wants to meet him to talk. Red Wind said that the elder is a person who knows how to communicate with spirits, and she is also the oldest person in their tribe, and it was she who strongly insisted on healing Jan. He replied that in this case he would certainly come to her and greet this woman. The Red Wind asked the guy to follow him, and he would lead him to the elder. She saw that he was leaving and, by inertia, followed him. She could not take her eyes off him because he looked incredibly handsome. The leader saw that the girl was walking with them and looked at her with a negative look so that she would stop. Red Wind said that she should stay here because the elder asked to meet this guy alone. She started to feel awkward again, but this time she didn't run away and just continued to stand and look at him. Jan turned his head and looked at this girl again before leaving. He took a couple of steps towards her and stopped opposite her. He clasped his hands together and said that in all this time he had not had time to formally thank her for saving his life. She was very pleased to hear such words from him, and she did not expect that he would personally want to thank her. He looked at her and could not restrain his emotions. His lips began to smile and he realized that this girl was very pretty.
And you shouldn't be afraid of him because he had such a look. This fighter said that the young man stopped and waved his finger and told him to go to him and engage in battle with him.
Jan realized that he could no longer detain the leader of the tribe and returned to him in order to go to the elder. They walked along a long path that was laid to the elder's building. The sun set below the horizon and the sky became yellow. The street gradually began to get dark. They approached the tent in which the elder was located and stopped opposite the entrance to this tent. Redwind said that they came to this place and he must go further on his own because the elder wanted to talk to him personally in private. He saw that at the entrance to this tent there was a large buffalo skull hanging, and this tent was far from all the other tents in which the Indians lived. He slowly closed the curtain and entered this tent. Jan got inside this tent and saw that there were a lot of different interesting things. In the center of the tent there was a cauldron in which they found various herbs, thanks to which this place smelled very pleasant. The elder was sitting in the very corner of this tent, and he saw her silhouette. She said that he had finally come. The old woman closed her eye and looked at him. Her eye glowed with a bright yellow color, and it did not look like the eye of an ordinary person.
Although he is still at the level of imitation and he only got tired of those shadows much faster and stronger, and he has already really tried his skills.
Jan said that the leader told him that the elder wanted to meet with him. Smoke continued to fly around the room and scatter incense throughout the space. The elder said that she was very surprised to hear such an excellent pronunciation of their language from this guy, and asked where he learned their language. Jan replied that he learned the language on the shore southwest of here because there is a place there called Chunhu Palace. He said that this is the largest of all the new cities built by the emperor, and many people from these places work there. Jan said that among these people there is a man who teaches tribal languages for money. Crack asked his guest if he was working under the leadership of someone in the central district.
It was some kind of gift from the gods. He thought that now he could use this tincture to heal his wound and it would make him feel better.
She now understands how he knows their language and understands where he has such a southern accent in his speech. Jan thought about it expresses regionalism.
When he tried to get up, he realized that nothing had happened to him and that it was not as effective as he.
One-eyed Cloud began to laugh in her old voice and said that even if the guest is the custom of all the clans in their vicinity, she does not think that he will find someone as old as her, and she has lived for so long that some of the young people in the clan wonder how the old lady is still alive.
He clearly saw that his health had fallen, and luckily he managed to stop the bleeding, but his condition was still not entirely good.
The one-eyed Cloud said that she did not leave these people alone, and she begged her ancestors to break their legs. She said that now there is a very tense situation between the clans that are next to each other, and they must respect etiquette. But everything has changed recently, and the young people who are born are completely different, and they do not respect many traditions. Jan understood that if he didn't interrupt this old woman now, she would talk for a very long time and he would be stuck here forever. She continued to tell stories about the clan, but he interrupted her and said that he wanted to know why the elder insisted on his treatment. The one-eyed Cloud smiled and sat silently looking at him for several seconds. She was waiting for this question from him. She came out of her tent and said that she could not let the blue wolf leave him to die. The big-eyed Cloud looked at his horse and said that he has the same kind heart as his horse, and a person with such a heart cannot be evil. She looked at his horse and said that it was reasonable at that moment to help him and make sure he didn't get hurt.
He needed to get up and go inside. Now he could do this without hindrance, and he needed to move because time.
One-eyed Cloud said that there was another reason why she cured the stranger. The reason was that she was interested in him. Jen asked the elder what exactly she wants to say because he doesn't quite understand what she's talking about now. Jan saw that her second eye was starting to move, although all this time he was sure that her second eye was not functioning. She opened her second eye, and he saw that her eye was a different color from her left eye because it was red.
This was Chok Ho, and he was the commander of the Black Fire Detachment. It was a fairly strong enemy, and the young man was in no hurry to engage him in battle.
Nasty Cloud said that Jan Gon understands everything perfectly, and she saw right through him. The elder said that thanks to this eye he can see what other people cannot see. She said that it is known about who he is and where you came from here, and she asked him if he was enjoying his second life. Jan was very surprised when she said that it was known that this was his second life, because no one knew about it in this world except her. There were no people near the elder's tent. There were only the two of them there, and no one heard their dialogue.
But he didn't know how to call him to fight. He had to somehow distract him from his studies with one single fatal blow.
Jan answered the old woman that, like in the rest of the world, this world does not give him pleasure. They looked at each other, and the old woman continued to laugh very terribly all this time. Jen said that he was very surprised because the elders used demonic arts and hardly anyone in the tribe knows about it. She said that it is better for many people not to know about this for their own safety, and she said that she had heard that the souls of people can travel between worlds. The one-eyed cloud said that in her entire life she had never seen a person who moved his soul to another dimension, but she had heard a lot of stories about this, and it was very pleasant that in her old age she saw such a person alive. She said that she immediately felt a strange energy when she saw his body, but when she approached him for the first time, she realized that this was not an ordinary person, and she began to examine his face. That day she saw his soul for the first time and realized that she was not from their world. At first she thought that he was a demon. Jen said that the elder's gaze is a very interesting ability that interested him in her, and he asked how she sees his soul. The old woman started laughing and said that she would lose her power if she explained to him how it works, and said that it was inappropriate to ask her such a question. She asked him, "Don't the people of the Central District risk their lives for the secrets of what they call martial arts?" He replied that they live in a world where they are losing the same life because of money. She answered him that in that case he also teaches martial arts for money in different cities.
Soul Wide did not wait, and after taking a few steps tried to strike his opponent. He had to act very quickly and very quietly.
The elder said that there was nothing wrong with his problem. She could help him if she met him face to face.
The young man caught himself thinking that his task was completed and, as it was written in the table, another.
He looked at her and understood that she would not answer him, and now the choice was only his, whether he would agree to do it or not. He understood that he was ready to take risks, but he was still a little scared. Jan sat on the stones near the cliff and watched as the sun hid behind the horizon and evening came. The Indians returned to the ropes on which they had not hung wet clothes since the morning, and in the evening they began to take these clothes from the ropes. The blue wolf laughed and talked with her friends. She was very cheerful and happy that day. Jen saw that the leader of their tribe was approaching him and asked what they were talking about with the elder. Jen said that the elder wants him to teach their tribe to fight against martial artists, and most likely she has reasons for this. He asked if their village had any problems. The leader said that he was very glad to see that their guest very quickly perceives the events taking place around him. Jen understood that now the leader would want to talk to him about very important information. Red Wind said that they usually have a quiet and calm life here and children can play in the streets and be happy, but there is information that they do not tell outsiders. The leader said that now the situation has changed a little and they need to tell him something. Red Wind said that one day a young member of their clan whom they sent to the lower village returned with several people from the central region and insisted on selling this land.
He really wanted to try on this bib, so he chose it on the table and decided to see how it would. Now it was completely clear to him, because the knife just for this function immediately equipped the young man and he became protected. It seemed to him that he could make this armor become invisible.
He said that their land is all they have and they can't just buy or sell it. He said that the people in their village were in panic and they did not understand what awaited them in the future, but that he was at a loss because he had to solve this problem. The Red Wind said that the guy who was not sent stayed in the lower village for too long, and he tried to convince the clan members that such a good opportunity would never present itself, and he said that it was so strange that they wanted to beat him up. Jan understood that people from the city wanted to deceive their clan and buy their land for little money. The leader said that the men from the central region listened to their stubborn refusal and calmly left the place. He said that they were sure that these people had left. Everything was completely different. And these people soon returned.
The young man stood near Chako's body. He didn't even have time to move anywhere. Now after his choice the enemy who was watching him should have been revealed.
The leader of the people showed the leader of the tribe a letter in which it was said that they had already bought this land and the Indians needed to leave here. The leader said that this man showed him some paper on which many hieroglyphs were written. But this paper meant nothing to him. In the end, he found out that it was written proof that the Fast Raven, the guy they sent to the lower village, sold the rights to this land and received 500 silver coins.
Of course, the young man did not have time to draw his sword and therefore the blow hit him straight in the chest. It's good that he had just tried on the breastplate and
The leader said that quickly, and Raven sold their entire clan to these people and ran away to the very last coward because he knew that he would be killed for such an act. Jan said that unfortunately the people in the city are very cunning and dangerous, and they are very sorry that their clan was deceived.
The blows were so strong that the young man was still immobilized and could no longer resist, and most importantly, he did not know what to do.
Jan understood that for the entire clan this land is the heritage left by their ancestors and also what they share with each other, and at the same time they believe that this is just something that they borrow from nature, so they do not understand how the inhabitants of the central region own this land. Jan asked the leader if he remembered the name of the organization that put the seal on this paper. Red Wind began to scratch his beard and tried to remember the name of this organization. He said that he needed a little time to give an answer.
The young man's opponent came closer to him and asked if his blow was too light and the sword did not go through and kill the young.
The leader said that he heard that this is some kind of clan that protects the authority of traders and the rights to distribute various goods. Jan thought that he was very glad that the leader remembered at least this. He answered the leader that such dishonest trade in land is prohibited by the Merchants' Union and the Murima Union, and even the Empire prohibits such transactions. Jan said that he thinks that the people who drew up this document together with some people from the trade union, and did all this in order to deceive their clan. Vash replied that he expected a similar answer.
He was stronger than everyone he had fought with before. Since then, the young man had fought, so he didn't know what to do next. This Oma was approaching closer and closer to the young man with his huge sword. It seemed that the Shah was still around and he would be very close.
The leader said that this man was given a lot of bribes and this money would be enough for him not to react to this problem for a long time, and during this time the enemies would be able to kill all the members of their Indian clan. Jan replied that there is some reason why they need this earth. He said that this earth is not in the best place, and it is unlikely that these people will need this land just like that. The leader thought about the words of his interlocutor, and tried to give some rational answer why these people needed this earth. Red Wind said that he thinks that there is a place in the mountains that brings gold, and this place could be a gold mine for these people. Jan now began to understand why there is such a great interest in this land. And if there is gold here, then there will be rich people here who will want to appropriate this gold for themselves. He said that he needs to think a little in order to help you and his tribe with this problem. Jan understood that soon it could be very dangerous here due to the fact that there is a large amount of gold in this place. Jan said I'm waiting for him, that he thinks that tomorrow he will be able to move his hand more comfortably. Jan told the leader to gather all the villagers for tomorrow, and he wants to help them find a way to protect their gold mine. The next day, the leader brought all the warriors he has in his tribe. He said that these are all people who can fight. Jan looked at the driving men who stood for his day. He carefully examined them in order to understand their physical abilities. Jan counted how many people there were in order to understand how much time he would need to teach them. Jan thought that the leader had brought him about 10 people and, in principle, this number should be enough. But suddenly he saw one person in the crowd whom he definitely did not expect to see here, and was afraid. In the very last row stood a blue wolf, and he thought, will she, too, fight along with the rest of the warriors? The blue wolf smiled when she met the gaze of their new teacher, and she wanted to show with her smile that she would study with the others. Jan thought it was very cute that the blue wolf used to be a warrior too.
He tried to deliver blow after blow and defend himself, but the forces were really unequal, and even with the technique he could not inflict much damage on his opponent.
The leader said that in this case the tribe may have to face 2 or 3 people, but if there are a lot of them, they are also confident that they will be able to resist them. Jan stood silently and looked at all these warriors. He needed to think about how best to proceed further in order not to waste time. He understood that the leader was a very brave man, and was sure that his people were also brave warriors. But with such a small number of people it would be difficult to resist these invaders. A very large man came out of the crowd and said in a low voice that if John is afraid that they will lose and is not confident in their strength, then why don't they arrange a match and test their strength? He said that he was known in this clan as the Bear Climber, and suggested looking at what Jan calls martial art.
But the young man had no choice. He had to either defend himself and attack, or lay down the sword.
This guy named Climber Bear was actually incredibly large. Jan straightened his long hair so that it would not interfere with him in the future, and thought that this big guy was right and his words made sense. Jan said that they will do this now and it would be nice to start training with this. But he is worried that this training path will be a little abrupt. The bear and the rest of the warriors looked carefully at their new teacher to understand what he was doing here. The Indian shouted very loudly that he was always wondering why the blue wolf brought a corpse here today.
Well, since it is very powerful, men also want to learn it, so they created martial arts and techniques, the basis of which is this particular art.
The leader approached Jan and said that this guy, nicknamed Bear, is one of the most powerful warriors and that he wants to see him. But what is their new teacher capable of so that everyone can be convinced of his fighting abilities? Jan looked at the leader and realized that the leader had come up with such a brilliant plan from the very beginning in order to test his abilities, and he wanted to see how they would fight. Jan said that he doesn't mind fighting a bear if the leader insists on it. The blue wolf was very worried about Jan because she didn't know how strong he was and understood that the bear climber was twice his size. She calmed herself down with the thought that the stranger was recovering very quickly from his injury, but she was still worried that he had not recovered well enough from his injuries. The bear took a fighting position and began to prepare for battle. He wanted to give it his all in order to show all his strength to this enemy. Jan stood opposite the bear and prepared for battle in his own manner. He understood that their fighting stances were very different from each other.
The next moment, the sword again crossed disgustingly with the sword of the young man. Sol Y could not hold the sword and the young man for long and stepped back.
The bear didn't even have time to understand where his opponent had disappeared because everything happened so quickly that he didn't notice him. He ran a few meters forward and then tried to stop so as not to crash into the wall. He turned his head back and thought that he didn't even have time to see this guy and didn't understand how this was even possible. Jan knew that such a simple trick would greatly surprise all the Indians. After all, they most likely had never seen anything like this before. The Indians shouted in delight that this guy was faster than the lightning that falls from the sky during a thunderstorm.
Oh ma! He went up to a small man's house and said that he had held out for a long time with his petty tricks. The young man thought that he did not have enough strength.
Red Wind watched this guy carefully and wanted to see what else he could demonstrate during this battle. The bear took his head with his hand and said that there was some kind of iron weight tied to his opponent's leg. Because his blow was incredibly strong, and the bear's head now hurt very much. Can ask the enemy, will he do anything else? Because he was tired of standing.
Therefore, he needed to think for a few minutes in order to make the next decision of what.
Jan calmly dodged all the blows of his enemy, and did not allow himself to be damaged. The bear's blows were very strong and heavy, but he moved very slowly and could not hit the enemy's body.
Therefore, he hit his opponent right in the shoulder, so that blood sprayed in all directions. He did not have time to defend himself from the blow.
The bear thought that he was already running out of strength. If he hadn't gotten tired so quickly, he could have defeated this guy, but apparently this man actually owns a special fighting technique. Ken suggested that the bear stop the fight at this point because he had already demonstrated his abilities. The bear did not agree with him, and said that now he would show real strength. Rain, the rest of the warriors from the tribe were very surprised when they heard from the bear that he would show real strength. Red Wind thought that the mountain bear was very angry. During this fight he decided to show his true strength. The bear took a fighting position in his body and a very large amount of green energy began to be emitted from his body. He smiled and looked at his opponent. At that moment the rest of the Indians shouted for the mountain bear to stop, but he did not want to listen to them. Jan saw that the mountain bear, after using his real strength, he very quickly began to move in space and in 1 second reduced the distance between them. The bear swung his fist to deliver his strongest blow. This time he wanted to prove to this guy that he was stronger. Can block the enemy's blows, but still there were a lot of these blows and this big guy began to move 10 times faster. Jan didn't understand how the big man achieved such fast speed in his punches because just now he could hardly raise his hand to hit him with his fist. Jan watched the movements of this Indian and realized that his strength was different from everything he saw in the central region, and the technique of this Indian was special.
Theoretically, it was better to come up with a plan first and not rush headlong into a fight. He watched every move and waited for it all to. He didn't want to leave empty-handed. So he had to wait a while, and if they didn't kill each other, then he was ready to finish it for them.
Jan thought that he would like to fight the bear further, but his body has not yet recovered enough. He needs to finish this fight right now, so he raised his fist to make a blow. The bear thought that his victory was already guaranteed, but suddenly he saw that the enemy was starting to do some kind of combat combination of blows and he did not expect it. Jan hit the bear in the left rib with his elbow and thought that he no longer had time to continue this fight. We need to end everything right now. He put a lot of force into his blow and after that he stopped in place to see what would happen to his enemy after this blow. The bear flew forward and combed the ground with its back. He slid along the ground for a very long distance, and at some point he stopped when a stone came across his path. Dust rose in the air. He looked at how the enemy had been lying on the ground for several minutes, and decided to approach the bear to see if everything was okay with him. The Indians were shocked when they saw this guy's blows. They only now began to understand that the leader did not just ask this stranger to teach him his martial art. Blue Wolf was very surprised and thought that Jang Gon was the most amazing man she had ever seen. Jan looked at the bear and hoped that everything was okay with him after this blow because he actually put a lot of power into his attack. The leader sat down near the bear to take a closer look at what condition it was in, and after spending a few minutes there he was ready to make his verdict. Red Wind said that Jan Gon is a very good warrior, and he was impressed by this martial art. Jan said that during the fight with the mountain bear, he felt that some unknown force was protecting his body, and this is quite an interesting technique, and asked the leader to explain how this fighting skill works. Red Wind said that this power is rare among the residents of the central region. The leader said that the power that the mountain bear uses is called the power of spirits. Jan asked the leader to explain in more detail about this military equipment because he had never heard anything about the power of spirits before. Red Wind said that everything is correct and not only residents of the central region can use mysterious powers in battle. The leader said that he would later explain how this power works. But for now they need to move the mountain bear to the village, and they were very lucky that the bear only lost consciousness. Jen said that he had never seen the tribe members from Chunha Palace use this fighting technique before.
It appeared on the board that he had chosen the north, and at that very moment he found himself in the very place where he had expected. Now everything depended.
Jan became interested in this military equipment, and realized that if he was lucky, the leader and his tribe would teach him how to wield this incredible power. He assumed that this force is similar to the internal energy of Qi. But if he thinks carefully, he will not be able to feel the center of this energy. The prince continued the conversation about what could be the reason for this, and from his speculation he realized that he had an excess of yang energy. She said that if he asks the spirits for help and opens his heart for them, then he will be able to accept the spirits of all creation on earth and the power of their ancestors. The Red Wind called the Blue Wolf a fool because she shouldn't have said this, but she didn't understand what the problem was. Because if the spirits allow him to meet them, then why not do it? The leader said that she shouldn't have told him about this great mastery just like that, but the girl thought that her uncle himself would want to tell him this. The leader said that he did not want to teach this guy the great mastery, and just wanted to tell him about the existence of ancient spirits, and the girl only at that moment realized that she had made a mistake. Jan understood that they had a secret that only this tribe knew about, and they did not intend to share this knowledge with other people. Jen said that if they don't want to tell, then that's their business, and now he better start training. After all, they themselves wanted to learn how to fight like martial artists. Jan asked the Indian warriors to gather in front of him and stand so that he could see them. The leader asked the Blue Wolf for her opinion about this guy. He wanted to know if he would be useful to them in the future. She turned her head and looked at him to make sure that her feelings were real. The Blue Wolf saw him training her brothers and told you that this guy will be very useful for their tribe and he will provide them with an incredibly good service, and she is sure that he will help them. They stood on the edge of the mountain and John said that martial artists are very strong when they clash with each other with swords and spears, but they are also straightforward and simple-minded. John said that the best option for battle would be to replace the martial artists in the forest and use the trees as shields. Red Wind said that this is a very good idea because in this way they will be able to block their strongest attacks. Jan looked at the guys who were training to attack each other with a spear and said that the power of the spirits that these warriors possess would be enough to fight and defeat the enemy. The Indians trained very efficiently and furiously. They were warriors who did not know how to lose, and therefore training for them was always a test of their courage and endurance. Jan watched the Indians who are now training below and thought that they are still very weak at the moment, and it would be good if he knew the level of martial arts proficiency of his opponents with whom they would have to fight. Jan asked the leader if he fulfilled Jan's request. Red Wind replied that they did not decide to appoint 2 warriors so that they would not be drained when the others returned to the village. Red Wind said that his people are now stopping traps in the forest and preparing the place for battle. Kim replied that in this case everything is in order, and even if this is not enough, they will have no other choice but to fight without sparing their lives. Jan said that in this case they will at least have hope that I won't be able to recapture my lands and stay alive. The Blue Wolf sat near the armory and chose the weapon she liked best to use. She saw that suddenly a man was approaching her from behind and turned her head. Jen said that the people from the tribe told him that all the weapons were in this place, and he decided to come here to look at these weapons. After that he said that he did not expect that the Blue Wolf was guarding this place. Jan called her the youngest warrior he had seen in this tribe. She looked at him incredulously, and realized that she didn't like the way he talked about her. The Blue Wolf stood up and said that he looks down on her because she is young, but she is the fastest of all the warriors of the tribe except her uncle, and these martial artists will probably get an arrow if they chase her. Jan smiled when he saw her reaction. He thought that she was most likely good with a bow. He said that he didn't want to offend her and didn't know that she was the fastest runner in the tribe. She said that all the tribes underestimate her, and she is upset because of this. Because in fact she considers herself a very strong warrior. The Blue Wolf took the quiver of arrows that was lying on the floor and picked it up. She said that Jan most likely was not interested in listening to this. He looked at her in surprise and asked what exactly was she saying. She said that she meant the spirits that helped their tribe use their unique power during battle. She said that the other tribes are always interested in how they use this power, but Jan was not very interested in this. He looked at her and thought that she now wants to talk about this power. He said that in this case he would like her to tell him about this strength and spirit. The Blue Wolf said that if he is interested, that's very good, but you usually can't talk about spirits because it's the secret of their tribe. She said that when the time comes, the spirits themselves will come for him, and as soon as this happens he will open his heart, and then he will become a real warrior. Jan asked the Blue Wolf what does it mean to open your heart, because this phrase is not clear to him. She said that it was difficult for her to explain this meaning in ordinary words, and her cheeks at that moment became red. The Blue Wolf began to scratch her head and tried to come up with the correct explanation for this phrase, but nothing worked for her. Jen thought that she wanted to find out whether he liked her or not, and for this reason she was so embarrassed now. He thought that they are called the state of falling in love with the phrase open your heart, and most likely that's what she means. She said that it is very difficult to explain in words, but when he opens his heart, he himself will feel that this happened and he will not need to explain anything. He took a step towards her and stood very close to her. He asked if he could check something with her. She didn't understand what he meant, and she felt very awkward because of it. He told her to trust him and give him her hand. The Blue Wolf didn't understand what was happening now and felt awkward, but she wanted to trust him. But at the same time she didn't know what he would do now. The Blue Wolf extended her hand to him, and thought that he could be trusted, but she didn't know what he would do and why he needed her hand. Jan extended his hand to her hand and said that she should forgive him for what he would do, but this needs to be checked. He wanted to touch her hand with his fingers and test his guesses. She looked at him and tried to understand what he was going to do now, but she had no guesses because she couldn't even imagine what was going on in his head right now. Jan closed his eyes and slowly touched her hand with his finger. He felt a very strong energy that was in her body. These were very bright blue streams of energy that were ready to burst out of her body at any moment. He took the bread in his hand and continued his meal. He understood that this was an unusual center of chi energy. It was something else similar to where she could breathe along with her natural chi energy. The boy asked if the gentleman had rented a room in their establishment. Jan replied that everything was fine. He slowly began to open his eyes to return to reality. Jan removed his hand from him and said that he could not see it with his own eyes. She put the decanter on the table at which Jan was sitting. He took the bread in his hand. John said that if the martial artist tried to grab her wrist, then she should not let them do it. She was very surprised when she heard such advice from him, and asked why she should not give him her wrist. John said that few people have such a rare skill, but some martial artists can disable her with one movement by grabbing her wrist. She replied that if they can't do something like that, it's very scary. She said that she would do everything so that no one could grab her wrist. But then she decided to finish her sentence, and said that no one would ever be able to grab her wrist from the martial arts masters except Jan because he is allowed to do it. Jan asked her in surprise why she wanted to allow him to do this. The blue wolf couldn't answer this question for him and simply ran away as quickly as possible so that he wouldn't see her weakness at that moment. After she said this phrase, she immediately began to walk away from this client's table, and told he decided to go out for a walk around the camp in the evening and sat down on a cart that was located in the center of the camp. Jan spent the whole day thinking about the power of the spirits that give superpowers to these Indians and realized that they get their power thanks to the blue wolf because it fills them with this energy. But he was not able to accept such power. He hammered that he had already created a center and placed internal energy in it. If he opened his veins like these Indians, then his internal energy would slowly seep through them. He thought that he was helping these Indians not to gain their unique strength, but because he wanted to help them. It was enough for him to just see how this incredible chi energy functions in her body, and it was a unique sight. But now he thought that he still needed to get some benefit from this help. The time has come and they trained every day to improve their skills in martial arts. Jen showed them different martial arts and techniques so that they could learn how to fight against new opponents. Once I went into a tent, and saw that in this tent there were many different valuable things that were very expensive. He and the Indians set up traps and tested them to ensure they functioned well. During the time they trained together, he managed to make friends with many Indians, and they began to consider him their man and trusted him. The blue wolf trained her archery abilities every day, and honed her skills in order to be the most accurate shooter. Jan saw that the blue wolf always trains herself, and she improves her bow skills every day. 4 days later the valley was very noisy and strangers on horseback could be heard approaching. An eagle flew in the sky and provided its owner with information about its opponents. Soldiers on horseback were approaching the Indian settlement, and this time there were a large number of them because they wanted to end this conflict once and for all. The horses ran at a gallop and they soon only became faster because they were constantly urged on by riders in order to get to this tribe as quickly as possible. The enemies were confident that the Indians would not be able to give them proper resistance, and therefore they wanted to start the battle as quickly as possible and defeat their opponents. "You are not a wolf" was with your uncle on the top of the cliff, and they saw that the opponents were approaching and soon this very battle would begin, which had not been prepared for so long. Red Wind said that there were a lot of enemies and he didn't expect such a large number of them to come here, so he ordered the blue wolf to hurry up. The leader said that the blue wolf should immediately go to the village and inform Jan Gan and the rest of the warriors that the enemies are approaching and tell them about the number of enemies. She replied that she would not waste time and would try to get to the camp as quickly as the wind does. Red Wind watched the opponents and at that moment he realized that the battle would be difficult, and he hoped that they were well prepared enough to win this battle. Ho Ryung said that he didn't expect to see Aunt Ajama here. Their leader was very serious about getting these lands as quickly as possible because thanks to these lands he could earn a lot of money. The branches of the trees hid the sun, and the sun's rays made their way through the leaves. The soldier asked Mr. did they do the right thing when they killed the trade union trader? The gentleman replied that this man planned to arrest them by conspiring with the head of the branch of the Merino Union. Kong Ryong was the former leader of the Jade Pipe Corps. He said that he was worried about the fact that they had to kill this merchant. He said that that was why he left his personal army and took with him only swordsmen who knew nothing. The gentleman in black clothes held his horse through the water and told Kong Ryong not to worry about this whole situation. He explained that this was a status that had to be abandoned if they still achieved their goal. Kong Ryong asked Mr. Is mining gold an easy process? The gentleman replied that gold goes to the river, but this does not guarantee that they will not have to do a certain amount of mining. He said that the gold mine in this valley was just an excuse to drive out the indigenous people. Ken was very surprised when he heard these words from the gentleman. He thought that this man could say such things only because he was not the one who created and supported his army, and he spent all his money hiring 30 swordsmen who don't even know how to do anything. Kun said that he hopes that the story of this vile primitive bastard turns out to be true. The gentleman asked his interlocutor not to worry about it because he had already convinced himself of this through the guy's blood vein. He said this is a good way to reveal a person's bloodline, and the person who was not killed was actually a divine beast with a great spirit. He said that this fits very well with their plan and the master will be very happy to hear it. Kang Ryong thought that this man didn't even tell him about his plan, and he, as always, remained in the middle. Khan shared his opinion that he hopes that the indigenous people of the valley will be afraid of their small army, and will soon retreat, and in this case he will be able to create a new army again. The gentleman thought completely differently, and he did not like the thinking of his interlocutor, so he did not give him any answer. The warriors shouted very loudly for everyone to stop immediately, and the 2 horses that were riding in front of everyone stopped later than the rest.
Of course, he was very interested in what test awaited him this time. He opened the door slightly to see what was behind this door.
The horse began to neigh very loudly and exhale steam from its mouth. The rider tried to stop his horse and not let it fall down, but it was already too late. He saw that large sharp spikes were waiting for them below, which could kill them. The rider began to scream in fear and understood that he and his horse would now fall into this trap, and it was no longer possible to prevent this moment. Blood splashed in different directions, and the soldier died along with his horse without even passing the first trap.
The aura of his opponent was the aura of bloodlust, and it was so strong that the young man even had a twist in his stomach. His opponent was very...
The people who were driving behind this guy were shocked that he had just walked into a trap. The gentleman told his soldiers to stop immediately and not move because there could be a lot of such traps in the forest. Kang Ryong asked the gentleman if this trap was really made by the Indian tribes who live in this valley, and the gentleman replied that most likely it was their doing. The soldiers began to scream in fear that someone was approaching them. Ken told the gentleman that there was a person ahead and was most likely heading towards them.
This man said that he could kill him and it would not be difficult for him. He showed it with all his appearance.
Khan looked at the man's clothes and immediately realized that this guy was not from this area and most likely he was not an Indian. Ken asked, "Are you not familiar with who he is and what is he doing here?" But the guy just stood silently and looked at them. Khan shouted to this guy that if he just wanted to pass by, he was doing it very slowly, and he should hurry up so as not to delay their column of soldiers.
He needed to come up with something and do something. He couldn't leave this situation like that, so he started thinking about what to do.
Jan stopped and said that for their action they would be severely punished by the Union of Merchants and the Union of Murim.
He looked around the whole room again. He needed to see at least something that could tell him what to do next. The young man noticed a table with a plate on it, and there was something in the plate, and he decided to see what exactly he saw.
The gentleman asked his colleague to stop and be silent. He said that the tribe of these savages living in the valley hired a man from Zhongyuan, but this man is unusual. Khan asked, "Mister, what exactly does he mean and what is he talking about now?" The soldiers felt superior to this man and began to insult him with bad words and call him a poor weakling who is trying to take money from the savages. They shouted that he couldn't stop everyone on his own. Jan realized that these people treat Indians like savages, and this is their main mistake. Ken told these people that if there was a misunderstanding between them, then they could resolve this issue now before blood was shed. They listened to the words of this stranger, and he said that if these people came to a foreign land and want to drive out the Indians just because there is a mine, then instead they can make an agreement with the Indians and mine gold in the mine together in exchange for a share of the profits. Jan said that even if they kick them out of here once and for all, there is enough money here to earn a living for a small group of soldiers. Khan said that never in his life would he share money with the savages who live on this land. And he bought this land for 500 silver coins. In the forest, Kang Ryong's cry was heard, saying that he did not want to share his fortune with unwashed savages who don't even know how much gold is worth, and these primitive idiots need to be destroyed right now. Khan said that he would not easily kill this guy and all the savages if they did not get out of here immediately because their lives were worth nothing. He said that every time he looks at the children, these vile, dirty savages running around, only one thought appears in his head as quickly as possible to sell them into slavery. Suddenly, an arrow flew very quickly from the forest towards him. This arrow hit Kang Ryong's heart, and he felt very strong pain. Blood began to flow out of his chest and splash in different directions. Ken shouted that these dirty savages attacked and hit him right in the heart, and at that moment he slowly began to fall down but still tried to stay on his horse.
Now he was able to return to the moment that he had saved and, like last time, he had to choose one of 3 options.
Ken extended his hand to the gentleman who had been riding next to him all this time, and asked this black snake to help him and save him while he was still alive. He begged the black snake to do something to hurt him and not let him die, although he would be saved. The black snake asked Kong Ryong what exactly he wants the master to do, and how he can help him. Ken began to shout very loudly that the black snakes have very strong martial arts, and thanks to him he can save him. Kong Ryong grabbed the black snake with his hand by the cloak that covered his body. The black snake looked at the dying Kong Ryong with a contemptuous look, and asked him why he should help him.
Just like last time, the Earth Demon left a book with martial arts for the young man. Now he realized that when he was on his last mission, he didn't even have time to lift a finger or defend himself in front of. He thought that he was still too weak and he needed to gain strength. He wanted to survive and live no matter what.
These are either his last words, and after he finished the phrase he could no longer sit on a horse and fell to the ground.
It was very good that the items in the toolbox did not disappear anywhere, so the young man was a little happy about this. It only meant one thing, that he could restore his strength. Seol-Y thought to himself what would happen if he stole something from the Earth Demon's room and hid it in the toolkit. This something would end up in his next life. He decided that he should try it for the sake of his next life and went to look for something on the shelves of the Earth Demon. He set you up for the fact that he should find something useful among the things that were stored in this room. This something should be useful to him when he was walking and looking on the shelves for something suitable for him and that he might need. He saw a mirror hanging.
At that moment the Indians were hiding in the bushes, sitting on tree branches and waiting for their moment to enter the battlefield. The tall warrior was the first to emerge from the ambush, and showed himself to be the enemy, and the rest of the warriors began to follow him. The mountain bear led the second detachment of Indians who followed him, and they were already ready for battle. The Red Wind approached the Blue Wolf and said that he lined it up. It was a good job. The leader said that after the words that this bastard spoke, even he had a hard time restraining himself from running out of the bushes and killing him with his own hands. But the Blue Wolf did a very good job and shot him right in the heart.
It was very large, and the young man decided to see what could be there and use this gap to open the table. Said that he had mastered all the knowledge of the forbidden book, and the highest quality he received was wind, which is one of the four main demonic marks.
The black snake ordered the soldiers to stop and be silent. He said that if they continue to move up this road there will be an Indian village, and there is a lot of gold in it. The soldiers were eager to go further because they wanted to get gold from this village.
Like last time, the young man was taken down to the basement by the Cheonil department, where he had to master martial arts from the Book of
The soldiers began to shout that these savages had just killed an innocent man who was just saying bad words, but they pierced him with an arrow and they could not forgive such an act.
The tools were all the same as last time, only forbidden items of the highest quality were added. This is the main demonic martial art of wind. Of course, he was very happy to see that there were now 2 books in his toolkit and a forbidden book in the highest quality. The main demonic martial art of wind was also added to the
Jan understood that because of this, the instigator would most likely start a battle now, and it would be nice to eliminate him.
He was very happy and decided not to do anything. He just wanted to lie on the floor and be happy for himself, unlike previous times.
Jan suddenly felt a very strange smell that enveloped his body from different sides. When he sniffed this smell better, he realized that this smell was very familiar to him, and he did not want to believe that this was actually what he was thinking about. Jan shouted that the enemies had spread poison to enrage the warriors and therefore asked everyone to be careful. He turned his head back and saw that the Indians were now behaving very strangely.
It seemed to him that he understood why he died last time. If he is too careful and chooses only safe options, it will not bring a good result and he will be killed anyway.
The mountain bear inhaled this poison into his lungs and his eyes began to turn red and he began to experience incredible anger and rage. Jan shouted to his ally to hold their breath and stop breathing because I am starting to act very quickly, but it was already too late. The Blue Wolf also inhaled the poisonous air and rage awakened in her. The leader, just like all his other warriors, could not predict that the enemy would activate the poison and began to inhale it. Jan was confused. He didn't understand what needed to be done to stop the effect of the poison. He breathed air into his lungs and thought that this was the only way to cope with this poison. The black snake did not understand what his opponent was doing now, and he was very surprised when he saw that Jan was also inhaling this poison into his lungs. He began to scream very loudly and fury was activated in him just like in the other warriors. He made a very strong burst of energy. The earth around him began to fly into the air and stones were scattered in different directions. He made a very strong explosion and circles of wind began to appear around him and scattered over a large distance. Jan made an incredibly strong explosion, and after that a very loud scream was heard in the forest, and the explosion was so big that several hectares were damaged by this explosion. The wind was so strong that the trees bent under such pressure, and the leaves began to fall from the trees. The black snake tried to calm his horse and did everything possible to ensure that it remained standing in place. But the wind was so strong that the lie was carried back. The black snake said that the ability this guy just used is called Lion's Roar, and he didn't expect the enemy to be so strong. At this moment, he regretted that he decided to use poison against this enemy. The black snake looked at this enemy and understood that he was dealing with a martial artist who possesses very strong martial techniques. He thought there that Lion's Roar is an ability that can only be used by those who have reached the level of senior warriors of high-ranking monks, and he was sure that an ordinary guy could not have such an ability. He turned his head back and looked at his fighters, and at that moment he realized that everything was fine with them, and they were not injured after using this skill. The black snake took his hand and started to touch himself in order to understand whether he was injured, but he realized that his body was not injured.
Like the last time, the guard extended his hand and gave the young man this pill, said that it was an elixir and one pill was enough to increase his chi level as if he had been saving it for 10 years.
Black Snake asked this guy, is his voice powerful enough to stop the poison? And where did he learn such martial art techniques? Jan looked at his opponent, and thought that if it was just a loud noise, all the opponent's eardrums would burst. But he mastered this technique and vibration of his voice with the help of internal energy to stop the rupture of the eardrums, and thus he can make the whole body ring to calm down. The leader was able to come to his senses after hearing this loud roar, and asked the blue wolf if everything was okay.
He said that he saw off the young man and now it was time for him. Everything happened exactly the same as last time.
The leader said that he also did not know what had just happened because he was suddenly seized by a wild fury, and he could not control his consciousness. But he heard a loud noise and came to his senses. She said that this loud scream was made by Jangon. Thanks to him, all the other warriors could wake up and their rage stopped. She said that he saved them and he will definitely need to be thanked for this because now they cannot fight honestly. The Black Snake told his soldiers that from now on he is their leader, and they must obey all his orders. He said that they will pay them very good money if I don't listen to his orders and carry them out well, and the first order is to go forward and kill all these savages.
The young man said that the earth demon told him that he would give the flying dragon's immortality pill, and the young man reminded his guard about this just in case. Ko-One looked at the young man and did not understand what he was talking about. If the earth demon said so, then he had to fulfill his request.
He said that they came here to kill and rob these barbarians, and now it's too late to pretend that they didn't know anything about it, and wants to go back. The Black Snake said that they are now acting like cowardly girls who were scared into ordinary savages. In response, he heard from his soldiers that they were not hired to work for him and they initially had a completely different leader, and at that moment he pulled a sharp needle from his sleeve. The Black Snake threw this game at the guy who tries the most to resist his order.
If this guard did not immediately give him this pill, then something was wrong here and he was not just going to give it to him.
He turned his head to the right side and saw that a sharp needle was flying at him. He opened his eyes wide and realized that he would no longer be able to dodge this needle. Most likely now he would die. The needle went straight into his body and after that he began to fall back. But the rest of the people did not understand what was happening here.
This guard tried to crush the young man's head with such force so that he could understand something. It seemed like just a little more and the young man's head would split into two parts.
Suddenly the soldier realized that this man had just been killed, and he immediately jumped back along with the rest of the soldiers. Jen saw this whole situation from the outside and thought that killing your own soldiers with hidden weapons is very vile.
And even if he survives after completing the whole test, he will later die at the hands of a guard when he returns from the army.
The Black Snake ordered the soldiers to immediately shut up and said that they must do what they came here for. This means that they must kill and plunder these barbarians. He said that all the gold and women in this village would belong to them if they didn't just listen to his orders.
This guard simply spat in Soul-Wise's face. Even this did not upset the young man much because he now had this pill in his hands.
The soldiers raised their swords up and shouted that there was no point in going back and they must fight their opponents in order to receive their reward.
He had no choice but to turn around and leave, and the young man remained lying on the earth, but he had that same pill in his hands.
Jan looked at these soldiers and realized that they were now making a big mistake, but he could not influence their choice. Jan looked at his opponents and realized that if they want a battle then they will get it, and this means that the battle will begin now. He patted himself on the shoulder and said to the rest of the Indians that the battle was beginning. The Red Wind saw the signal that Jan gave them and immediately realized that the battle was now beginning. The leader ordered his fighters to prepare for battle, and first they must replace the enemy in the forest, and go strictly according to the plan.
The young man entered the building exactly the same as last time. The same instructor was sitting there, everything was the same as before.
Jan continued to stand in his position and wait for everything happening around him. Jan turned his head back and looked at how the Indians began to run away towards the forest. You Are Not a Wolf ran very quickly into the forest, and thought only that Jan Gon would be careful and that everything would work out for him. The soldiers saw that these Indians were running away towards the forest, and the Black Snake ordered the soldiers to run after these natives.
He just became interested in the fact that he didn't understand whether he was alone or whether there were still applicants who wanted to join the army and become warriors.
The Black Snake looked at his partner who stood opposite him and thought that it was very stupid to think that ordinary barbarians could defeat experienced swordsmen. When the main troops ran away after the Indians, only Black Snakes and Jan remained on the battlefield.
He asked this question only because, given the number of pieces of bamboo, there must be others, but he did not understand why they were not here.
Jan answered the Black Snake that he didn't have to worry about it, and the man smiled because he didn't understand what kind of monster was standing in front of him.
They were silent for some time. The young man waited for an answer and the instructor did not answer him. It was unclear why this was happening.
The gentleman smiled and said that he wanted to see how fast his opponent's sword was.
Most likely no one dares to talk to the instructor, much less ask any questions. He never answered.
He moved very quickly and launched attacks from different sides in order to get through them. He didn't understand where he was now. Jan carefully watched how the Black Snakes behaved during the fight. The Black Snake did not understand how he needed to fight to defeat the enemy because the enemy attacked him very quickly. He had to constantly retreat back. He was armed with iron spikes that were in his hand, but he could not normally fight this guy with such a weapon. The Black Snake understood that the spiked brass knuckles could not reach the enemy, and he was now in a very weak position.
If he doesn't see them, it doesn't mean that they haven't arrived yet or came at a different time or used a different entrance, but there could be some who were already. Then they are already fighting and trying to become stronger at the expense of others, and he needs to be more careful and attentive and not relax like last time.
Jen said that the gold that is in this valley is definitely not the goal of these people. Jen said that he knows that the Black Snake is only pretending to be a merchant, but in fact, his clothes are just a disguise. He landed on the ground and took a few steps back in order to get as far away from his opponent as possible, and after that he said that gold can be found anywhere, and it would be stupid to fight for just gold. Jen said that most likely the Black Snake wants to destroy this tribe. He did not understand why the Black Snake needed this. But the snake answered the guy that he should not delve into the essence of this issue because he would die anyway.
The young man decided that this time suddenly she would go because he did not want to waste time and live through the same events that happened to him last time.
The Black Snake smiled and thought that the sword that he would now use was unique dark energy, and his opponent was clearly not ready for this. Jan dodged the sword strike, but when the sword flew past his face, he realized that very strong black energies were emanating from this sword. Jen understood that now he would need to dodge the enemy's blow, and said that hidden weapons and poison and demonic art are a very dirty set of weapons for a warrior. He jumped back and dodged another blow from the demonic sword, after which he asked who the Black Snake was. Where did he come from? The sky began to fall with stones and large boulders. The swordsman raised his head up and saw that a very large stone was flying at him, and he would not have time to jump to the side. When the Indians lured their opponents into a trap and did not start a battle in a forested area, this was an ideal place to defeat their opponents. After all, they fought here according to the rules of the Indians. The mountain bear knocked down the bones with his fists, as if the enemy's hammers were small. The bear used his unique spiritual energy technique, and his powers became several times more powerful. The receiver saw that this big Indian was now occupied by other opponents, and stabbed him in the back with a sword.
The enemy hoped that he would strike the young man very suddenly and neutralize him with one blow, but he did not.
He turned around in order to understand who decided to attack him from behind and saw that at that moment a mercenary was flying towards him with a sword raised up. The mercenary laughed and was glad that he was able to suddenly attack this Indian, and thought that he could now kill this big guy with one blow.
He looked at his opponent and thought that it was not at all difficult for him. Now he was able to stop him and neutralize him much faster than last time.
The bear turned his head to the side and decided to look at the man who had just saved his life. He saw that a blue wolf was standing on the branches and tree that was very high, and was holding a bow in her hands. She controlled the situation from above and saved allies who were in trouble. The blue wolf saw another enemy who needed to be eliminated and pulled the bowstring. She shot an arrow at the body of the enemy, and the arrow flew very quickly towards its target. Another mercenary was eliminated by an arrow from a blue wolf. This arrow pierced his heart right through. Some Indians were also wounded during the battle and could hardly stand on their feet. The Indian hit his enemy in the chest with a small axe and cut his body and released blood from his chest. This Indian had a red evening, and at the moment of the battle he understood that they could not suppress the enemy from this side for some more time. But without Jan gone they would not be able to cope and would soon begin to lose. Soon Jan continued to fight with the black snake and suddenly saw that his opponent was using some very strong combat technique, and a purple energy field appeared around him. The black snake said that this is a new technique that Jan had never seen before that moment, like all the other people, because everyone who sees it dies after that. Jan understood that the enemy was now actually using some kind of military equipment that he knew nothing about. Black Snake said that this is a unique martial art that has been developed outside for a long time and in these parts. Few people know about this martial art. Jan decided that it is now better for him to dodge these attacks because he does not know what the enemy's military equipment is capable of. The black snake with one blow was able to cut the trunk of a tree that had stood here for several hundred years. The black snake looked at him with its violet eyes and stopped as if it wanted to pause after the last blow. Jan, who stopped and looked into the eyes of his opponent in order to understand what was happening now.
Now it became clear to him why it was necessary for him to have two balls in his right hand. It was unexpected but very useful.
At that moment, Jan was thinking that the enemy had a very large amount of internal energy. He looked furious, but he didn't look completely crazy like the leader of the Red Division. The Black Snake said that judging by the way his opponent wields a sword, he is definitely not from the Imperial Army. He took out another blade and said that Jan does not have a bad character, and therefore he does not look like a warrior from a famous clan, and in this case, most likely he has the support of the Murim Union, but then he is a member of a secret unit, or some kind of secret agent. Jan appeared when this man decided to talk to him personally, and he did not expect that he would not take a break for such a fascinating conversation. Jan replied that he was just an ordinary wanderer, and was not a member of any organization because he was always on his own. The Black Snake said that he doesn't know anything about the man who stands in front of him, but he doesn't like upstarts like him. He made a quick dash forward and said that he wanted to see how this guy would start talking after losing one arm. Jen also made a rapid dash forward and towards the enemy in order to fight him.
He was wondering how many people are in the army now besides him and where they are, why he doesn't see them.
The Black Snake said that he was very sorry that this guy was not part of the Union because in that case he would have invited him to his group to study new martial arts with him. Jan continued to fend off his opponent's blows and thought only that he was repelled and frightened by the internal energy of this monster.
Fortunately, now he could cover his tracks. He had the skill of stealth, but this skill consumed, although he was much stronger than before, but it was still very relative. He had no guarantees yet. He also sat and peeked, just like last time.
Jan understood that even if he now had to push his body to the limit, this did not mean that he could calmly defeat this opponent. Jan used his internal chi energy, and filled his sword with this energy. He thought that he wanted to end this battle already. The Black Snake at this moment was on a tree trunk and was waiting for the enemy to come as close as possible to him in order to deliver his attack. Jan raised his head up and looked attentively at his opponent. The Black Snake jumped from the tree and said that Jan's eyes had changed after the last attack.
He also thought that he had to be constantly on guard because danger could come from any direction, even when he didn't.
The Black Snake used a large amount of demonic energy to end this fight. Jan understood that he, too, must now give his all in order to defeat his enemy. The black snake has a weak point in the enemy's defense, and realized that this is the ideal moment to attack him in this exact place. He made a quick strike with his sword to pierce the enemy's body.
This young man heard someone's steps. He went up to the door and opened it and went into the room that was there.
He walked to the side and changed his fighting stance. Jan swung his sword and realized that he couldn't rush at such a critical moment because everything depended on this blow. He put his sword forward and understood that the enemy now most likely would not be able to dodge this attack. Jan used the technique up to 3 balls and the black snake saw that the sword blade was already too close to his body. He opened his eyes and realized that now he would not be able to dodge or block this blow. The black snake had never seen such a technique because his opponent had just split the blade of his sword into 3 parts, and he did not know how to stop such a blow. Jan pierced the black serpent with 3 blades and thereby dealt him a critical blow after which it was no longer possible to survive. The black snake felt very strong pain in its chest and began coughing up blood. He fell to his knees and dropped his swords. The black snake said that before he dies he wants to know the name of the person who just managed to kill him. Jan sheathed his sword.
His opponent was not going to give up, much less die. He was also completely ready for battle and was ready to kill.
The black snake coughed up blood several more times and stained his face and clothes with blood. After that, he fell to the ground and died. Jan stood with his dead enemy flying up and realized that he still managed to defeat such a strong enemy. The sun was approaching the horizon and evening was slowly coming. Indians lay wounded on the battlefield and many of them were shouting that they needed help. The woman bandaged their wounds and asked the soldiers who were wounded to be patient so that the guards could not treat them. Near the trees there are dead swordsmen and mercenaries who came here with a sword. Red Wind observed the wounded soldiers and realized that fortunately none of his people died, and they were seriously injured but still remained alive. He asked his soldier where the blue wolf was now because he couldn't find her anywhere. The soldier replied that she had just gone to look for Jangon. The leader said that this girl, as always, left on her own and did not warn anyone. The leader said that they needed to hurry back before the sun went below the horizon. The blue wolf found Jan in the same place where they left him, and when she came closer to him she saw that he was sitting near the body of the killed enemy. Jan said that the black snake had only a wallet and an envelope with him. He had nothing else with him. Jan said that this man has nothing that could help him find out the identity of this man. Jan said that the envelope he had with him was hidden very well and he had to rummage through his pockets to find this envelope. He said that he was very interested to know what was written in this envelope, because if it were an ordinary piece of paper, he would not hide it so well. Jan was examining this envelope and suddenly noticed something very interesting. The blue wolf said that in this envelope they could find some clue that would help them find out who this person really is. Jan said that inside this envelope there is a talisman. He showed this talisman to the blue wolf and asked if she had ever seen anything like it, and if she could recognize it. The blue wolf jumped back when she felt this terrible black energy that was released from this envelope. She ordered to immediately remove this thing as far as possible from her. Jan asked her why she was acting so strangely. She replied that there is something terrible in this paper, and she is surprised that he does not feel the same as she does when he looks at this talisman. She told him that she doesn't know how to explain it, but she gets goosebumps and a disgusting feeling when she looks at this talisman, and in any case, she said she doesn't even think about bringing this envelope to her. The blue wolf looked at this envelope from afar and I wondered why this paper gave her such a terrible feeling. Jan also didn't understand why the blue wolf would go and look at this amulet like that. He suggested that this amulet had some effect on the Indians and regardless of this he should consult the one-eyed cloud about this thing. The one-eyed cloud said that she wanted to express her gratitude to Jan to thank him for the fact that everything worked out, and there was no big disaster in the tribe just because he helped them. Jan told the one-eyed cloud that he had already talked to you. We are waiting for the Red Wind tribe and they will have to contact the head of the branch of the Union, and Rome to obtain permission for self-defense measures and ownership rights to the valley. The elders said that in the future everything will be fine and their peaceful life in this valley will continue. Jan put on the floor the talisman that he found in the pocket of the black snake, and showed it to the elder. He said that he found this paper inside the coat of the most dangerous person from yesterday, and when the blue wolf saw it, she was very scared. He asked the one-eyed cloud if she knew what it was. The elder carefully examined these papers and tried to understand what was written on them. She picked up these papers in order to take a closer look at them. Jen said that the goal of these invaders was to get gold and something else, but he doesn't know what exactly. Jen said that they didn't use the gold mine just as an excuse to attack the tribe and drive them out of here. The one-eyed cloud said that these pieces of paper are a 5-page talisman of black magic shrouded in very evil forces, and now she understands what exactly these people wanted to achieve. Jen asked the elder to explain to him what the essence of this artifact is. She looked at him with her eye and continued to sit silently without answering him. But suddenly she said that in this valley there lived a real spirit, and he was very strong, but Jan was not able to meet him. The elder said that it was the spirit that opened the hearts of the warriors from this tribe. She said that this spirit inspired her for many years, and it appeared at the same time as part of nature and everything that exists. The one-eyed cloud said that this spirit appeared to their father, and they were all his descendants. She said that it was the spirit who taught them wisdom and how to find joy in life and maintain happiness, love for each other. The elder said that her tribe does not want to leave this valley because this spirit lives here, and thanks to him they live here in harmony. She said that she heard that in the country where Jan lived such spirits are called spiritual beings. She explained that where they come from, she heard that such spiritual beings catch people who live peacefully in nature and rip open their stomachs and eat them. The elder said that people who do this want to improve the level of their martial arts in this way and therefore commit such terrible acts. Jan now realized that these people did not come here to get gold. The Black Snake wanted to kill all these Indians in order to get their powers and become stronger. One-eyed Cloud said that the purpose of this talisman is to bring the spirit down to earth and cause him pain, and this is an evil force that hurts the soul and dispels their will, and now it is no wonder that the Blue Wolf felt so much pain from this talisman because she is destined to become the next elder. Jan understood that the Blue Wolf would be the successor of the One-Eyed Cloud, and it was written in her destiny to become the next leader of this tribe. When night fell, the Indians decided to hold a holiday in their settlement to celebrate their victory over the enemy invasion. They rejoiced and danced around the big fire. They worshipped it and laughed very loudly. The Indians were happy because the problem with their enemies was solved, and now no one wants to drive them out of their home. The Blue Wolf was incredibly happy and danced with the rest of her large family. Jan was away from all the other Indians, and he decided to go to the fire near which there was no one. He looked at the fire and thought that now was the ideal moment to completely destroy everything that was left of these opponents. Jan threw a talisman with black energy into the fire so that he could no longer scare these Indians. The talisman burned out very quickly in the fire. Jan watched this vile paper burn and was glad that it couldn't bother anyone anymore. Suddenly he heard the voice of some Indian who approached him and asked, "Is he already leaving?" He turned his head towards this Indian to see who asked this question. After all, this voice was unfamiliar to him. He saw a child in front of him, and told this kid that his work in this place was finished, and he had to leave. The child said that Jan is a real wanderer and traveler, because his road is the floor of his house and the sky is the roof of his house, and he is the only supports and columns that stand apart. The boy said that he admires Jan. Jan didn't understand where you came from here. This Vinkian boy absolutely didn't feel the energy of his approach. It was all very strange, but most importantly, he had never seen this boy here before. The boy started laughing and said that the language that can communicate sounds very funny, but he still understands it. Jan looked at this boy carefully and realized that he had a very strange energy, and the manner of communication of this boy was different from all the other Indians he had ever seen before. He looked at his bright yellow eyes which contained ancient wisdom like an old man even though he was a little boy. Jan remembered the words of the One-Eyed Cloud about the spirit that lives in this valley, and began to guess that an unusual child was now standing in front of him. The boy thanked the wanderer for not allowing his children to die today and suffer during the battle because he just burned the terrible paper and did not harm his friends. Jan said that he burned this paper because he thought that he would smell terrible if he carried it with him everywhere. The spirit said that the person who created this paper and was constantly running around most likely smells very bad, and it's unlikely that people like to communicate with him. The boy extended his hand to the wanderer and said that he wanted to give him something because he was a good person and should be rewarded for it. Jan saw that the boy put a green capsule in his hand and asked what it was. A question mark. The spirit replied that initially he was going to open Jan's heart just like he did with the rest of his friends. But then he realized that Jan was unlikely to like this idea and so prepared such a capsule for him. The boy said that the wanderer can put this capsule in his stomach, and then it will begin to work. Jan understood that this was a miraculous pill reminiscent of the elixir, but he did not understand what it did and decided to ask the spirit about it in order to know the effect of this pill on his body. But when he turned his head to ask the spirit what this tablet did, there was no one near him. He began to rotate his head in different directions in order to find this boy, but he had already evaporated, and it was impossible to find. Jen understood that this boy had disappeared somewhere, and it was unlikely that he would be found again. He looked up and saw a bright moon in the sky. Jan promised the spirit of this valley that they would use the tablet he gave him to good use. The girl was offended very quickly in order to have time. The blue wolf wanted to get there as quickly as possible in order to see him again. She tried to run as quickly as possible in order to see him again, and did not understand why they did not call her and inform her that he was leaving. She couldn't believe that he would just leave now and not say goodbye to her. When she arrived at the place, she realized that she was already late, and at that moment she felt very sad that he just left like that. Jan, riding his horse, slowly went into the distance and left the territory of the valley. He said that she was looking at him now and thought that it would be better for the two of them. Red Wind, along with the rest of the warriors, watched this fearless warrior ride off into the distance, and rejoiced that one day he came across their path. The one-eyed Cloud watched this great man drive away into the distance, and understood that he had a very difficult path ahead of him on which he would encounter a lot of enemies and difficulties. But she knew that he would cope. The blue wolf continued to look at him at this moment, saying that she was very unpleasant because he did not say goodbye to him, but she was not angry with him. In her thoughts, she thanked Jangon for helping her and all her villages. She was glad to meet such an incredible person. Jan continued to ride out on his horse and thought that new adventures awaited him. The patrolman came to the crime scene and the girl said that, judging by the Indian story, Kang Ryong was the main suspect in the murder of Kang Chun. Kwok Soon was the manager of the Gangseonchon branch, and he said that from what he could see here, there were unfair contracts against the indigenous population. She continued to read what was written in the letter and tried to understand this matter. Kwok Sun understood that he tried to hide this contract as much as possible from everyone else, but this man ruined everything. She turned her head to the side and looked at the people they were able to arrest. She said that these people were the only ones left alive and that the triad of swordsmen and the village of local residents did not seem to be harmed. She tried to understand how these Indians were able to cope with the hired swordsmen and accused Kang Ryong of performing at the most important thing. They had good reasons for doing this, but she understood that someone was helping them. She held out a scroll in which all the materials of this case were written down. She asked the manager if he really knew nothing about this crime. He thought that he would have serious problems if he made this mistake and said something wrong to her because Kang Ryong killed his friend from his hometown and escaped with money and swordsmen, and there is no Cossack evidence that he gave him a bribe. He replied that he really did not expect that this person could do this and knew nothing about this matter. He scratched his head and said that if he had known, he would have immediately caught this scoundrel in the village. He said if the lady considers him incompetent, then he will accept her decision. She looked at him incredulously, but she had no evidence to accuse him of this crime, but she knew that he was somehow involved in it. She ordered to first imprison these swordsmen, and return to the village, and after that, inform the Merchants' Guild so that they prepare compensation for the local residents, and draw up documents recognizing the ownership of the land with the seal of the head of the branch. He shouted that he would immediately go and prepare documents for this matter and would personally supervise all the work. Her partner said that she is making a mistake if she wants to just let him go because she found a book of bribes in this Kang Ryong's safe and there is evidence to arrest Kwok. He said that if they release this man now, they will leave a gap in law enforcement agencies. And in this case, this place in the future will again become good prey for other scum who may be nearby and want to buy this territory through a bribe. She said that he needs to forget about it, and when the Inspector General comes with the new head of the branch, he will take care of it. She said that they should take care of other things now, and she noticed something very interesting. She said that she heard that there was a person who could not be identified and asked her partner if he could recognize him. He said that people are saying that this person who fought with Jangon using some kind of unique poison. He said that when she looked at his corpse, she would understand that he had mastered the demonic art of fencing and was fluent in it. She looked at his corpse and immediately realized that this man belonged to the Tang clan. The partner replied that this cannot be, and 100 years have passed since the dynasty there was destroyed by the imperial army, and this is most likely just a coincidence. She replied that it was around the same time that the New World was discovered, and it would be logical if some managed to cross the ocean alive. Does she really think that a crazy family has been reborn on this continent? She looked at the 3 large wounds in this man's body, and realized that his opponent was using a very strong technique. She said that perhaps he was inspired by the story of the ancient clan, and she said that she herself would write a report on this case. He replied that in that case he would prepare everything for departure from this place. She once again looked at everything around her in order to put together a complete picture of what was happening in her head. At this moment, the soldier led the mercenaries arrested so that other people could deal with them. The guys hid the dead bodies hidden in a bag in a cart in order to take them away from here. She still felt the energy of Jangon, who was here relatively recently. She said that she doesn't understand how this happens, but every time she is always one step behind him, and someday there will come a moment when I will not meet him face to face. At that moment, a very strong wind flew in front of her face. In the forest there were large mountains in which there were many caves. In one of these caves there was a fire burning, and near this fire there was Jan's sword. Joji ate on the grass on the street, and was glad that today she could eat very tasty. Jan slowly crawled along the ground, and it was hard for him to get to his feet. He ate the pill that the spirit of the Indian tribe gave him, and realized that this pill was Yandan, and this item is a crystal of pure energy. Jan understood that this crystal contains a large number of toxins that cannot be purified. He thought that if he failed to neutralize the toxin, the energy would not turn into a ball and would be scattered throughout his body. If this happens, he won't even get half of this power. He began to bare his teeth and felt incredible pain. It was very difficult for him to resist these toxins and pain that were inside his body. Jan screamed very loudly and tried to somehow calm this pain and make it weaker. He knelt down and felt that his body was ready to explode at that moment, and very strong streams of blue energy splashed out of his body. He felt that this energy envelopes his body, and it is absorbed into him from all sides. A very bright blue light appeared in the cave. He understood that now he needed to dissolve the energy so that it would not dissipate uncontrollably throughout the body and direct it to the chi point and the 12 meridians. Joji heard a very loud scream that came from the cave and felt a strong stream of wind that flew out of this cave. The wind was so strong that she could hardly stand on her feet. At that moment the forest was very restless, and the scream that Jan made was heard throughout the forest. Some time passed after he was able to be reborn using this pill, and now he is already sitting and meditating on a stone in a cave. He had been meditating for a very long time and was trying to control the processes inside his body. Jan looked at his stomach and saw a bright blue light. He said that he finally managed to do it. And he dissolved the toxins to an acceptable amount, and now he can cope with them. He understood that the remainder of these toxins had turned into ice inside his body, and it would not take much time to deal with them. He climbed onto his horse and said that the horse had to wait a lot for them to set off again. He said that they need to find a place to stay for the night before the sun sets below the horizon, and when they arrive he will feed Joji something very tasty. He said that he felt that his body became lighter after he took this pill. Jan put his straw hat on his head and hid his face so that people would not see evolution until he showed it himself. Jan ordered his horse to ride stupid so that it would get to the city as quickly as possible, and thought that this was a very good pill that the spirit gave him. He arrived in the mill village of Chansu. He found a small hotel in this village where he could stay for the night. When he came closer, a child's voice told him welcome. He came even closer to the lantern to look at this child. The child looked at the traveler and said that if a person wants to stay here, he will most likely want food and alcohol, and the boy said that there are small rooms and large rooms, there are better special rooms. He raised his finger up and said that personally he would recommend just a smaller room since there is not much difference between them. Jan smiled and thought it was very nice of this guy to share this information before he bought the room. Jan asked what kind of alcohol do they have in the establishment? The boy replied that they have ordinary cheap white wine. Jan said that the boy is very honest. The boy replied that honesty is one of his many virtues. Ken threw some coins to the boy and asked him to take care of his horse. The boy caught all these coins and said that he would be happy to take care of this good gentleman's horse. He took Joji by the reins and decided to take him to the horse stall where food and a place to sleep had already been prepared for him. Jen slowly opened the door to the establishment to see what was inside. He saw that it was very empty inside and there were practically no people in the distance. There was a girl who was clearing dirty dishes from the table. A man was sitting in the corner and pouring himself alcohol into a glass. He was lonely and very upset about something. And there was another guy sitting at another table and having dinner alone. The girl said that it was already very late, and that's why it was so quiet in the establishment. After that she greeted the guest and asked if he was staying with them for the night, and whether he would drink alcohol or have dinner today. She held dirty dishes in her hands and said that there are small rooms and large rooms and there are special rooms, and she recommends a special room because they are the quietest. Jen understood that the boy he met on the street was studying business with this girl. He told her that he wanted to rent a small room for the night and buy white wine for the meal. She extended her hand to receive money for the order. The girl said that if he wants to rent a room, she must first receive an advance payment. There was a plate of soup and bread on the table. There was a straw hat lying on the edge of the table. Jan chewed the bread and tried to feel the taste of this food when he tasted the dish prepared for him. He said that it was very good. He took the bread in his hand and continued his meal. Suddenly the same boy whom he saw at the entrance to this building came up to him, and the boy said that he saddled the horse and after that gave him the hay. The boy asked if the gentleman had rented a room in their establishment. Jan replied that everything was fine and he had already rented a room. The boy replied that in this case he would not distract the gentleman and wished him bon appetit. Jan looked at this child and thought that this is a very sweet boy and he pays a lot of attention to his clients. The waitress came to the table and saw that this boy had just been standing here and she asked the boy to go back to the room and rest because it was too late. But the boy replied that he wanted to clean the street. She put the decanter on the table at which Jan was sitting. The girl said that this was a decanter of white wine that the gentleman ordered. Jan said that the girl has a very smart son. She smiled after that, looked at the boy and said that this guy was not her son. Jan looked with surprise at this girl and whose child it was and said that most likely he was mistaken. She said that she is still too young to have such a son, and this boy is her sister's child. She said that her sister and her husband died and there was no one to raise him, so she took care of him upon herself. Jan asked in a surprised voice. Did both of the boy's parents die and how did this happen? She wanted to tell him the story, but then she thought that it was better not to do this and told the gentleman that she had no right to tell a stranger about such events. After she said this phrase, she immediately began to walk away from this client's table and told him that his room was on the far right side of the corridor if he went up the stairs. Jan was very surprised and watched this girl for some reason. He was very interested in the story of this boy. He looked at how this child communicated with this sweet girl and curiosity awoke in him. He wanted to find out what happened in his family. This boy was very cheerful, constantly smiling. He had a positive charm and thanks to this people were drawn to him. Jan thought that if this girl doesn't want to tell him, it's her right and he shouldn't ask her about everything. He concluded that there is no person in Urim who does not have some unique story. He poured white rice wine into a cup and then drank it all down. Jan looked at the door after drinking alcohol and said that for cheap wine this alcohol tastes very good. The next day, the establishment was very crowded with people coming here early in the morning, and the boy and the waitress were constantly receiving new clients. The boy constantly brought ready-made orders and put them on the table of the clients, constantly asked if they wanted to order anything else, and mostly the clients ordered alcohol. The girl was carrying orders to different tables and serving clients, but at some point she saw that the same guy who came last night to rent a room was sitting at the table where they usually gamble. She thought that this guy hesitated for a while not to gamble, but then he finally decided and started the game. Jen knew that he had a weakness, and this weakness was that he could not pass by the table where they were playing dominoes. He again decided to play with the guys in the city. This time it seemed to him that he had learned from his past mistakes and must definitely win the guys who play at this table. The guys who played with him understood that this stranger had a lot of money, and they should enjoy playing with him because he could pay them a lot if he lost. During the game, Jan listened to the conversation of these guys. They discussed the fact that Grandfather Vaughn sold the land and many people wanted to buy this land but constantly refused. A man with a long black mustache said that this ranch used to be run by his grandfather for 20 years and Mr. Dream left for a while, but he probably would have been scared when he saw Grandpa Vaughn's house burning. The guy made his move with a bone with 2 red dots on it, and at that moment he said that when Mr. and Mrs. Ho died, They didn't even have the decency to call it murder. But at that moment the guy who was sitting next to him hit him on the leg with all his might, and made it clear that the move he made was wrong. The guy who was hit on the head immediately started scratching his head and said that he probably acted stupidly, and there was no need to talk about such things in the presence of a stranger. Ken said that he has absolutely no interest in what these guys are talking about, and all he wants is for them to concentrate and start playing the game. They looked at this guy with a surprised look and realized that all this time he absolutely didn't care about their conversations and had a high concentration compared to his skills. Suddenly a man entered the establishment and immediately recognized the main character. This man shouted very loudly that he had not seen Jang Gon for a long time. Jen immediately recognized this voice and thought that he definitely didn't want to meet this guy here. This man smiled and said that as soon as he entered the establishment, he saw a familiar back and immediately recognized Jang Gon. He said to ignore him and continue playing because he just wanted to watch the game. Jan tried to hide his face. He was very uncomfortable being here in the presence of this guy, and he didn't understand where this idiot came from here. This guy said very loudly that when Jang Gon's money was stolen, he had exactly the same expression on his face as now. Jan ordered this guy to shut up and not interfere with his play. There were bags of money on the table, and there came a time in the game when all the players had to reveal their cards and find out who won in the end. This guy talked about how he was looking for Jan for several days and had to go around the entire district and several villages to find him. He even thought about quitting his job and going west to find Jang Gon. The main character asked why this guy was looking for him and what he needed. He assumed that there was a reward on his head because he had no other reason to look for him. He smiled and said that that's not the point at all, and he just needs someone he can trust. Jan drank alcohol from his flask and heard that this guy was inviting him to work together. Jan asked what kind of work this guy was offering, and what Jan would need to do. This guy said that the work he was offering was a very big deal, and he already had 3 assistants who agreed to do this work. He said that these are pretty good people, and even his older brother could not compare with all 3 at the same time. Jan said that this guy already has a team of 4 people and asked why they need him. This guy looked at him and realized that his martial art of unknown origin is excellent, and in order to find out the identity of the martial artist who also fears the Murim patrol and suspects that he is from the secret royal army, he needs John. He said that he needs a reliable person. If he can't trust Jang Gon's skills, then he can't trust the skills of any martial artist, and it's better to bring one good player to his team than to recruit 3 or 4 idiots. Jan understood that this adventurer was planning something, but did not understand what exactly. Jan asked that guy to explain what the essence of this work is. The guy said that in order for him to tell what the essence of the work is, Jan must first agree to this job. Jan replied that he did not like this idea. The guy took a deep breath, then exhaled and realized that he needed to be patient. He said that his goal is a transport cart, and this cart is full of gold and silver. He said that he knew very well that horse-drawn carriages are usually intended for amateurs, but this carriage is going to Gamsunsim. He said that to be precise, this is Song Guang's personal carriage, which contains the thing that is being transferred to this person from the association. Jang took a sip of alcoholic drink and his flasks and said that he does not know who Song Guan is. The guy explained that this is one of the 5 leaders of the Gams and Climbing Association. He said that these people are a side branch of the Kanam Song family, but this is not explained by anything, and Song Guan is a man with a huge fortune who is the head of the association. Most of his property is the ranch, and the mines are here on this side. Jan said that those who guard this place must be very strong warriors. The guy replied that everything is so, and in fact the manager of the ranch and mine is a guy named Su Wei Liang. This man recently took over the entire ranch to monopolize all the pastures and rivers in the area. He said that there are dozens of civilian farmers who lost their ranches and homes because of this man and his soldiers, and some died in their burning homes. Now I began to understand what those people with whom he played dominoes were talking about. This guy said that the Murim Union does not react in any way to this situation, and the head of the Murim branch in this area is the first person who sold himself for a bribe, and now this monster is covered by law enforcement agencies. Ken said that he doesn't want to get involved with such serious people and get himself involved in these problems. The guy began to convince his friend that there is no need to be afraid of this enemy because no one will recognize him anyway if he has a hood on his head, and if I can't steal money from this monster, then this will only benefit everyone. He said that the merchant's struggle ends when his funds run out, and perhaps he will be too distracted by the attacks of other fighters and union leaders to think about looking for some ordinary thieves. He said that if he doesn't complete this task and they manage to take this money, then their bad streak in life will end. I won't be able to deny myself anything. Jen said that this is a very interesting plan, but he never thought that his friend the adventurer would turn out to be an honest and fair person who wants to achieve balance in the world. The guy said that in order to do something really big and make money you need to adhere to a certain position. He began to catch up with his friend and said that at least he should have the opportunity to become famous for depriving the evil merchant of his property. This would be a very good reputation. Jen thought that when he first met this guy, he looked like a swindler who plays dice and drinks alcohol non-stop. But now Jen understands that this guy is much worse than it might seem at first glance. His ideas are actually very dangerous. Guy, this is actually a way to make some money and give the unscrupulous merchant a dressing down. Jan said that this all sounds very cool, but there are some problems, and this problem is that he cannot just trust this guy. This guy said that his brother, and the 3 people he recruited into the team also cannot trust each other, and in this matter no one can trust anyone, but in the end they can all earn money if they complete this task. Jan thought that this guy actually says the right things, and all that each participant in this adventure can get as a reward is money. Jan understood that he needed money now. But even for the people here, it would be nice if these guys disappeared and someone would deal with them. Jan Gon decided that he needed to try to trust this bastard. The guy at that moment said that this was their chance to win money that they had never touched before. Jan said that money is always good, but when you have a lot of money it is even better. Guy, if his partner misses this opportunity now, he will regret it in the future. Jan stood thoughtfully for several seconds and did not answer anything. But he thought well and made a decision and told Hong Gil-dong that his plan sounded tempting. He said he was joining their team. They shook hands and Yang Giltern said that his partner made the right decision, which he would not regret later. Jan thought about whether he would regret it or not. He will see this later. But now he just needs to get on with his work. Jan Gil said that the carriage was leaving tomorrow and the other 3 participants went ahead and were waiting for them. On the way, the carriage and they would spend the night here and begin executing the plan tomorrow morning when everything was ready. He raised his head up, looked forward and said that he saw the other 3 members of his team. Jan raised his head up and looked at the guys who were in front. Jan asked his partner to tell him about the other 3 members of their team. Yang Gil said that 2 of these guys are the Gon brothers and the 3rd guy is GM Jun Chan. Jan Gil said that the brothers are known for their skill with the ball. Gong Pyong is the older brother and Gong Ran is the younger brother. GM Jun Chan is an archer, and he is very good at archery, so they took him with them as a long-range warrior who can cover their rear. Yang Gil said that this guy carries a gatgun made from the horn of a wild bull from the new continent, and it is very scary when fired from afar. John said that if this is gatgun then this guy's bow must be very expensive. Yang Gil said that this is the reason why this guy is doing all this nonsense to keep him. So don't just touch him or say that someone will shoot his bow. The elder brother asked Yang Gil who is the person who came with him. Yang that this is their new swordsman who complements their team. Jan looked at all these guys and realized that they were clearly unhappy that another person had been added to their team. The brothers are angry because another swordsman was brought to them, and they said that there are already too many people on the team. The archer was against this idea and he didn't like the fact that there was another person on their team. Ian said that they need to stop talking nonsense and understand that Ian has developed a plan and this plan will fail unless they add 1 more member to their group. He said that this is his plan and his brother's opinions do not interest him. If they want, they can just leave. The big guy took it to the guy by the collar of his shirt and said that this whole situation was pissing him off. He said that he had been waiting for this idiot to arrive for several hours, sitting here under the scorching sun, and he begins to get angry when they just try to drive him away or do not listen to his opinion. Yan began to take out a small blade that hung on his belt and began to rotate it in his hands. The big guy expected that the guy he had just tried to beat would take out a weapon so quickly. Yang presented a blade to the neck of this big guy and made him understand that it was better for them not to quarrel over some nonsense. Yang said that he knew that it was very difficult for Gong Pyong to remain motionless and wait for 2 days in a row in one place. But nevertheless they should not lose respect for each other. Yang presented his blade to this guy's neck and said that they are not bandits to rob sheep on the road. The rest of the team at that moment did not understand well what was happening and were afraid to interfere in this conflict. Yang said that this is his plan. The information for this plan was collected by his informant, and due to his connection and abilities, therefore he wants this plan to be taken extremely seriously. Jen watched Jan yelling at this guy saying that he is just a pawn in his plan and therefore he should not even think about anything unusual, and should do what he is told. Jen thought there that he didn't even expect that this guy could be so serious, and he had such a side to his character. Jan looked at this guy and thought that he was not at all like your gambling scammer whom he saw earlier, and something had clearly changed in this guy. Ian invited the new member to introduce himself so that the rest of the team could finally get to know him. Jen realized that perhaps this side of this guy's character is his true self. Ian sat near the fire with the rest of the participants and said that the carriage would arrive at this place tomorrow around noon, and it was a large crete with 4 horses, and in addition they were expecting 4 more riders who would act as bodyguards from the side. He said that the coachman would be riding there and 2 more men would be in the carriage, and there would be 7 people in total including 4 bodyguards. The elder brother said that if there are only 7 opponents, then it will not be so difficult to deal with them because they already have a team of 5 people. Yan said that at the very beginning, according to his plan, Jiam Jun Chan will kill coachman with an arrow and then they will immediately ambush them. Yan said that if this guy continues to shoot arrows at them, then no one will be able to get out of the cart alive. The elder brother asked Yang if he was sure that there were no martial artists among the guards? And Yang asked, is such an experienced swordsman really afraid of martial artists? Yang said that the 2 people who are riding in the carriage will probably try their best to control the carriage so that they will not be able to do anything against their ambush, and ultimately the 4 horsemen are the only ones they will have to deal with and fight. Yang said that there is no point in worrying because their friend will help them from afar using his bow and shooting back at the enemy, so there is no point in worrying. Jan said that to explain this plan in a nutshell, they just need to eliminate the 4 horsemen and stop the cart, and then deal with the remaining 2 opponents. Yang said that they need to deal with not 2 but only 1 enemy. Jan suggested that this is all due to the fact that the person who needs to be left alive is Jan's informant. He replied that everything was exactly like that and his informant had a huge and mountainous debt, and he managed to get information from him in exchange for sparing his life and sharing part of the money with him. Yang said that this informant named Sangju said that he would repay the debt and go somewhere far away as soon as this work was done, and he heard that this guy wants to take a boat and go to Yongwon. These are the rules of their agreement, and therefore all other team members must keep this in mind. Archer that he has a question that he wants to ask and find out the answer to it as quickly as possible. He asked what the gang's plan was after they successfully completed this job. The brother said that he was also interested in finding out the answer to this question, and he wanted to know how they would divide the money after completing this task. Yang said that after they get rid of these 6, the Mechnikovs will not go south during the day and they will divide the money on the spot and each of them can then go wherever he wants since their informant will immediately go to another city. The people who will pursue them will not know either their faces nor their names. Yang said that Song Guang, the head of the Gamsing Union, will most likely try to deal with the other leaders of the union so their trackers will not be able to pursue them for long. The brothers unanimously said that it looked like this job would be a walk in the park. Jen understood that theoretically the work seems simple, but the fact is that they have no information about whether among the bodyguards there are martial artists or not. He understood that the limited information about this informant was very alarming because it all sounded too simple. When morning came, the fire had already gone out, and charred pieces of wood lay in this place. He saddled his horses and then set off. So that no one could recognize their faces, they put balaclavas on their heads to hide their faces as best as possible. Ian looked down and saw a carriage passing. He said that this was exactly what they were not looking for. The guys started shouting very loudly and joyfully that they saw a carriage in the distance that was approaching them, and now they were going to rob it. Yang said that he is sure that he does not need to remind the other participants that they are responsible for their own lives and should not expect someone to save them in this battle. The brothers replied that they wouldn't be here if they didn't know this rule and said that they would only protect each other. They didn't care about the other participants. Jan and the archer thought that this was very hypocritical on the part of these brothers. He says such words in the presence of the rest of the team. Ian said that if all participants are ready to perform the operation, then I cannot go downstairs. Jan will suddenly shout to the rest of the team to immediately stop and stop moving. Yang asked Jang Gon what happened and why did he suddenly decide to stop all the participants. Jan asked the rest of the guys to look at the rocky mountain that is located not far from them. They saw that not far from them another gang in balaclavas riding on horses was going down. These guys were armed with swords and on their heads they were wearing balaclavas. They looked like criminals who also want to rob this cart. Ian said that there is another gang that wants to rob, otherwise the cart was not part of his plan and these thugs are pissing him off. They understood that there are a large number of these opponents, and they can prevent them from carrying out their plan. The older brother started yelling at Yang for setting them up because he said that he would be the only person who knew about this cart. Yang told this guy to shut up because he didn't know that anyone else would know that this cart would be passing here today. Ian understood that his plan was getting out of control and now he would need to improvise. But he needed a little time to think about what to do. Jen said that they had a little more problems than he thought, and asked the rest of the participants to look down at the map. Jen said that the carriage suddenly changed its direction, and this clearly was not part of their plan. And now they have another problem. Ian began to curse the people who were hunting this carriage, and the carriage that changed its direction. All this began to infuriate him. Yang shouted that if they go in this direction, GM Jun Chan will not be able to cope with the coachman, and kill him with his arrow, and all his plans have now been destroyed in 1 minute. Can asked Yang Tan what they will do now and what their next plan is because the enemy gang is now chasing the carriage. Yang said that they cannot allow this idiot to rob the carriage and therefore their plan now is that they should not take this carriage for themselves along with the rest of the money. Whoever gets this carriage will win. Ian said that things didn't go according to plan, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't miss this opportunity to make a lot of money. Ian was the first to start going down, and shouted that they didn't have time to stand still and they had to hurry up to be the first to get this carriage. The bandits were approaching the carriage, and the group tried to speed up the horses in order to prevent the bandits from attacking them. The robbers approached the carriage very quickly and raised their weapons. A guy in a red mask drove up to his boss and said that some guys in masks were driving behind them, but these were not members of their team. Ian and his team very quickly began to catch up with the bandits running ahead, and the carriage they were not chasing. The boss of the robbers of the red masses asked the guys who were traveling during the day who they were. Ian replied that he had exactly the same question for these idiots. The guard from the carriage told the boss that one group of bandits was still chasing them and the boss shouted that these crazy idiots don't understand anything about the carriage. They now want to attack. Jan ordered the Crete to stop immediately, and in this case they would leave all the members of this carriage alive. The head of security said that he was not crazy and would under no circumstances stop the carriage, and it was better for these bandits to get out of here right away. The chase continued and now everything depended on who could stop the chase faster and survive in this fight. Jan tried to drive the carriage and stop it. At some point, Ken said that he had already regretted several times because he agreed to this idiotic plan. They continued the chase and competed with an enemy gang to obtain the goods. The blue mask bandit drove up to GM Young Chan and said that now he needs to use arrows to stop the opponents. GM Young took the arrow from the quiver and with deft movements of his fingers put it into the bow. He pulled the bow and took aim at the enemy. When he saw his target, he pulled the bowstring a little more so that the tension was maximum, and then released his fingers. The bandits rode forward and constantly urged their horses to make them run even faster. The shirt bandit felt the approach of danger on his back and did not understand what this feeling was connected with. A second later, his body was pierced by an arrow and he felt very severe pain. The captain of the enemy team said that they would deal with these scum a little later, but first they need to capture the carriage. The second bandit said that they won't do anything with these bandits later if they take care of the carriage now. He said that they will now spend all their strength on stopping the carriage and after that the enemy group of bandits will kill them. At that moment, another arrow flew near their face, but this arrow did not hit anyone and flew past. He turned to the archer and said that the guy was doing a good job and ordered him to continue shooting but first he needed to destroy the bodyguards. He said that with such powerful people and the dust that rose into the air, they wouldn't even understand who killed them. Jan thought that something was wrong here, and he felt some kind of catch in this whole situation. Jan looked at the bandits who were running ahead of him and thought that they should have already realized that it was pointless to run with an archer behind them. He thought that they were planning something. A warrior in green shirts fell from his horse after an arrow hit his back, after which 2 more arrows hit his horse. He fell to the ground and felt severe pain. He wanted to scream but he couldn't because his airway was blocked by the arrow blade. The bandit saw that the warrior fell from his horse to the ground and shouted to his partner that their opponents had already killed 2 warriors. He said that they couldn't sit still and needed to do something because at this rate they would all die. He pulled the string of his bow and took aim at the next enemy in order to eliminate him. At that moment, the roof of the carriage opened, and someone's hand was visible. The man slowly climbed onto the roof of this carriage, and tried not to get an arrow in the back at that moment. While he climbed up, he stepped on the roof of the carriage with his foot, and then straightened out. The bandits shouted that the man who climbed onto the roof of the carriage was very tall and powerful. He had some kind of copies on his back, so it would be dangerous to deal with him. He saw this man on the roof, and he felt scared because he knew this man. He told a member of his team that they are now going to have serious problems because the person who climbed onto the roof is Seo Sang-jun. They asked how he knew this man. The leader replied that this is So Wei Rant's son who is the owner of this carriage. The leader saw a man take out a copier, and said that this scumbag is extremely dangerous. They say that he learned the martial arts of the Young clan. Team leader tell archer Jiam Jun to destroy the So San first because he is the most dangerous, and their opponent at the moment. Jan saw that a sharp spear was flying at the archer, and loudly shouted warning him of the danger. Jiam Myung was distracted by the process of taking the arrow out of the quiver and did not notice that a spear was flying towards him. He turned his head forward and realized that he had too little time left to dodge, but he still had to try to do it. He put his bow in front of me and thanks to this I was able to block the spear and redirect it to move slightly to the side. He felt severe pain in his shoulder and realized that the spear had wounded him in the arm, but it still flew past and did not hit any vital organs. The brothers were very surprised when they saw that this spear was flying at such an incredibly fast speed and they said that they had never seen anything like it before. Jiam Jun said that this bastard broke his bow with his spear and now he has nothing to defend himself with. At that moment, Jan thought that she hit him in the shoulder, and it looks like he won't be able to use a bow anymore. Therefore, they have -1 player on their team. Seo San pulled out another spear from his quiver. So San swung his spear and said that these nasty stinking bandits should know their place, and he is going to kill every single one of them. Jen shouted that they all needed to run away immediately because this guy was going to throw his spears at them. They urged their horses to run faster and tried to go in different directions. Seo San carefully followed the movements of these bandits, and tried to throw his spear at each of them. The first spear he threw was aimed at the green-robed bandits, who were riding closest to the carriage. The spear pierced his chest and went right through him. He could not stay in the saddle after such heavy damage and began to fall backwards. The bandit turned his head back and saw that his partner had just fallen from his horse. He and his horse fell to the ground and the horse crushed his body with its body, and his head was severely injured when it hit a stone on the ground. The bandit said that Master Gu had just been wounded and he fell to the ground with a severe wound in his chest. Jen noticed that a girl was now riding next to him, and when he heard her voice, he immediately realized that she had a woman's voice, but he was very surprised that there was a woman among the bandits. At that moment, Jan confirmed his guesses that these people are unusual bandits, and there is some kind of catch here that he still could not understand. The brother came to the leader of the bandit group and asked Yang Guag if he wanted to complete this task and retreat now. He said they couldn't handle So San without an archer. Yan Guag said that he recruited a team of cowardly pigs. If they run away, they will be the first ones he kills. He said that the carriage was slowing down, and their horses were swallowing. This meant that they had already caught up. So San took out another spear from his quiver and thought about who he should aim at best. He laughed loudly and chose his new target to throw a spear at. So San said that they have no chance, and he will kill them all before the carriage stops, so there is no point in running after the carriage. He still continued to ride his horse. Despite the fact that his shoulder was wounded, he urged his horse on and took the sword in his other hand. He understood that most likely this degenerate would want to shoot him with his spear. So San said that he didn't kill this idiot the first time, and now this brat dares to challenge him with a sword instead of a bow. He said that this time he would make sure to end his life. At that moment, Jan realized that with such a large wound like your archer, he would not have a single chance to evade. They looked at each other, and realized that now would be the moment of truth. They will understand who will die. Jen said that this was not part of his plans, but nevertheless he would have to improvise. He climbed onto his horse in order to push off from it and make a jump. When he got on the horse well enough, he gave a push and jumped to the side. Jan pushed off from his horse and jumped towards the archer in order to save him from this spear. Jan landed on the back of this horse and fixed himself in this place. The archer continued to sit on his horse for a moment, and thought that he would need to evade like me at any cost. Suddenly he saw Zen flying above his head, who for some reason ended up here in the air. Jan was flying in the air and was between the approaching spear and the horse on which the archer was riding. Jan said that he would have to change the trajectory of this one a little like I did so that it wouldn't hurt anyone. He kicked this spear and it flew to the side. He somersaulted and threw the spear in the other direction so that it would not kill the archer. Seo-san was shocked when he saw that his spear was so easily knocked aside, even though the spear was flying very fast. The spear rotated in the air around its axis. Jan understood that he managed to change the trajectory of this spear, but this was still not enough. He made another quick kick to the handle of this one like me and sent it back to its owner. Seo-san was shocked when he saw that this guy was able to fly in the air in 1 second. This could radically change the course of the battle. He saw that the spear was flying towards him and was approaching faster and faster every second. So-san managed to duck away from this spear at the last second, and it flew past him. The spear got stuck in the roof of the carriage and stopped at this place. He turned his head back and saw that he miraculously managed to survive and dodge his own spear. He said that he had never seen such agile idiots before who were able to change the trajectory of a spear in the air. After being able to save his partner, Jan returned to his horse and continued to run forward. He constantly pulled the horse's reins and ordered it to run even faster in order to catch up with everyone else. The younger brother said that he had never seen anything like this before and the guy who was on their team was most likely some kind of professional. Yen Guag looked at his partners and said that he himself did not know what this guy was capable of in battle, but was sure that he was a pro. Jan continued, I want to go ahead on my horse and I'm thinking about what further actions will need to be taken in order to capture this reindeer. They continued to catch up with the carriage due to the fact that the horse was slowing down. They tried to overtake it on both sides. Bandit that the enemy group is approaching them, and now there will most likely be a battle. He turned his head back and saw that one of the enemies was very quickly approaching them on his horses. Jan attacked the opponents with his sword and ran through them towards the lightning, and they did not even have time to understand what had just happened. They began to fall to the ground and were able to stay on their horses because they were seriously injured. So-san said that he can't believe that this guy destroyed several opponents on his own. So-san looked at the bandits running near him and said that he doesn't know where this guy came from, but he clearly has unique martial arts and his gaze has colossal light energy. He immediately took out 2 spears from his quiver and decided that he would have to fight this enemy very seriously. He swung his spear and said that I would still kill this bandit even though he is stronger than everyone else. So-san said that this idiot approached him too quickly and now he definitely won't be able to dodge his spear. He threw 2 spears at the enemy at once and due to the fact that the distance between them was several meters, it was almost impossible to evade these spears. The spears flew into his body with incredible speed. Jan understood that the copy was already too fast, but nevertheless he could still evade them. Jan tilted his head and Lyoka onto the horse so that the spears would not hit him, and in this way he was able to dodge the attack. He put his hand forward and used the target's internal energy to speed up his movements. He caught the spear with his palm and thanks to the energy that protected his body, he did not receive damage. Jan was able to grab the wooden handle of this spear, and then made a lock in order to throw this spear at the enemy. Seo-san was shocked when he saw that this guy was able to stop the spear with his hand, and use it as a weapon. Jan rotated the spear in his hand and increased the speed and amplitude of movement with every second. He said that his chi energy increased thanks to the elixir tablet he ate earlier. He swung this spear and realized that it was now possible to use an absorbing stance, which was inspired by his techniques from the tribe from the valleys. Absorbing stance of this technique in which the user drains nearby Siva energy from their arm or sword like a vacuum. Jang said that now it's his turn to make a move and he hopes that after this So-san will leave the game as a loser. So-san looked at this guy and couldn't believe his eyes. This was an unusual robber, but this was a real martial arts master. He swung his spear and said that he wanted to stop this carriage as soon as possible and hoped that now he would do it. After only a few minutes the light was still on. The Krita fell to the ground and rolled over several times and was now in a faulty condition. The horses were dead and bleeding, they were hit while they were running and now they lie dead. The dead bodies lying near the carriage were also bleeding. Some people were crushed under parts of the carriage. They would not have been able to get up even if they were alive. The team ran up to Jang Hyuk. The brother started shouting that this guy is a real professional. He just did a great job. He was delighted and said that he would never forget how Jan caught a copy flying at him in the air with his bare hands and then threw the copy at So-san. Yen Guag looked at this guy and thought that he was able to destroy a moving cart with one throw of a spear. He said that he had never seen such experienced warriors. Yang said that they should go to the hot spot to see what is inside it. They need to take what is there and run away from here as quickly as possible before they are found. But suddenly, outside the desert, strangers appeared who were very quickly approaching them on their horses. And the leader of these strangers said that he forbids them to touch this carriage. A girl in a white mask drove up to them and said that So-wei Ran had appropriated the gold and silver in that cart, and that this gold and silver belonged to the inhabitants of this land. She said that the money and jewelry inside the cart belonged to the residents of the village of Jiangsu. She said that if these bandits think that they will allow this money to be taken for themselves, they are mistaken. The brothers said that this girl was making fun of them because she was exactly the same bandit as they were. He said that it was thanks to their team that they could not stop the carriage, and would not give money to some strangers. Jan watched this girl and thought that these guys acted as if they stopped the cart. But in fact, he did all this work himself. He looked at them and realized that these people still seemed to me like ordinary bandits. She took off the mask from her head and said that her name was Jean Su-yun. She said that she is the daughter of an exploited rancher and whose sister minor is now vomiting blood. Su-yun said that they disguised themselves as bandits to get back what belonged to them. She said that, together with the residents of the settlement, they did not want to take revenge on these people who took everything from them under the guise of bandits. Su-yun said that these criminals will have to kill them all if I don't plan to take the gold that is in the carriage. The older brother said that he does not understand what is happening here. And these people are actually residents of this area, but not bandits. The younger brother replied that it is not surprising that they held their swords in their hands so awkwardly. Jan looked at the girl who was their leader and thought that they took off their masks and showed their faces, although they knew that they could be arrested. He realized that these people were clearly demonstrating their determination. Su-yun looked at them and with all her appearance showed that she was determined to take the gold from the cart. Elder brother looked at Yang Guag and said that they should retreat unless they planned to kill all these people. Jan Guag said that he is not going to give up like a weakling. Jan Guag said that after all the obstacles that did not come to stop this carriage, he cannot just give up. He said that these people are bluffing and he is sure that they will change their minds when they just take out their guns and start killing some of them. Jan took a few steps forward and attracted the attention of the rest of the team. Jan said that first they need to check the contents of the carriage, and they still don't know how much money is in this carriage. On top of that, they said that I was still earlier, and the mines in this area belong to Songguan. This means that not all the gold in the carriage belongs to them. Jan said that they would just take a moderate amount as their share, and so first they need to look inside the carriage and check how much money is there. She looked at him with a dissatisfied look and didn't really like this plan. Jan looked down on her, but nevertheless I understood that his idea was the most rational solution that could be chosen at the moment. The elder said that Jang Hyuk is saying the right things and his idea makes sense, so they need to look inside the carriage first. They looked at each other and tried to understand how right it would be to do this. They didn't know if these strangers could be trusted. Yong looked at the old man who was standing next to her and saw that he waved his head and agreed that they should look at the carriage first. She said that they were satisfied with this plan and were ready to divide the spoils according to their terms. Yong looked at this guy who alone was able to stop the fire and kill half of the guards and realized that they had no chance to fight against this man. Gray smoke appeared in the mountains and flew into the sky, and they noticed this smoke. Suddenly there came a very loud big explosion that attracted the attention of everyone who was in this valley. Everyone who was in this valley looked warily into the distance and turned their attention to this explosion. They didn't understand why there was smoke in the sky, and why someone had just made an explosion. They saw So-san approaching them. Everyone was sure that he died, but it turned out that he was still alive, and he had just launched firecrackers and made an explosion. He looked at them with a sly look because he knew that he couldn't just leave here with the stolen money. After that he fired a flare gun and he fell to the ground. He asked what just happened. He said that he was worrying in vain because you are an idiot. He just made a loud sound but nothing happened. Archer, that this guy is the realest and the stupidest. He said that this is a signal to request reinforcements, and soon they will be surrounded by soldiers who will come to save the cargo that is in the carriage. Yenguag said that time should not be wasted. I should not immediately look for all of them with money if they want to leave here alive. Jan looked at how these guys were looking for all of them in the carriage and realized that some problems were constantly appearing with them, and he was beginning to regret contacting them. Jan turned his head to the side and said that the only person who can know how to get out of this place is this. He didn't finish his sentence because he got distracted by the shouting of his partners. Yenguag said that there is one unconscious person in the Koryaks. This person was their informant. He needs to be taken with them. They pulled this guy out of the carriage and said that they could leave him here because he would be extra ballast for them. After how many minutes of searching, they were still able to find the chest that was hidden in this carriage and pulled this chest out into the street. Yenguag put his hands on the lid of this chest and said that they finally got to the money. Yenguag saw that there was a crack in the lid of this chest, and he was very surprised because this chest was supposed to withstand a fall and not break. He decided to look through this crack to see how much money was inside. But when he looked inside this chest, he didn't expect it to be so bad. Yenguag said that they have big problems because this chest is empty. There is nothing inside it. People began to shout indignantly that there must be money in the safe, and they did not believe that it was empty. Yenguag said that he doesn't know how this happened, but there is not a single coin in the safe. The robber grabbed him by the shirt with his fist and said that Yenguag had been fooling them all this time and his information turned out to be a lie. Yenguag said that if he doesn't let him go now, then he will be in serious trouble. Yenguag said that he received all the information about the jewelry from this informant who is now lying on the ground unconscious. Young said that this person just reported that the safe is empty, and this has never happened before. Jan said that there is one thing that distinguishes this carriage from an ordinary transport one. He noticed this from the very beginning. Ken said that he has very bad news for everyone present because this carriage was a trap for them from the very beginning. They looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant when he said that the carriage was a trap. Jan lit a cigarette and said that this is most likely not the first time these people are hunting for carriages with money. He said that the man who transported these carriages was not a fool and came up with a plan to deceive all the robbers who would want to steal his money. Jen said that most likely this man set this trap to get rid of all opponents at once. He said that this is just his speculation based on what happened today, and other than that, he can't think of any other reason for making a carriage with an empty chest. Yenguag said that this cannot be, and they so far have no evidence or confirmation of this theory. Jen thought that Yenguag hardly came up with this whole plan in order to lure them into a trap, and he most likely himself did not know that the chest would come after. He thought that at first he suspected it was him, but if that were so he would have already disappeared. A conflict flared up between the robbers and they began to shout at each other and reproach each other for the fact that everything they did was in vain. At that moment Jan realized that he had trusted a fool and had come all this way here. I trust this is coming. In the end all his efforts were in vain. Jan said that they had better not waste time, and it would be nice for everyone to get out of here as soon as possible. He said they need to bring that damn informant back to consciousness and find out what happened. The archer asked where should they go now. He said that they have nowhere to hide in the middle of this damn desert. Jan said that this woman standing in front of them should tell them where they can hide. Jan said that he was absolutely sure that after the successful robbery of the carriage, they probably prepared a place where they could hide. Jen said in a rough, low voice that they had no other choice and they had to cooperate with them if they wanted to stay alive. Young said that they can't just show them this place, because they don't trust these bandits. She thought for a few seconds and said that they actually have a campsite nearby which is one of their hideouts. The girls started yelling at Yun and said that they couldn't just show these people the shelter. Yun said that this man Seo-san had incredible abilities and couldn't even be compared to their regular bodyguards. She explained to her people that if it weren't for this stranger, they would all be dead by now. Yong said that this stranger has unique abilities thanks to which he was able to kill this warrior and save their lives. Jan looked at this girl and thought that he killed this guy just to make money. Yun mounted her horse and ordered it to move forward. She said that if they wanted to go to their hideout then they should follow her, and asked them not to forget to take this informant with them. Jan scratched his head and needed a few seconds to think about everything that had just happened in order to make a decision. Jan understood that he was involved in a very unpleasant business, and he could have big problems because of this unsuccessful robbery. The palace was very quiet and calm that night. So San's dead body was brought to the palace and placed on a wooden platform. The head of the Gamsan Union and the owner of the nearby Sowei ran mines. He was shocked when he saw his son's dead body and couldn't believe that someone could kill him. Sowei asked his subjects, was this work so difficult that his son had to die for it? Sowei asked his servant, was this job of destroying a gang of ordinary bandits really so difficult that his son had to die? The warrior lowered his head and said that he had no excuses. Sowei ordered his services to repeat once again what he just said. The wounded servant said that when they were transporting the chest, out of nowhere another group of bandits appeared that they had never seen before. He said that the master's son fought bravely and defended the carriage at the cost of his life. Sowei asked this wounded servant, did they really lose only because there were more beggars than they expected? He squeezed the man's head with his hands and said that on top of that they couldn't even track down the escaped bandits. He said that at the same time he has the audacity to shamelessly return here alive and tell everyone about it. The servant felt a very strong pain in his head and realized that his skull was about to break. He asked the master to stop squeezing his head, and at that moment snot flowed from his nose and tears flowed from his eyes. The warrior suddenly said that he unfortunately informs the master that information regarding the transportation was leaked from within and they have a traitor who told about the movement of this cart. The warrior said that the bodyguard was riding in the carriage with his son, the gentleman, and his name was Kang Sangju. He can assume that they were unable to find the body of this bodyguard, and most likely he was an informant who told the robbers about the transportation of money. The gentleman suddenly started laughing very loudly. He let go of his servant's head and stepped back. Sowei said that it all sounds like some kind of joke because the plan they made to exterminate the rats failed only because they had a rat inside. Sowei went to the back of the room and took out a hairpin from his hair. Sowei said that they will be punished for failing to control their subordinates, and they cannot avoid this punishment. But first they must find them and bring them here at any cost. Sowei said that he would absolutely have to kill all the villagers for this or not. But he wants these robbers to be brought here and do it even if he has to push the miners into the mine and burn them alive. He said that he wants to see with his own eyes the scum who killed his son. If they fail again, he will tear out their hearts with his own hands. He ordered his subjects to immediately go find these robbers as quickly as possible. Sowei stood near the body of his dead son and looked at him. He said that the son should just wait a little and the father will make sure that every idiot who was involved in his murder suffers. He said that these people would be forced to accompany him to the underworld. In the valley the voice of Yen Guag was heard shouting at the informant. Kang Sangju said that he does not understand what happened and Yang Guag must fulfill his part of the deal. Yen Guag said that he will now tear out this idiot's tongue if he does not tell what happened. People watched as this one tried to find out from the informant why he knew everything from the beginning but did not tell about it. They were all waiting for this informant to split and finally tell what happened. Yen Guag hit this informant in the neck with his elbow and said that he would not be able to escape from here after all these people were in danger. Khan said that he did not know that the safe would be empty and there should be money in it. Yen Guag said that this idiot could not fool him twice and ordered him to immediately tell everything as it really was. Ken said that this informant is a tough nut to crack and doesn't want to give information right away, so this night will be a very long one. Jen asked the archer how he was feeling and what was happening to his wound now. He looked at his shoulder and saw blood there but replied that he was fine and it was just an ordinary scratch. Jen said that it didn't look like an ordinary scratch and said that he needed to look at this wound. He looked carefully at the cut that was on his hand and said that in fact everything was fine with his hand and it was very strange. He looked at the guy who was sitting in front of him and silently peered into his eyes for several seconds. Jen said that this guy was lucky that the bleeding stopped immediately despite the size of the wound and the ligament was also fine. He said that this wound still needs to be bandaged. Jan tore off a piece of cloth and began to bandage the archer's hand to stop the bleeding. Jan said that for now this should help, but he will still have to treat this wound later to avoid infection. Young said that I was very familiar with the name of this informant. She said that at first she could not recognize him, but now she is sure that she knows him. She said that Kong Sang-ju was there when Mr. and Mrs. Ho were killed a couple of months ago. Ken lowered his eyes and didn't know what to answer to this girl. Young said that she saw this guy on the day they were burned alive by So Wei Rant's subordinates. She asked the informant was he really one of them? Ken understood that he could no longer hide this information and remained silent, and he was forced to explain everything to her. He said he didn't want to do it, but it was the master's order, and he had no other choice. Young could no longer contain her anger, and lunged forward to hit this guy. She flew in the air and swung her leg to deliver a very painful blow to him. Yun hit him in the chest and put all her anger and hatred towards this man into this blow. Yun hit him with such incredible force that the wooden post to which he was tied broke and flew to the side. Ken felt very strong pain when he fell to the ground and hit his back with a wooden post that was tied to him. Yun said that this degenerate was involved in the murder of Mr. and Mrs. Ho, who were the hope for them. She said that when they took them away earlier and left them to die in the desert, Mr. Ho and his wife gave them food and water and accepted them as if they were part of their family, and these degenerates burned these kind-hearted people just because they interfered with their plans. Jan heard how angry the girl was and realized that she could now, in a fit of emotion, kill this informant. The elder brother said that this girl, along with her people, all she could do was disguise herself as criminals from the Kosa sect and set up tents in the desert in order to rob carriages like robbers. At that moment, those people who were carrying the boxes, minding their own business, looked at this guy in surprise and realized that he had just said something stupid. He saw the looks of all these people and realized that it would be better for him to remain silent because he had just said something unnecessary. Yun said that he shouldn't have called them a chaos sect. At that moment she was very angry and seemed ready to explode like a real bomb. He scratched his head and said that he had something completely different in mind and he would like to live like them. Young asked him if he knew the difference between the Murim Union and the Chaos Sect. Yun asked him does he really think that it is right for people with money and power to abuse their power over cities and societies in the name of justice? She said that if they are the law, does that mean they should continue to be exploited? Yong saw that this guy was thinking about her words and began to scratch his beard. She asked what he thought. Why did their grandfathers, fathers and mothers, risking their lives, travel all this way to the new continent? Yun said it was because they couldn't stand being helpless and because they didn't want to be exploited anymore. Yong looked at the fire that was burning in their camp. He told her that he regretted what he said earlier, and he would try not to speak rashly again. Young asked him to forget about it, and not think about it. She said that didn't change the fact that I didn't just rob people. She looked at the informant who was lying on the ground crushed by a wooden post. Young looked at the guy who was expressing everyone and was now standing and drinking alcohol from a flask. She said that they robbed people only to return what was taken from them. Yang Guag clapped his hands and attracted the attention of everyone present. He said that they cannot afford to waste time and sit idle. Yang Guag said that the news about the fact that they robbed the cart and killed So San has most likely reached his father So Wei Ran, and the most important problem is that his thugs are already on the way to find his son's killer. Jenguag said that this place was also unsafe and therefore proposed to split into several groups from now on. People began to collect bags of provisions in order to hit the road. Young heard that a stranger approached her, and he said that he wanted to ask her something. Jan said that he once accidentally walked into a tavern in Gyeongseokyeon, and there was a child working there. Jan said that when he asked the owner of this tavern about this child, she said that she was not his mother. She said she was just looking after him because his parents died. Young looked at this guy and understood exactly what child he was talking about, but she wanted to understand what exactly he wanted to know. Young said that he said everything correctly, and this child is actually an orphan now. Young said that this child is the son of Mr. and Mrs. Ho. He was a smart, an intelligent child, and most importantly he was determined like his parents. Young assumed that this stranger wants to know why they don't raise this child themselves. She said that they are not raising him because they cannot bring themselves to teach the child of their rescuers to steal. She said that they couldn't let the child get hurt or in trouble because of them. Jan said that now everything became clear to him, and he heard enough, and now he is forced to leave. Young took out the bag and said that somehow they were able to survive the trap thanks to this guy, and at least he should accept this bag as a sign of their gratitude for the rescue. She said that they did not steal this money, and she saved it herself. Jen said that obviously there is some story behind this money that she doesn't want to tell. He took the bag with this money and said that now he has no right to be picky and will accept this gift. Jan slowly began to leave and, in parting, told her to take care of herself along with her people and advised them to lie low. She wished him the same. A very strong wind appeared in the desert, and night had already fallen. Jan and his horse rode after the rest of the people leaving. Yenguag said that it would be better if they went in different directions, and since it would be more difficult to find. Before the elder brother left, he said that Yenguag was an idiot, and he was lucky that this woman was able to give them a small amount of money. Yenguag said that he no longer wants to deal with this idiot who has done nothing from the very beginning. Yenguag asked him, Jang Hyuk, where is he going next? Jan replied that he shouldn't worry about this, and the next time they meet, he better not mention work, otherwise he'll really kill him. Yenguag laughed and said that in the end he would do it anyway, and last time he said the same thing, but in the end he took up the matter again. He said that there was no need to worry, and that he would make an offer that he could not refuse the next time they met. Jan said that he hasn't met such idiots like him on his way for a long time. Yenguag saw this guy turn his horse around and very quickly began to run into the distance. The archer watched as he ran away. This guy on his horse was an enemy to take his eyes off him. Yenguag asked Agent Number 3 what he thought about seeing your boyfriend with her own eyes. Agent Number 3 said that this guy is undoubtedly a very interesting person. He said that even though he has nothing to do with the Imperial Army, how he turns So San's spear back at him, and the way he behaves like a master despite his young age is respectable. He said that at first he thought that this guy and then the demon clans. Yenguag asked what does Agent Number 3 mean? He replied that he could not find any traces of demonic arts on him, although the demon clan's demonic arts are known to have the least amount of side effects compared to other demonic arts, and this would not be enough to deceive his eyes. Yenguag heard that Agent Number 3 was offering to get an opportunity here on the new continent. Ian asked what opportunity he was talking about now. Number 3 said that 100 years have already passed since the opening of the sea route to the new continent. This time is enough for the ancient family of martial artists to come down from the mountain and settle down unnoticed. He said that in fact the head of the Murim Union was able to increase his power using the same method. But of course he was already incredibly strong from the very beginning. Yenguag asked, does Agent Number 3 really want to say that he is just a rookie master who has moderate capabilities and potential? He told him that now he cannot say for sure. When she took off her makeup and wig, it turned out that this girl was Imperial Intelligence Secret Service Agent Number 3. She said that it was possible that this person could be a practitioner of the demonic arts that they did not know about. Yenguag thought about the work of the musculoskeletal system, which changes the arrangement of muscles and bones to change the appearance of the user. Even though he has seen it countless times, he still finds it fascinating. He asked Agent Number 3 what their future plan was. She raised her head up and looked at the sky and stars. She said that one level of his strange martial arts is enough to put him on the list. She said that first it's better to just look at him from the outside. Agent Number 3 said that Yenguag initially planned to increase his funds with money from the carriage, and therefore she would allow him to contact headquarters with a request to transfer this matter to him. At that moment he was delighted with her proposal. She said that in turn he should keep an eye on Jang Hyuk and tell her even the most insignificant details about him. Jan was riding through the desert on his horse, thinking that if news about the carriage had already reached them, then their trackers should be on the scene and the road to the village should be safe at least until the evening. He said that they would never have thought that a group of bandits would be hiding near the village. He said that he wanted to relax in a tavern today and hit the road early tomorrow morning. Jan saw that in the distance in the middle of the night a light was burning. He realized that this color was not from the lanterns, and most likely there was a very strong fire going on there now. He ordered his horse Joji to run as fast as possible towards the settlement, and accelerate his speed to maximum. A large building in the village was on fire, and it was burned on all sides. The man held a torch in his hand and threatened the people of this settlement with a burning torch. People, or that the bandits grabbed the girl and are not letting her go. This girl screamed very loudly and asked to be let go. She tried to get out of the hands of these bandits, and constantly shouted Ho Ryung's name. The bandits forced people to gather in one group, and when all the people were in place they took out their swords and began to threaten them. The leader of those criminals ordered everyone to shut up immediately, and he said that these people brought danger upon themselves. He said that it was very stupid of these people to think that the gentleman was so stupid that they did not find out that it was their village that was constantly raiding the cart with money. He put his sword forward and said that this was their punishment for hiding these criminals until now. The girl shouted that this guy was talking some nonsense. And even if they steal from their storage, they don't burn people alive like these scumbags. She said that they don't torture a small child who is innocent of anything. Ho Ryung was lying on the ground and there was fire around him, and his hands were tied, and he could not do anything. The leader of these criminals said that they also lost an important person, and today the son of their master died, so they will not take cruel revenge for the loss of such an important person. He smiled and said that in fact she should be grateful to him because he was going to kill the child, but this child is not her son, and she should be glad that she will no longer look after him. She said that he has no right to talk about this child like that. He raised his torch and said that this would be their last chance. And they still have a chance to end this in exchange for the life of the child. He said that if they tell all the information they know about these bandits, they will spare the child. He said that if they keep their mouths shut, then they will have to burn the whole village to the ground. Jan was approaching the village very quickly and the warriors noticed him from afar. One of the bandits shouted very loudly that some warrior was approaching them, and he was riding very quickly on his horse. The village was burning more and people were very scared because they didn't know what could happen next. Jan raised his hat and tried to look at everything that was in front of him and understand the whole situation. He saw a girl who was crying and screaming loudly, and I was holding some kind of thug and not allowing her to move. Jan said that he didn't see the child ahead, and most likely these bastards hid him in the house and burned him. Jan said that if he has a chance to save this child, he should take this chance. The bandits ordered this man to immediately stop and stop moving. Jan pushed off from the back of his horse and made a rapid jerk upward. The bandits looked at this guy and didn't understand that a person was even capable of jumping so high. Jan saw a window on the second floor and realized that he needed to get into this window. He jumped inside the building through this window. A robber like this man just jumped into a burning house and broke a window on the second floor, and he asked what the hell was that just? The leader of the bandits also did not understand what had just happened, and it all seemed incredibly strange to him. Jen broke down the door to the room in which this boy could be. He saw that in the center of the room there was a tied-up child lying, and he was unconscious. Jen shouted to wake up this child, but it was useless and the boy did not hear him. Jen understood that this building could break down at any moment, and he had very little time. Jen covered his face with his hands so that they would sincerely get into his eyes. But suddenly he saw that the building was starting to break down. The wooden beam that held the roof suddenly broke and began to fall down. Jan understood that he had very little time left to save this boy, because if he didn't get him out of there now, then he would be crushed by wooden beams. Jan ran using his maximum speed to save this boy. People were shocked when they saw that a man was breaking into the building. The bandit began to threaten people and say that they would regret their action of hiring an alien earthly warrior. The old man replied that they knew nothing about it, and this was the first time they had seen this man. The old man said that they don't even have money to hire a warrior. The leader of the bandits asked them what they were up to and advised them to tell them everything right away. At that moment, Jan jumped out of Denmark and landed on the ground. He was holding in his hands a child whom he had saved from a fire. Jan was very angry because these freaks wanted to burn the boy alive. The leader looked at this stranger in surprise and did not understand who he was and how he was able to save this child from a burning building. The fire grew stronger and quickly spread to neighboring buildings. He held the boy in his arms and carried him as far as possible from the fire. Jan was very angry with these bandits because they were ready to kill a child in order to find out information. The boy was still unconscious and lay in Jan's arms. The girl escaped from the hands of this vile bandit and ran towards the child. There were tears on her cheeks. She couldn't believe that someone saved him. She wanted to know if Ho Ryung was okay and how he was feeling after lying in the fire all this time. She put her fingers to this boy's neck to feel his pulse. She said that he was not breathing and he urgently needed help. Jan said that he will fix it now. Ken touched this boy's chest several times and used his internal energy to bring him back to consciousness. Ho Ryung started coughing and at that moment everyone realized that he was still alive. The boy slowly opened his eyes and tried to see what was happening now. He asked why is it so hot here and what is Ajumma doing here. She was incredibly glad that he was still alive and immediately hugged him with her arms and pressed him to her chest. She said that she told the boy that she was not his aunt and asked him to just call her sister. People will finally calm down and breathe out after making sure the child is alive. Jan saw that this child was alive and he felt a little better because he was able to save the life of this innocent boy. The leader of the criminals shouted for all these people to shut up immediately because he had not finished his work yet. He ordered my boyfriend to immediately say his name and explain who he was and where he came from. Jang said that if they are so interested, he will tell them his name Jang Gong Hyuk. Suddenly a guy from a group of criminals came forward and said that this was the same idiot they saw a few days ago in the tavern. This guy shouted that he clearly remembers this stranger because he was very bad at gambling. The leader of the criminals looked at this stranger with a dissatisfied look and realized that now they would have a serious showdown. He said that they had a lost foreigner. The leader of the criminals asked, does this stranger understand what he just did? He explained that the stranger had just helped a group of bandits who had robbed before and stole and survived. Jan asked this man a counter question and asked, is this a good reason to burn a living child? The leader of the bandits said that they are showing mercy since they are ready to end this in exchange for the life of an orphan. The leader said that these people should actually be grateful that they are willing to let this go, using him as an example. Jan said he was surprised by how proud she was when she talked about how she could have just burned someone alive. Jan said that the Murim Union cannot sit idly by while arsonists are clearly burning the city to the ground. He asked, is there really no person in this city who would be a representative of the Murim Union? The leader smiled and said that it seems that this guy is still not able to understand the whole situation that is happening here. He said that where the drums beat, the laws are usually silent. He said that the Murim Union does not exist in this city, and they have no influence on this city. Leader, that the only law in this country is the one that is not considered necessary. Jan stood and silently looked at this prophet. They ordered this alien to immediately lay down his weapons and follow their orders if he wants to stay alive, or in a bad case he prefers to get a hole in his chest from a sword. Jan saw that the opponents were serious and wanted to fight, so he touched the hilt of his sword with his hand. Jan said that if they really wanted to test him in battle then he wouldn't mind fighting them. The leader of the criminals understood that the atmosphere had changed and this guy was absolutely not afraid of them. He did not understand why he was so confident in his skills that he was ready to fight alone against the crowd. He ordered his warriors to immediately attack this guy and mutilate his body. Jan saw that these criminals were running towards him, holding weapons in their hands and ready to sacrifice their lives in order to kill him. He understood that these opponents were just ordinary weaklings and it would not be difficult to fight them, but he wanted to understand how it would be better to kill them so that they would realize their sins. The bandits attacked him from different sides and were sure that this enemy could not cope with him. Jan made a quick dash forward and immediately destroyed two opponents who ran to meet him. He cut their bodies into two halves with his sword and blood gushed out in different directions. The rest of the war stopped when they saw with what cruelty this stranger had just killed two of their comrades. I did not understand that he was fighting with a real martial arts master. Another warrior was approaching him from behind, who wanted to avenge his partners. Jan said that it is very stupid to shout before you are about to stab him in the back. He easily dodged this attack. He looked at this stranger in surprise and could not believe that this guy was able to dodge such a blow. Jan looked into the eyes of this enemy and understood that this was the last thing his enemy would see before death. Ken hit this opponent in the stomach with the ball and cut him into two halves. He fell to the ground and started bleeding. At this moment, other opponents were approaching him and wanted to launch their attack. Jan struck the first enemy who was closer to him with his sword and cut off his head. After that, he cut off two hands of the second enemy who was about to attack him. He walked forward and behind him. He left corpses and pools of blood. Leader Ito was very scared because he couldn't even imagine what kind of power this stranger had. He asked this stranger where he came from and who he was. He couldn't believe that this martial artist was suddenly here now. The guy put his spear forward and said that he forbids this monster to approach him. Jan very quickly pierced this guy's body with his sword and cut him into two halves. Jan looked down and noticed something very strange. He felt that his sword was in this guy's ribs, and he couldn't quickly pull it back. The leader of Stupnikov waved his sword and shouted that this was his chance, and he should take this moment to kill this enemy. Jan understood that he needed to pull out the sword as quickly as possible because this opponent was very serious. The leader of the criminals struck him with his sword and dealt a slashing blow. The leader of the criminals said that this guy was reckless and arrogant. I hope he can survive. But when he raised his head up, he saw that the severed head belonged to another person. The leader realized that he had just been deceived, and he killed one of his subordinates. Jan knew that he was against this trap and relax, so now was the perfect moment to attack him. He lowered his head down, and saw that the enemy was approaching him, and was ready to kill him now with his bare hands. Jan put his feet on the ground and cracks appeared in the ground. He started throwing very fast punches to the man's body and breaking his ribs with his fists. The man began to cough up blood and could not stop this process because he was in great pain and his body was broken. He dropped his sword to the ground. Jan saw his opponent fall to the ground and bowed his head in front of him. The man said that he could not believe it, and it was not clear to him how an ordinary wanderer sumac could defeat him and his entire group. He wanted to ask a question. Where did this guy learn such fighting skills? But he didn't have time to finish his question and fell to the ground and died. Jan walked past this guy's dead body. He realized that the battle was over and therefore sheathed his sword. Jan asked the fat man who was standing there the day before if he knew a man named Soe Ran. The fat man replied that this was his boss. Jang told this guy to go and tell his boss about what happened here and that Jang Hyuk is the man who killed his subordinates, and he will come for him next. So he better be ready. Fat man, he just remembered everything and will tell his boss all these words. Jan said that in this case, this idiot should immediately leave this village and never return here again. The fat man was very scared and immediately ran away from the village in order to tell his boss about everything as soon as possible. Jan turned to the people who lived in this village and asked them why do they stand still and do nothing. He pointed his finger at the burning building and said that if they don't want their village to turn into ashes, he better put it out as soon as possible. In the morning there was still smoke in this village that remained after the fire. Burnt beams lay on the ground and that's all that was left of the house. The boy came up to the wanderer in the morning and said that this wanderer is a real knight who punishes evil and helps the poor. Jan asked this boy why he considers him a knight. The boy replied that it was all because he defeated those bad guys and saved him. He said that this gentleman helped them put out the fire all night and did not ask for money for it. Jan said that he doesn't want to be called a knight because knights are completely different people. The boy said that he definitely thinks that this is Mr. Knight. Jen said that this conversation makes no sense and asked the boy if he knew where the Soe Ran base was located. Boy, is the gentleman going to go to this place? Jan replied that he had no other choice because they had already passed the point of no return. Ho Ryung said that he admires this man and if he is going to defeat more bad guys, the boy wants to go with him. But suddenly his aunt appeared and said that she forbids him to even think about it. Ho Ryung said that he didn't expect to see Aunt Ajuma here. Ajuma said that she asked him to just call her sister. She ordered the boy to go to the village and not say anything stupid to this gentleman. Ajuma said that she would personally go on a journey with this gentleman and show him the way. After that we did not leave the village territory. They went to the desert because it was the best and shortest way to get to the enemy base. Ajuma asked this gentleman does he really feel okay after all these events? She said that she meant that the person he is going to kill has more than 20 other warriors and there are rumors that he himself is also a martial artist. Jan said that there is and he won't fight him now, then this man will most likely put a bounty on his head and he would prefer to fight him now while he still has few opponents. Ajuma said that this gentleman is really serious about fighting this man alone without any reinforcements, and it seems that she initially mistook this gentleman for a secret agent of the Imperial Army. Jen thought that he was tired because all the people who meet him for the first time mistake him for an agent of the Imperial Army. Jen said that he had already been mistaken for a man from the Imperial Army, and decided to ask why she thought that about him. She replied that it was because he was a young master, and was traveling alone. She said that in addition to this, he works with a man named Yang Wag. Jen was very surprised when she started talking about this guy. Ken asked her to explain what she meant, and what relation he had to the Imperial Army. She replied that everyone in the village knows that Yang Wag worked in the royal palace when he was in the city, and he is quite famous for this in the desert. Ken said that he had no idea what kind of work this thief and fraudster was doing for the royal palace. She replied that she wasn't sure. But after this man started working for the royal palace, it definitely seemed like he had established some kind of connection with them. Jan thought that it was not surprising when he felt some strange energy in this guy, and then he did not attach much importance to it. Now that he thinks about it, the information he provided them was not ordinary, and he realizes that the pieces of the puzzle are finally falling together. And now that he knows that this man is a spy from the royal palace, everything becomes clear to him. Jan asked this girl how she knew all this. She said that she runs the Averna and heard a lot of interesting gossip. She said that they had arrived at their destination from now on. This territory belongs to So Wei Ran. She said that all these ranches over there belonged to him and Sun Kuang. She said that almost by force, this man seized everything earlier and took them away from honest people. Jan looked ahead and thought that everything must come to an end someday. He drove forward and thanked the girl for bringing him here. He said that now she could go back home. He said that what she will witness from now on will not be a beautiful sight, and it is better not to see it. She sat silently for a few seconds and thought about his words. She called him by name, and said that she wanted to do something goodbye. She thanked Jang Hyuk for saving Ho Ryung's life, and finally, she thanked him for what he was going to do now, and said that this was a very valiant act on his part. Jan smiled and then went towards the palace where this terrible man lived. In the palace one could hear the master shouting at his subjects, and reproaching them for yet another failure. Jan went to the palace territory and approached his opponents. They saw the pants of their territory. The stranger appeared and immediately got up from their seats in order to approach him. Jan continued to walk slowly towards this gentleman, and was not afraid of the opponents who were around him, even though there were a large number of them. The gentleman said that he received the countdown from his subordinate, but he never thought that this guy would actually come here alone. The gentleman said that he was wondering who killed his son and his subordinates, and now when he sees this man up close, it's clear to him that this is an unusual wanderer. Jan silently looked at this man and said nothing. Jan saw that near his throne there were 2 bloody corpses lying on the ground. The gentleman said that this stranger must know these guys, and his people caught these 2 bandits last night when they were passing by, and thanks to them he found out why the bandits ambushed his carriage, and he also found out that Jan Guag bribed one of his subordinates. Jan knew that these 2 guys were named Gong Pyong and Gong Ran. He said they were very unlucky when they passed by yesterday. The gentleman said that these 2 guys are essentially ordinary parasites, and did not understand why no one had caught and killed them yet. Sir, he doesn't understand what a person like Jang Hyuk, a martial artist, is doing in such a place. He asked, was he really a special agent of the Imperial Army or an investigator from the Murim Union? Jan said that it makes no difference whether he is an agent of the Imperial Army or the Murim Union. Ken said that in the end it doesn't change the fact that they have to kill each other today. The gentleman was very angry, and because of the words of this stranger, I could not believe that there are such impudent people as him. The gentleman said that he was forced to agree with this stranger, and it was pointless to find out who this stranger was now. He raised his hand and said that they could have become friends if they had met under different circumstances. The warriors saw the gesture of their master, and then surrounded the stranger, taking out their swords to attack him. Jan made a quick dash to the side. No one even had time to notice where he had gone. The warrior hit him with his sword and wanted to cut off his head, but the stranger was very fast and dodged this blow. Jan made a dodge, and then wanted to hit his opponent in the leg and trip him. He hit his opponent in the back. Jan saw that the next enemy was approaching him, and he urgently needed to dodge. The sword flew past his body and failed to cause damage. Ken hit this guy with his fist and jaws and broke several of his teeth. Ken moved with incredibly fast speed and eliminated his opponents with his bare fists, and knocked them out. He kicked one of the guys and threw him aside. Jan felt that the anger inside him was awakening, and thanks to this anger he could throw out more internal energy. The guard that he doesn't understand what's happening because it's an alien with his bare hands and kills armed opponents. He shouted that this man is a real monster. They need to run away from here as quickly as possible so that he doesn't kill them. The gentleman stopped in front of this cowardly warrior and asked where he was going to go. The man said that he is very sorry, but they are not rivals for this great warrior. The gentleman said that everything is in order, and he understands that they cannot cope with him. After these words, he quickly extended his hand forward. He pierced this guy's chest with his hand and squeezed his heart, which was in his chest. The man started screaming very loudly in pain and coughing up blood. The gentleman said that this guy must also understand that in order to cope with such a master he will need his help. He pulled the heart out of his chest and said that this guy wouldn't need her anymore.